do if he got into another world and gained the ability to make contracts with any creatures, such as a cute pet, to have a good time, or with terrible beasts to protect their master, or maybe a contract with a bunch of girls to start a harem journey in another world. But, unfortunately, there was an abyss between imagination and reality. The other world is not so simple, because the ability to sign contracts with the help of gems is completely useless in the eyes of the majority. Because to conclude it, you need the creature to voluntarily agree. In addition, it turned out to be very dangerous, and the young man did not understand why these people behaved as if nothing had happened. After all, he was the only one who saw a monster on the streets of the city that had set up their hunting grounds here. Since no creature in the world wanted this, he would pave a path that no one had ever walked before. The Awakened One ate his own gem, and he made a contract with himself, becoming his own summoned beast. This time, whether it's an alien beast or a crowd of zombies, he won't let any of them go. In a past life, the protagonist was a rescuer and died in an accident. After his death, he traveled to this fantastical world of alienated beasts and awakened humans. In his new life, he also awakened his power in the form of the Gem of the Pact. It was supposed to be a powerful ability, but it had an obvious drawback. Pin looked at the gem in his hand as he was addressed by name. The young man smiled and offered his interlocutor a candy. Jingyao looked at her friend indignantly and asked who would even want to be under his control. The awakened man leaned back and reported that it was a joke, and he remembered that the creature had to be fully informed and willing to make a contract with him. Otherwise nothing would happen even if the gem was eaten. The summoner looked away and reminded himself that the original owner had almost died due to this power, but his passage had allowed this body to survive. A friend grabbed the guy by the hair and asked him not to give up so early. The world was big. There would definitely be a creature in it that would allow him to control him. But he objected that it was easy for her to talk, but only he was ready to do it. The protagonist's eyes widened. He muttered that he hadn't thought of it. After that, Pin put his gem in his mouth, ignoring the girl's indignation. The young man's body lit up. The friends followed the magical streams with their eyes. Jingyao immediately grabbed onto her friend and asked if he was okay, but he replied that he was fine. My friend breathed a sigh of relief and asked her not to scare her like that anymore. She came down the stairs and reminded them that it was time for them to go back to the dormitory. The young man followed her downstairs, and when she reminded him not to wait for her in the morning because of the patrol, he asked if she was going to finish school. The girl walked away and reported that she had mastered all the knowledge from the books, and all that remained was to improve in battle. And the awakened one remembered that she had always dreamed of defending her home, and now she could do it. Jingyao turned around and asked her friend not to despair, because when he became stronger, they could work together. The summoner rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, remembering that he had been prophesied a career as a farmer, and laughed that he had better do so. Deep inside, the guy was upset. He wasn't sure if they would see each other again, even though this girl was only a childhood friend of the first owner of the body. Suddenly, the protagonist took a step, feeling the urge to hug her, which Pin did in the next moment. While Jingyao was embarrassed, the young man realized that his body was moving on its own. The guys jumped away from each other, and the girl said goodbye. The awakened man looked after her and wanted to take care of himself. His friend gave him an embarrassed look. Then she waved to him and wished him the same. The summoner waved his hand at her. Then he looked down at his fingers, muttering that his body had embraced her, as if he had subconsciously given himself an order. The guy rubbed his chin, trying to figure out how accidental it was, and he should have figured out how much control he had over himself. He ordered himself to take off, but fell. The protagonist struck a pose, preparing to jump. But in the end, he just fell. Pin, lying face down on the asphalt, groaned that he couldn't take it anymore. With a frustrated look, the young man thought that he could make his body do almost anything, but only if it wasn't out of the ordinary, such as flying or transforming into something else. In addition, there were some actions that he could perform from memory even if he didn't practice them. So as long as his physical abilities were at a high level, he could practice any kind of martial arts and become stronger in the future. The awakened man sat down and decided that there was one thing he needed to check. The next day, the summoner opened his eyes. He found himself in the dining room over a bowl of rice. Suddenly, the guy shuddered. His knees trembled as the protagonist recalled that he had ordered himself to go for a morning run before going to bed, and apparently his body had done so while he slept. Pin smiled when he decided that yesterday's idea was correct. The body could follow orders without the brain. He began to look around to see if anyone had noticed him, but there were shouts of delight in the dining room. Goddess Shiyu, whom everyone had been admiring for good morning, came into the dining room, and the young man was surprised that this schoolgirl had come so early. But then the awakened man shuddered, not understanding what was happening. His eyes widened in horror as he cursed in his mind. The summoner clenched his fist when he saw the monster. While the fox was eating his classmates, the guy could not understand why no one noticed that it was not Shiyu at all. The monster looked at the guy and noticed that he didn't look very good. The protagonist looked back at the first beauty of the school, but all he saw was the beast clutching his shoulder with its claws, so he forced himself to calm down. Pin shook his head and said that he was just having a nightmare, so he hadn't slept well. The young man got up from his chair and said that it was time for him to go to class. The monster followed the awakened man with his eyes, noticing the smell of fear. The summoner walked down the hallway, trying to figure out what the alienated beasts were doing in the school, why no one was seeing them, and whether he was imagining it. The guy looked into the classroom, deciding that he should inform the teacher about it. But to his horror, he saw another creature devouring the girl. The protagonist rushed to run. On the roof, he sat down on a bench and screamed. Pin clenched his head, muttering in panic that this place had become hell on earth. The young man picked up the gem, and remembered aloud that he had begun to see the alienated after eating it. The awakened man took a bite of the stone, thinking that this would bring it back to normal. But his figure was again engulfed in streams of magic. His eyes lit up and he tried to understand what was happening to him. As if through the roof of the building, he saw a monster. The summoner jumped from his seat, realizing that he had just gained the ability to identify. He looked down at his palm, which was covered in a net, and realized that it was. And now he could read the information about the levels of the treaty gem. The guy tensed up when it dawned on him that the ability came after he ate the second stone. In the classroom, the protagonist turned the knob, trying to analyze the situation, because he had become his own summoned beast and summoner, and since only he could control himself, then illusions did not affect him. Pin watched the monsters outside the window, and noticed that these beasts were all high-level celestial foxes, and if this creature ate someone in front of people, it wouldn't be any different from a normal conversation. The young man propped up his head with his fist, and realized that if this ability only controlled the mind, then his girlfriend with spiritual abilities could find a way. After school, the awakened man went down the street. He continued to look with the help of his new gift, wondering that there were such people outside the school. A couple in love passed by him, but the summoner saw a monster in the girl. Soon the guy stopped near the patrol headquarters. At the reception, the protagonist was met by a secretary. Ping tried to look indifferent when he asked about Jing Yao, and the fox standing in front of him asked to wait. The young man sat down on the sofa, trying to understand why even the hunters did not recognize the illusion. The awakened man shuddered when he heard a familiar voice. He jumped to his feet, and lied that he had come to check on her. The girl introduced her teammates who took care of her. The summoner knitted his eyebrows and said that it was great. The friend clenched her fists and said that she would try her best to take revenge on the monsters for the death of her parents. The guy scratched his head in confusion when Jing Yao suggested that he be included in the patrol and retorted that farming was more suitable for him. The protagonist went to the exit and said that he would leave his girlfriend alone. Pin gritted his teeth. His fists clenched themselves, because even his childhood friend turned out to be a monster. The young man left the building, trying to understand how it was that the strongest patrol team in Pearl City had completely disappeared. The awakened man lowered his head, not believing that Jing Yao had been killed so quickly. At some point, he stopped in the middle of the street. The summoner saw dozens of foxes in the entire city, and realized that all people were like cattle to them. While the guy was walking around the city, he figured out a few things with the help of identification. Most of the sky foxes were of medium or high level, but they were not up to the task of being on a patrol with many high-level awakened men. Whoever killed Chiyu was very strong, and the protagonist's intuition told him that if he used an identification spell on him, the level would be blocked, so it could even be a king's level. Pin continued on his way and thought that the other celestial foxes were able to defeat the awakened thanks to their high level, and they were also distinguished from ordinary aliens by their high intelligence, which allowed them to disguise themselves and coexist harmoniously with humans. But this was only at first glance, because their favorite targets were mainly those who had influence, social significance, or a prominent position in society. The rest were just food for them, which meant that it was extremely dangerous to engage in a fight with them. The young man became more and more gloomy as he realized that he couldn't ignore the deaths of innocent people, and he needed to become stronger. A week later, the awakened man woke up at 4 in the morning, noticing that he needed less time to sleep. For the past few days, he had only been focusing on his physical training and had risen to a higher level. In addition to exercising, he also tried to create gems and eat them every day, expecting to gain new abilities like last time. But ever since the summoner had awakened identification, all the stones he had created had been colorless, and eating them had no effect. But today they have regained their color. The guy put the gem in his mouth, and it seemed to him not so tasty, but he hoped that everything would work out. The light enveloped him again, and the protagonist recognized the feeling. Pin opened the status window, and saw that from now on he could go on night reconnaissance with the new skill Night Walker, and also the gem of the pact had improved. The young man smiled. He realized that he could awaken a new talent every time he leveled up. The awakened activated the new skill, deciding that it was worth training. He ran around the stadium, noticing that he could see better in the dark than in the daytime. But then his eyes noticed a ring on the lawn. The summoner picked up the ornament, examining it. The identification revealed that it was the killer ring artifact. The guy opened his eyes wider when he activated the accessory. The protagonist saw that celestial fox Shiyu, and the man standing in front of him. Pin assumed that the masked man was the owner of the ring, but in his eyes, the monster had to look human. But he rushed with a weapon at the monster. The young man watched the battle, realizing that Shiyu was an orphan and she could have no enemies. This means that there was only one option. Awakened wasn't the only one who was still fighting beasts in Pearl City. But then the monster moved towards the summoner, trying to find out who was there. The fox ran through the grass in search of the missing ring. Shiyu sniffed the lawn, and the lack of footprints made her think that an awakened of the middle or above level had left her. The guy watched the fleeing monster from around the corner while it ran to report to the queen, and realized that the ring had been left here on purpose. He looked at the artifact, and decided to keep it for himself, so as not to look even more suspicious. At dawn, the young man looked at the ring, reasoning aloud that his night-walking ability and decoration had concealed his existence, which meant that the equipment also made sense. Footsteps rang out in the hallway. The awakened man jumped up when he heard someone asking him to hide. Someone's ghostly hand directed him towards the source of danger. Several alienated people burst into the apartment. The wind stirred the curtain. Foxes were approaching the summoner's bed. One of them smirked and asked if they had found their target. After that, he swung at the sleeping guy, intending to kill him. Claws hang over the sleeper. The monster froze, not noticing a hint of mood swings or the smell of the ring. The subordinate bowed and suggested that the queen kill the man, because he had just gone for a run today, but she thought that they had found the wrong one. The monster glanced back and concluded that it was just a useless piece of meat. The foxes bowed when Her Highness reminded them not to waste food. The guy's eyes opened abruptly. He spat out the ring and muttered that it was so close that he was frightened, and remembered that he did run every morning. The protagonist examined the artifact and mentally rejoiced that he had simply ordered his body to fall asleep, and he was sure that he had heard Jing Yao's voice. Pin continued to look at the equipment, and decided that he would become stronger to avenge it. But in order not to arouse the suspicion of the foxes, it was worth pretending to live a normal life. Two girls in the hallway discussed that the patrol had found a decapitated body near the school. The young man squinted at them when he heard that the body belonged to the infamous Black Death Star, which had wounded the last lord of the city, who had died at a young age from old wounds. The awakened man frowned as he realized that Shiyu was indeed strong, not only to kill the number 1 hunter, but also to throw his body on display. The summoner continued to walk, deciding that he should find some weapons, which meant that he should go to the forge. After classes, the guy went there. But at the entrance, he saw another animal, and realized that the blacksmith workshops were also under their control. When the protagonist reactivated the identification, he received an upgrade to it. The fox pawed at Pin to go into the shop while he was digesting what could determine the height of his opponent. The young man waved off the barker, and decided to find a store that would not be under the control of foxes. He walked past the Spirit of Iron shop, and heard someone praising their wares. The man brandished a sword, offering the owner to buy it for the lowest price. But the old man blew smoke into his face, and was obviously pretending to be deaf. The impudent man hovered over the blacksmith, and asked if he had gone deaf for an hour. But then the awakened one took the blade. While the unfortunate seller was indignant, the summoner used identification on his rapier. The man rushed to get his product, but the guy had already noticed that it had a terrible quality. The protagonist's eyebrows crept up. The blade fell in half. Waves of electricity went through the villain's body, and he yelled that Pin had ruined everything for him. Lightning spread in all directions as the salesman continued to shout. His shirt was torn, and the scoundrel claimed that he was a disciple of Master Ma of the Cine school. After that, he rushed at the young man. But he focused on the movements of the enemy, and at the right moment, the awakened man slapped the loser in the face. The man collapsed to the floor, grumbling that the youth didn't have any martial arts ethics as the summoner was surprised by such a quick fight. The fighter pointed his finger at the guy, threatening that it would now be dangerous for him on the street, and he decided that his opponent was just a clown. Then the villain decided to attack the protagonist on the sly. And again he found himself on the floor, while Pin grumbled that he was not going to hear about the feelings of ethics from someone who attacked from behind. Then a shadow appeared over the defeated enemy, and the intruder noticed that he had recently come out, and there were already so many people in the store. The girl stretched her fists and asked if the scoundrel was going to leave, or if she was going to give him a ride. The fighter rushed to run, shouting apologies, and the young man decided that he should go to another store. But the stranger's hand stopped him. With a serious look, she offered to talk. Pin looked at the girl's hand next to him and awkwardly asked what she wanted to talk about. Chan took his face and said that she was a weak woman who had to run around the city every day to earn a living, and she also had to take care of her uncle, who was puzzled by her daughter's disappearance. Suddenly, she held the protagonist close to her and offered him to become a blacksmith so that he would take care of Master Tiffin and look after the workshop. The hunter's cheeks turned red, and he thought that if he mastered blacksmithing, he would be able to save a lot of money on equipment in the future. He imagined himself wearing a hat and carrying a hammer and shouted that he was the man who would become the king of the blacksmiths. Suddenly, Chang slapped him in the face and laughed and said that she really liked him. Blood ran down the young man's face, and he thought that he had to survive her blows first. A few days later, the street of the city was visible. The protagonist was sweating while the girl was praising him. She touched her lips and said that he was doing very well. Pin stood at the anvil while his mentor said that this was their exclusive dough forging technology. Then she turned away and said that she was going to the warehouse and fetch the uniforms. The main character was wearing only gloves, and Ching finally advised him not to let the fire go out. Suddenly, the guy threw up his hands in panic when he saw that the fire began to go out. He threw the ball into the furnace from below to heat it up right away. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared. The protagonist froze, thinking that he was dead. Suddenly the fire surrounded him, and he screamed shrilly. Sparks appeared in his wide open eyes. He stood in the middle of the smithy, not understanding why the fire had gone out. His heart was pounding loudly in his chest. The awakened man pressed his hand to his body, screaming in pain, when suddenly the system notified of an increase in height. The guy was covered in sweat and thought that everyone else had a limited number of growth points, and he was the only one who could awaken more than one talent. He crossed his arms and thought that he had climbed to the 30th level in the morning and eaten the corresponding gem. However, the effect of the gem only worked late in the evening. Chang entered the room and asked what was going on. She grabbed Pin's arm and asked if he had thrown the scales of the red snake into the furnace, since this thing was explosive. She then placed the box on the table and said that everything was fine, and asked how the protagonist managed to put out the fire. She looked at the ball and with a stunned face noticed that the materials mixed very well, and this requires a lot of heat. The girl took the thick mass and said that her student was really talented. She started hammering, and the guy asked what the name of the third major organization was. Gray smoke appeared. Chan looked at the dagger and said that the third organization did exist in Pearl City, but no one knew what it was called. She handed the weapon to the young man and asked him to take it, because he wanted to buy equipment. Pin looked at the gleaming blade and concluded that it was an expensive item. Shock appeared on his face when the tutor said that the materials alone cost 100,000. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that someday he would be able to earn 3,000 a month. Chan raised her hand and said that it was time for her to go, and asked her friend to follow the old man. The awakened one looked straight and thought that although the forge was not the fox's target because it had never been opened, but because of all this commotion, they would notice this place sooner or later. The girl was riding on a swing. Suddenly, her face turned into a third-level monster. Ping held a dagger in his hand, thinking that with such equipment, he would be able to defeat a low-level enemy. He furrowed his brows and thought that if he gave the body of a fox to the city patrol, he would be able to attract the attention of the top officials. Suddenly, the guy was frozen over, and someone asked if he was going to kill the child. There were two large eyes behind him. The stranger ordered him not to move. The eyes covered one of Pin's arms, and he thought that his opponent's level was high and his talents were locked. The ghost appeared next to the protagonist, and said that if the awakened did not want to die, then they could meet in the center of the training field near the orphanage. He turned around, and the ice began to dissipate in the air. The young man sweated and assumed that the stranger was in cahoots with the celestial fox, otherwise he would have been betrayed. He walked to the big gate and thought that he had grown up in an orphanage and had practiced kung fu as a child, so he called this park an orphan training field. Pin stood in the middle of the trees, thinking about how this woman had been watching him and had stopped him when he was about to take a step, so she had lured him here for a reason. The monster walked forward. The guy noticed the beast and activated identification. A system notification appeared above the monster. The awakened man furrowed his brows and thought that this poisonous rat was 2 levels above him. But the enemy was careful, so he could just leave if he slowly retreated. Suddenly, he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and thought that if he didn't get rid of the beast, the children from the orphanage who would come to play in the park tomorrow might be killed. The rat came closer to Ping, while he thought that he could handle the equipment that Chan had given him. He opened his eyes wide and decided that he could win. The main character ran forward, thinking about the fact that in his past life he read a lot of cool novels where there were battles. Suddenly, the enemy jumped up and spun in the air. The guy attacked the beast with his blade. He gritted his teeth tightly and thought that the enemy's armor was too strong, so he would have to outwit him. The monster then jumped onto a high rock. It opened its mouth wide, green particles coming out of its tail. Streams of poison attacked the guy. He dodged it, thinking that the only unarmored place of the animal was the eye. Pin leaned his hand on the ground and thought that the rat was cunningly defending itself, curling up into a ball, so he would have to find a way to break his posture. He created a fire in his hand and smirked. The protagonist took a fighting pose and said that he did not expect that he would need this technique, in which the size of the body gives an advantage. He then rushed forward, dodging the attacks. Pin jumped high into the air, preparing to deliver the first blow. The monster curled up into a ball as the awakened man drew his dagger. The guy raised his hand with a smirk, preparing to use the ignition technique. He waved his hand. His weapon was also engulfed in flames. Shards of stone scattered around as the young man finally struck the final blow. A blast wave swept through the territory. Pin sat next to the defeated monster, thinking about how the real fight was much faster than working on improvements. There were black shadows all around, and the awakened one thought that this poison-tailed rat had appeared at a strange time. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement when he saw the fog around him. Suddenly he began to fall down. He was lying on a smooth, shining surface. Someone raised his hand and said that he was giving the young man 5 minutes. Pin looked down and recognized the voice of the stranger. She raised her sword and ordered him to prove that he was human. Ice has bound the entire body of the main character. He was covered in sweat, not knowing how he could prove it. The girl put her hand to her head, and the guy assumed that she realized that there were alienated beasts lurking in the city, and they just couldn't tell it apart. He smiled broadly and asked if she could give me a hint. She was wearing glasses, and she said that there were already 4 minutes left. Suddenly, information from the system appeared next to Shishan. The young man closed his eyes and assumed that the cleanup team was the 3rd largest organization along with the patrol and the investigation team. She furrowed her brows, shouting that there was only 1 minute left. Ping introduced the children and asked if she was also from the orphanage, since she had called the park a training ground, but he didn't remember anyone named Shishan from there. The awakened man opened his mouth wide and began to guess what the stranger's real name was. She suddenly shuddered when he called out Saisa's name. The protagonist gritted his teeth as she scratched him with the blade. She leaned closer to him and shouted that this did not prove that he was human. The guy's eyes bulged out and assumed that this was Saisai, who was 3 years older than him. He remembered himself and the girl as a child and thought that she had completed her training and joined the team of investigators. Pin struck a joyful pose and began to hum a song they both knew from childhood. Shishan blushed and ordered the topic to be reversed. Then she raised her hand and asked what the guy had been doing all this time. He furrowed his brows and replied that 2 weeks ago he had eaten the gem of the pact and turned into a summoned beast controlled only by himself, as a result of which he had become immune to illusions. The girl was covered in sweat when the young man said that there were a large number of sky foxes hiding in the city, and most likely the pack had invaded Pearl City. Shishan grabbed the awakened man by the clothes and asked if he was telling the truth. He imagined people with red eyes and mentioned the wife of the food shop owner, the furniture shop owner, and the 3 blacksmiths from the workshop. Pin looked at the old acquaintance and said that they were all low-level changing foxes. She turned away and ordered the guy not to move, and then promised to return soon. The girl took a stone in her hand and asked if Jianba thought this information was true. The hunters were standing under the night sky, and the boy said that no such alienated beast had been found in the vicinity of Pearl City. However, the ability to distort matches the protagonist's description. The captain furrowed his brows and said that he had sent men to secretly capture the 2 closest ones. They should return soon. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. The hunters turned, their comrades running towards them. The young man ran away from the girl, shouting that this diner owner had gone crazy and immediately attacked them after they left the city. The enemy jumped to the captain. He immediately clenched his hand into a fist. Then the man attacked the girl with a slight movement of his hand. It fell to the ground, emitting black smoke. The owner of the diner opened her mouth wide. Suddenly she turned into a fox. The captain raised his hand to the side and ordered the other team to kill the target. In the Pearl Academy, a woman was lying on a deck chair. Her assistant's eyes widened. The mentor sat down and looked away tensely. Then it soared into the sky. The wind was blowing, and she said that someone had killed Yu-Gi-Oh outside the city. The woman raised her hand, not understanding how they managed to deal with it so quickly and even hide the smell. There was a huge monster behind her. She was furious. Shishan stood in front of Ping, saying that they couldn't be sure that his sudden ability to recognize fox illusions wasn't a deliberate trap. She raised her hand and added that for this reason, the guy could only act as an informant, and for the next few days she would secretly guard him. The awakened man stretched his shoulder and replied that as long as they could deal with the fox, everything would be fine. Suddenly, the girl threw something into his hands and said that they were paired jade tokens, cold and warm. There was an object in the protagonist's hands, and Shishan explained that with this, she would know that he was in danger and would be able to come to the rescue immediately. She crossed her arms and added that the guy should still strengthen himself, because after all, no one can guarantee his safety. He smiled awkwardly and said that he wanted to find a martial arts school, but he couldn't afford to pay tuition. The guy then folded his hands in a grateful gesture as Shishan said that she would apply for funding to the organization, and he would find a suitable martial arts school. There was a blue sky over the city, and Pin thought that there were fewer foxes in the area, and this was probably the task of the cleanup team. He crossed his arms, wondering how they had come to know that alienated beasts had infiltrated Pier City. He raised his hands. The girl next to him was suggesting that people master kung fu. The main character approached her and asked for 1 sheet of paper. He looked at the text and said that the fee was not small, so he didn't know if it was right for him. Zemin said with a smile that it was the best value for money, and their trapper fist martial arts were quite famous in Pearl City. She gave him a stack of documents, and said that if he didn't believe her, she would show him. The girl got into a fighting pose and began to talk about the stance of the Monkey King, a giant crocodile and a phoenix claw. She rushed forward. She then stretched her hand out to the side, and Pin thought that this was indeed a good fighting style. Zemin waved her leg, saying that the Monkey King's stance has many variations and does not have a specific pattern. The main character was covered with sweat. The girl fell, and he thought that she was clearly not skilled enough to demonstrate the strength of a trapper's fist. He helped her up, when suddenly two jocks came up to them and asked to allow them to hand out leaflets here. Zemin blushed and replied that she didn't know that you couldn't do that here. The protagonist opened his mouth wide when the man in front of him advised him to come to their Shingi Fist school. He raised his hands and began to shout loudly like a man. The man opened his mouth and shouted that he had no way to avenge what had happened in the forge, so today was the first time. The girl covered the guy with herself, and said that she would not allow the villains to mock him. Suddenly, the strong men began to emit red sparks. And air boasted about their muscles. The young man jerked his hand in shock when he saw their characteristics. The guys emitted a powerful aura. Zemin took a fighting posture, and the awakened man did not expect that she would be so cool. He put his hand on his face and thought that this was a mockery, that she was helping him. Suddenly, a stack of paper fell into the girl's hands. The guy pushed her aside by the shoulders and said that he would figure it out himself, because she would have problems, because there were 3 of them. His eyes turned blue. He reminded her that she had just shown off the stance of the Monkey King. The enemies jumped into the air. The protagonist quickly moved between them, attacking them. The man emitted golden lightning as he attacked the young man. Suddenly he kicked him in a very sensitive place. The villain fell to his knees, and the protagonist said that his proud 5-strike lightning stance had turned into a kneeling stance. The guy then approached Zemin, who called him amazing, and asked him for martial arts lessons. She smiled and said that with his help, she would definitely become stronger. Pin smiled slightly, thinking that she might even become the Supreme Awakened One, and he should ask her for help in the future. The trapper's martial arts school could be seen. The students went crazy, shouting that the mentor would soon come and they would be punished. Zeming squeezed her eyes shut and explained that their master was very strict, and anyone who did not complete the task would be severely punished. Then she smirked and said that she had been punished more often than anyone else. She had been here for more than a month, and she still hadn't even mastered the basics of Kung Fu. Everyone stood in a row when a man appeared in the doorway. Bade crossed his arms and shouted that the punishment of 50 circles would follow for the wrong posture. The young man looked to the side and assumed that the tutor had the same level as Shishan. The man walked over to the student and asked if he had taught the Shingi school yesterday. The jock clenched his hand into a fist and clenched his teeth. Pin dodged abruptly, his brows furrowed. He moved quickly, shouting that Bade had gone too far to hit the rookie. The tutor, whose hands were burning, replied that he had heard that he had learned the Monkey King style just by watching the demonstration. His fist was right next to the protagonist's face, and he realized that he could not avoid it. Suddenly the old man patted his hair. He put his hands on his waist and said with a laugh that he now understood that the disciple had common sense. Bade looked at Zemin and said that he was sorry that the person who showed him the monkey stance didn't know much. The protagonist made a polite gesture and thanked him. The instructor turned around with a crazy smile and said that now it was time to check if they were lazy or not. He put his hands behind his back and ordered them to line up and fight him one-on-one. The girl poked the guy in the back with her finger. He turned around and asked what had happened. Her cheeks turned red, and she said that the teacher didn't want to teach her much, so she asked the awakened one to do so. Zemin smiled happily when the young man replied that after class, she should return with him to the Spirit of Iron, and he would become her coach. She bowed, and he thought it wasn't surprising that Bade didn't want to teach her anymore. A few days later, a sign was visible. The girl was honing her movements, and Pin ordered her to do it again, because she had made a mistake again. She suddenly fell to the floor, and the guy thought that he had broken the Monkey King style into several small moves and made her practice one move at a time. He concentrated his energy in his fist and thought that he had been practicing for a few days now, and it seemed that he was getting better. Suddenly, the awakened man turned around when he heard Chang's voice. He looked at Zemin and told her to continue training, and he would go for the time being. The girl leaned against the table and said that she did not know what was happening, but there were fewer animals. She put her elbow on the surface and added that she had to go deep into the northern forest, and they ended up coming across storm wolves. Chang then smiled and said that they dug up the ground and hid, and the wolves couldn't find the prey and went to attack the savages nearby. She showed the wind gem and concluded that she had taken advantage of the situation and received a good thing from the wolves. Pin picked up the item. A powerful aura appeared around him, and he suddenly heard strange voices. A system screen appeared in front of him with information about the new talent. The awakened man turned around and assumed that these voices belonged to the celestial foxes. He introduced the monsters and concluded that they were watching people. Steam filled the shower. Shishan was wiping her head when suddenly her talisman lit up. Lowering the towel, she said that Pin was in danger. The protagonist, shrouding himself in an aura, tried to understand why Shishan hadn't come yet, even though a lot of time had passed, and these two foxes could come at any moment, and they were mid-level foxes. They had no chance of winning. Chang frowned and asked him if he was okay. Pointing to the stairs, the guy said that she should go to see her uncle, and he himself would go buy food and prepare it for her. Placing her hand on the young man's shoulder, the girl said that he should hurry up. She hadn't eaten his food for a long time, but first she would grab the wind gem. Waving goodbye, the protagonist thought that he should take Zemin and leave before it touched his sister and uncle. When he entered the backyard of the forge, Zemin asked him if she was doing everything right. Pin grabbed her hand abruptly, telling her not to make a sound. Suddenly, a fox appeared in front of them, asking where they were going. The girl, surprised, asked what her parents were doing here. The protagonist blocked her way with his hand, telling her not to move. Zemin grabbed the young man's hand, saying that these were her parents, so it was okay. The fox, in the guise of a man, with a twisted face, asked his daughter who was next to her and why he was afraid of them. Strange smirks appeared on the couple's face when the girl said that Pin was her friend from martial arts school. Suddenly, the energy of the dark space burst out from under the guy's feet. When the foxes pounced, Pin grabbed the girl, telling her to leave her parents. He hugged her sharply, holding her close to him. The monster stretched out his hand to the guy. The young man's face twisted in pain as the fox wounded him. A moment later, dust rose from the fall of the pair. Vague figures were visible in the smoke. Zemin, standing up, asked Ping if he was okay. He replied by saying that he was fine. When the foxes appeared, the girl asked her father why he attacked. The protagonist abruptly interrupted her, telling her not to approach them, for they were alienated beasts. Opening his mouth, the fox asked how he had managed to decipher their disguise. Rushing to attack, the monster said that this was why they could not leave him. After blocking the attack, Pin was amazed at the speed of the enemy. He could not dodge. Zemin froze as the monster stretched out its hands towards her, calling her a good girl. The protagonist gritted his teeth, holding back the enemy. He could not save his girlfriend. Shishan arrived and shouted, telling the guy to get out of the way. A moment later, the ice stakes pierced the monsters. The girl was in front of the couple in an instant. Moving at great speed, she attacked monsters. Dissolving the ice spike in her hand, Shishan asked if they were okay. Zemin abruptly stepped forward and shouted, asking why she had killed her parents. Ping tried to explain to her that it was not her parents, but those who had taken their form. Clutching her head, Zemin shouted, saying that it was impossible. It was definitely her parents. After hugging the girl, the protagonist asked his friend why the foxes hadn't shown their true form. Shishan replied by saying that perhaps there was a royal sky fox in the city, which had enhanced the pack's talent for creating illusions, so that even a low-level fox could hide from a high-level awakened. The guy frowned. He touched the fox's mask, realizing that he was the only one who could reveal the critter's disguise. Raising his mask, the young man said that these alienated beasts had killed her parents and disguised themselves as them. At that moment, the girl froze, remembering her parents. Now she was finally able to see the appearance of a fox, a corpse split in two. Crying, Zemin asked how this could happen. Sitting on the throne, the queen said that 9 of their comrades had died this week. Throwing one leg over the other, she said that people seemed to have found a way to shatter illusions. The fox, approaching the throne, asked why they didn't just kill everyone and take over the city. Another monster, chewing on his hand, objected, saying that they would then have nothing to eat. The queen, waving her hand, ordered silence. Throwing up her hand, she said that it was pointless to kill all the people. It would be a waste of food. It was time for them to lure out those who were hiding in the shadows and kill them one by one. Narrowing her eyes, she asked if the Lord had a plan. The man bowed and said that they might be able to lure other races here to wreak havoc and then focus on destroying the strongest members of the human race. Clenching his fist, Huang said that there were 3 organizations, and in addition to the patrol and the investigation team, there was another one. When the Lord was wounded by the king and fled, he suspected that he was hiding in this organization, and now he was waiting for them to reveal themselves. A fox standing aside said that it was not a bad idea to lure other races here. The queen got up and said that their king was still asleep. Fully transformed, she told Huang that even though he had helped her people, if he tried to do something, she would kill him. Turning around, she said that she hoped he knew his place. The man immediately knelt down, saying that he had dedicated his life to Pearl City, but unfortunately turned out to be incompetent. The city was developing too slowly. With a chuckle, he said that he only hoped that Pearl City would be in the hands of a strong man. Zemin's hand was trembling. She gently touched the blood. Tears flowed down her face non-stop. Shutting her eyes, she screamed, asking her parents to forgive her weakness. Shishan stood beside Ping and asked what she could do even if she knew. Suddenly, Zemin shouted, saying that it was her fault. She was too weak. People like her couldn't even master the basics of kung fu. But why did this happen to her parents? The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He hugged the girl. Parting his lips, he said that it was not her fault. Shishan turned away when the guy said that he, like her, had a person who meant a lot to him. But then she was killed by a celestial fox from the patrol. He can't stop thinking that if he had prevented her from going on patrol that day, the tragedy would not have happened. The girl snuggled up to the young man when he said that deep down he knew that even if he went back in time, he would not be able to change the ending. It was her dream to work in a patrol, and no one could stop her. Smiling sadly, he said that no one could change what was destined to happen, so she wasn't to blame for the death of her family. But she could change the future and become strong enough to protect those who mattered to her. Her parents would definitely be happy for her. Squeezing her eyes shut, Zemin thanked Ping. When the protagonist said that he would destroy all the monsters in the city, he suddenly spat out blood he had previously held on, but did not know that it would last so long. The guy's eyes slowly opened. Zemin, smiling broadly, said that he had finally woken up. Standing up, the young man asked how long he had been sleeping. Shishan, instead of answering, told him not to move, otherwise he would open the wound. Grabbing Ping's hand, Zemin said that she had decided to become stronger. Waving her hand, she said that as she grew stronger, she would destroy the celestial fox with him. Shishan crossed her arms over her chest and said that her house was not safe now. He could even guarantee her protection if they were together. The protagonist frowned sharply when he heard Shiyu's voice. The guy, looking at his girlfriend, said that something was happening to the fox. Sometime later, Shishan introduced Huang and said that the man had become the vice lord of Pearl City, had engaged in a dialogue with the fox and had called himself his subordinate, which meant that he had most likely betrayed humans. And as for the king's ability to enhance the illusions of the pack, even the highest awakened could not recognize them. Looking at Ping on the bed, she said that since the king was asleep, it was time to counterattack. They needed his cooperation to detect the sky foxes. At the same time, the old man, looking at Cham, said that he was hungry. She smiled and said that he had to wait for a while. Ping would soon return with food. Events take us to the base of the cleanup group. The girl, jumping, said that she was told to open a secret room. Now they will open the canopy again. Manny stretched and said that Shishan was very good at making people do things. The doors of the room opened. Sue, looking at her friend, asked if she wanted coffee. This time it would take a long time. The girl smiled and said that she had just drunk coffee. The pentagram swelled with mana. Raising her hands, Sue said that the light was enriched. As darkness broke out in the center, Manny announced the end of the blackout. The entire space above the city was covered by a mana canopy. After the start of cooperation, the cleanup team was finally ready to reveal some of the information. It was the most mysterious organization in Pearl City. As a mainstay of Pearl City, the cleanup team is often forced to conduct covert operations, and the group is supported by a special organization within it, the Border Command, which includes Jinbo and Shishan. There are 3 main members of the border team. Manny was the leader. Her strength was the Black Curtain, and it was she who created the dark space that Pin entered several times. Su had the power of enriching sunlight. She absorbed sunlight to provide her comrades with energy to continue the fight. Chun, on the other hand, had the power of light and shadow. She was able to become invisible by changing light and shadows on the surface of an object. Together, they can activate a lighted canopy that smoothly pulls king-level creatures into a dark space, and they can also alter the scenery of their inner world to confuse their opponents. The girls walked calmly down the street. Looking around, one of them asked Minar why they didn't just pick a few here and take them home. When the girls' figures distorted, one of them said that the city was not safe now, so it was better to be careful. Yoongi turned her head sharply. Raising her head, Minar asked her friend if she thought something was wrong. Frowning sharply, she said she didn't know. Ming, looking around, asked where everyone had gone. Jinbo clenched his fist. He was approaching his targets from behind at great speed. When the girls dodged, he said that it was a pity that he couldn't kill them all with one punch. Leaning over, Min asked if he was afraid that they would call for reinforcements. Enveloping himself in an aura, Jinbo said that he was just waiting for it. At the same moment, he remembered that these two, according to Ping, were approximately 25th level. The girls rushed towards him at the same time. He easily blocked Ming's attack. The guy frowned. Minar appeared in front of him and said that it was just food. Jinbo glanced at his hand, mentally saying that he had already blocked it. Min and Minar delivered a hail of blows. Grinning, the girl said that she did not know how they killed their own kind. Her speech was interrupted by a fist that hit her. Throwing his opponent aside, Jinbo said that she would find out now. Minar jumped, saying that she would take his life. Frowning, the warrior said that he understood her. Grabbing the monster's hand, he said that he could not see it, but had a pretty good idea of its size. Breaking her arm, he said that she was very good at sneaky attacks, but she was no better at fighting head-on. At that moment, Min attacked from behind. Jinbo sneered and greeted him. The warrior threw the Minar at his opponent with a sharp movement. He was over the monsters in one jump. Jinbo raised his leg. The foxes crashed into the ground at great speed. As the opponent stood beside them, Minar asked Ming why she couldn't feel it. The foxes were horrified when Jinbo swung for a blow. An explosion thundered on the street. Pin, who was standing on the roof, said that this guy was strong. Shishan chuckled and said that Jinbo was still the leader of their battle group. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that his gaze was reminiscent of heroes from games. In the outside world, people walked quietly down the street. The girl touched the earpiece as Shirbai said that the alienated beasts outside the city had begun to gather and riot. If they entered the city at such a time, it would increase the load on the illuminated canopy. They needed to go to the suburbs and reconnoiter the situation. He had already recorded the information about the Sky Fox and would entrust it to the battle group. The protagonist standing next to her thought that the storm wolves that Chan had encountered earlier might be related to this. The girl, turning around, said that it was time for them to go. She would personally send someone to guard the forge. Pin, grinning, asked if someone important had called her. Shishan replied by saying that he was their leader. He would meet him after the mission. Soon the couple found themselves outside the city. Looking around the area, the young man said that it was the first time he had left the city. Suddenly, one of the plants trembled. The girl, stretching out her hand, said, "Do not approach the plants." Suddenly, the grass spat out a cloud of liquid. When the acid sprayed, Shishan said that these plants are rich in hydrogen chloride. They are very corrosive. Pointing to the fallen acid, she said that now is the time for them to ripen. Ripe fruits explode like fireworks. As the water trembled, the lady said that there were also alienated beasts that fed on grass with hydrogen chloride. Pointing at the rabbit, she said that it would be his first opponent. The protagonist, looking at the rabbit, made an identification. It turned out that the beast had the 9th level and could shoot extremely corrosive water from the sweat glands. Wrapping the dagger in flames, the guy mentally said that this rabbit looked harmless, but its level was higher than that of a rat with a poisonous tail. The young man threw his dagger at the beast. The rabbit jumped away. Pin immediately found himself near the monster. The rabbit shot corrosive water. Blocking the shells, the guy said that it was impossible to act like that. Seeing the grass shoot, the young man shouted, saying that hydrochloric acid had been triggered. As the acid sprayed, Pin said that he needed to dodge the acid, then analyze the situation. As he began to run away, he said that the rabbit had a keen sense of smell and quick reflexes, so the sneak attack did not work. Jumping up, the young man said that the enemy had ranged combat skills and immunity to hydrochloric acid. Upon landing, the guy said that the rabbit was very cunning. First he sprayed acid so that he could not get close to him, and then deliberately led him to ripe fruit. Looking at his hands, Pin tried to understand why the acid hadn't worked on him, because he had deflected the liquid from the beast's ears. Summoning the fire, he decided that everything was thanks to him. The rabbit shrieked and fired a lot of projectiles. The protagonist deflected all the shells with a wave of his hand. The acid dissolved, falling into the fire. Clenching his fist, Pin said that acid can't stand fire. No wonder Shishan took it easy for him to challenge an opponent at this level. The beast's eyes turned red with anger. This man was wasting his acid soup so easily. Rushing to the guy, he asked him why he didn't drink his soup. The protagonist, raising his hands, said that he had a familiar feeling that this animal had a second stage. The young man began to repel the attacks of the beast. A wound appeared on his shoulder. Glancing at the rabid rabbit, the young man asked him, could it be that after realizing that ranged attacks didn't work, he decided to fight it? Ping, having made a decision, completely enveloped himself in fire. Frowning, he said that in this way he would exhaust his flame reserves, so he needed to act quickly. Rushing to the rabbit, the guy said that he was not the only one who knew how to set traps. The protagonist began to tirelessly attack the beast. Flames filled the area. The young man, swinging his dagger, said that he had nowhere to run now. The beast, being surrounded by flames, was angry. He jumped up sharply, dodging the attack. Pin chuckled, saying that this was exactly what he wanted. Raising his leg, he activated the fire eater and began to absorb the flames. The guy got into a sprint stance, saying that he would watch him dodge in the air. A fiery shell hit the target. The protagonist straightened up and exhaled, saying that his values had not increased, which meant that the rabbit was still alive. Approaching the beast, he stabbed it a couple of times with his dagger. As his values increased, the young man smiled, saying that the 9th level monster had increased his stats by 2 points. It was only a pity that the level had not increased. The young man, once again shrouding his weapon in fire, said that the fire eater had received a path for cultivation. He turned sharply, feeling something. Pin cursed when he saw the huge number of beasts. Raising his hand, the protagonist realized that he had already used up his entire supply of fire. There were too many opponents in front of him. One of the beasts grew sharply, and its muscles swelled. Reaching into his inner pocket, Pin said that he could still activate the Jade token. Turning sharply, the guy ran in horror. Pouring fire into the badge, he shouted, calling his sister for help. Suddenly, the rabbits blocked his way. Turning around, the guy realized that these creatures know how to surround the enemy. The protagonist was surrounded on all sides. Pin covered his head with his hands. Suddenly, an ice wall appeared behind him. Looking back, the guy said that this water element was familiar to him. Shishan, approaching, told the young man to move away. Holding out her hand, she said that these rabbits were surprisingly mad too. A huge wave of water rushed towards the beasts. A moment later, a wave swept over the rabbits. The animals squeaked, barely staying afloat. The girl snapped her fingers. In the same second, all the water turned into ice. A huge structure of ice formed in front of the guy. Glancing at Ping, Shishan asked why there were so many of them all of a sudden. The guy shrugged his shoulders and said that he didn't know the reason either. The girl turned her head. She summoned her sword, saying that soon as many more beasts would come to them. Suddenly, the rabbits attacked the block of ice, wanting to free the leader. The girl stood up, realizing that the rabbits were not paying attention to her now, as if they were attracted to something here. Shishan shifted abruptly and began to slaughter the beasts. Soon she was cutting the last rabbit. Glancing at the icebound pack leader, she decided that he had driven everyone into a frenzy. Shishan touched the ice. The ice suddenly broke into fragments. The girl crouched down in front of one of the fragments. Taking out the pill, she said that there was indeed a soul-attracting pill here. The protagonist approached and asked what the pill was, and she replied that it was a device created by an organization to control alienated beasts. The Zhu beast family had created the pill, so it had finally appeared. Imagining the members of this family, Shishan said that the pill exuded a unique fragrance that only alienated beginner and intermediate level beasts could smell. This smell lures alienated beasts to eat the pill, unlike gems. An animal that absorbed the soul attraction pill would lose its mind, mutate, and eventually be forced to domesticate. But no one knew how the Zhu family controlled such beasts. Clenching her fist, the girl said that such things are not digestible, and if this is not controlled, there will be even more of them. Splitting the pill, she said that the alienated beast rebellion should be related to the soul attraction pill. She would report everything to the headquarters until the investigation was over. He should be honest with her and train outside the city. The protagonist, saluting, accepted the order. Shishan turned around sharply and threw a projectile. Its stream of water cut through the tree. She began to examine the stump carefully. The girl, lowering her hand, said that there was no one there after all. A week later, the fox approached the queen and said that the foxes living in the vicinity of Tinker Street had gathered there. The queen, frowning, chuckled. A strong wind blew on the city. The girl, frowning, mentally said that alienated beast riots are happening more and more often. Could it be that Huang did it? Standing up, she mentally said that they couldn't fully rely on this person. After releasing her aura, the queen said that people had recently found a way to overcome psychic manipulation, which had led to great losses among their people. In the past week she had discovered that most of the people had died on Tinker Street. They lived near the street and were likely to be the next target. The foxes looked at each other when the queen said that she wanted them to make a fuss so that everyone would think they were trying to escape and proceed further. Transforming her hand, the queen said that she wanted to see who these people were. Events take us to the forest. The protagonist jumped on the rabbit from behind. He successfully attacked the beast and killed it. When the rabbits began to move around him, the guy was calm. After a week spent destroying these beasts, his level had risen to 6th. He had also mastered their attack patterns and weaknesses. A lot of shells of acid rushed towards the guy. All the shells fell into the whirlpool of flames. Ping, once near the beast, said that it could neutralize ranged attacks without any harm, and if provoked by the beasts, they would cover their entire bodies with acid to engage in close combat. The protagonist set fire to acid on rabbits, but the disadvantage was that there was very little acid burning, and it would not be enough to kill. The young man threw the scales of the red snake at the beast as fuel. The flames around the rabbit immediately intensified. A moment later, a column of flame rose. Pin calmly stepped out of the fire. He grinned. The guy had been collecting snake scales for a long time and now he had used up everything. Looking at the burning beasts, he said that after dealing with so many rabbits, he should have improved his stats. Summoning the system panel, the protagonist was delighted to see an increased level, and the gem of the contract was also improved. After summoning a gem, Pin said that he had previously thought that the gem's level was in sync with his own level, but after it had improved to 6th, he was still 4th. So this was due to the fact that the gem of the treaty was more difficult to upgrade. Thinking about what ability would awaken this time if he ate the gem, the protagonist did not notice how dark mana enveloped the corpse of the animal. The rabbit's eyes opened abruptly. After swallowing the gem, the young man turned around. He was frightened when he saw the rabbit stand up. Chuckling, Pin summoned the flames, saying that he was no longer what he was before. The protagonist rushed to attack. When the beast rushed towards him, the young man laughed. Suddenly, the rabbit dodged his blade. The guy threw the dagger, thinking that he had created a ghost by killing too many rabbits. The protagonist caught the dagger with his other hand. He attacked the beast in a second, saying that whether it was a spirit or a ghost, it must die. Soon, the dark energy began to dissipate. The young man, examining the corpse, tried to understand when the rabbits had acquired such a skill. After stabbing the beast several times, he guessed that it was also controlled by the soul attraction pill. Pin, taking out something, said that there was indeed something inside, but it was not a pill. Enveloping the item in mana, He made an identification, but the system was unable to recognize it. The guy frowned. He hadn't encountered something so difficult to identify for a long time. Suddenly the system told him that it was the essence of the dark mist. Its use could lead to unexpected consequences, because it was the essence of mana stored in the testicles of a black goat. The main character was sitting by the fire. The system could not recognize the object in his hand. He smirked contentedly when he saw that it was the essence of the dark mist. A goat could be seen, emitting a black aura. The monster ran towards the crowd of animals. The eyes of the beast shone brightly. They almost collided. The monsters fought, screaming loudly. The shadow penetrated into the boar's body through the nose. He threw up his head and shouted loudly. The guy held the essence in his hand, saying that this jewel was like a windstone and was a rare item. He lay down on the ground and said that the problem was that it belonged to a black goat, and it was actually a kind of diaphragm. The young man introduced the huge monster and their fight with Zemin. He then imagined the red-eyed enemies looking down. The main character looked down. He then swallowed the essence, pressing his hand to his mouth. His eyes immediately turned red. The guy pressed his hands to his head and screamed shrilly. He fell down, imagining a girl sitting in his arms. The protagonist furrowed his brows. The monster controlled Jingyao like a puppet. She said with a smile that the awakened must live. The young man gritted his teeth and told her not to worry. He promised not to die until he had killed all the foxes. The mist dissipated in his hand, and he said that this time the talent was of the martial type, both offensive and defensive. There was a fire nearby, and Pin saw that his height had increased by 3 stars. Tears poured down his cheeks, and he cursed quietly. Clenching his hands into fists, he asked why he looked like that. A crowd of guys was walking towards him, while he was trying to understand that in any case, he would soon have the strength to avenge his girlfriend. The hunter raised his hand and asked if Pin was okay, but his companion advised him not to meddle in his own business. The main character stood up, and the young man called him again. The awakened man turned around and replied that he was fine. He sweated in surprise as the crowd began to flee in fear, shouting that they had seen a ghost. The guy looked at his hand and asked if that meant he could absorb someone's fear and turn it into a mist. His hand turned black, and he came to the conclusion that the mist could change its shape depending on his thoughts. A sharp blade appeared. Pin waved his hand and decided to try to do minimal damage first. The tree broke into 2 halves. There were blue stripes around the young man. Then, many fragments of trees appeared in the air. The protagonist looked up and said with a smirk, "This fog will do a lot." His eyes shone brightly, and he said that if used correctly, the body of this mist would be his best card against high-level alienated beasts. Shishan ran towards the awakened one, shouting his name loudly. Suddenly, she swept past him, concentrating energy in her hand. The young man smiled as the girl asked where the mist beast was. She opened her mouth in shock when she heard that the protagonist had eaten the essence of the dark mist. She walked up to him, shouting loudly if he wanted to die. Shishan turned away and crossed her arms, and Ping replied that it was okay, and if there was any trouble, then he could order himself to spit it out. The girl did not turn around, asking why he thought that he could get rid of this. She took the crystal in her hand and asked if he thought it might be a parasite. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and asked if she meant that what he ate was dangerous. Shishan furrowed her brows and explained that the mist-alienated beasts are creatures of unknown origin, and they do not have a permanent form. She imagined a black goat and assumed that it was a puppet. A purple ball was visible, and the girl said that after the death of the owner of the body, such animals penetrate into one of his organs and wait for the next owner. Shishan crossed her arms, saying that the Stygian mist could manipulate what it infected. Pin touched his lips and thought that the intense pain he felt when he ate the essence was due to the mist taking control of his body. The girl turned to him and said that he was special, that he had a monster in him who had destroyed the misty alienated beast. She smiled slyly and said that if something happened to the guy, that she would have to kill him. The protagonist raised his hands and said in a frightened way that he had made a mistake, and a spider appeared between them. It opened its eyes wide. The girl opened her mouth in fright. Then she jerked and screamed loudly. Shishan began to attack the spider, which was already running away in fear. Suddenly, she snuggled up to Pin's body and asked him to get the insect out of here as soon as possible. He patted her head with a smile and thought that her fear from childhood had not gone away. The little protagonist ran to the girl, shouting that he had caught something. Shishan turned away, jerking her hand when she saw the beetle. The boy looked up, and the girl asked why he wanted to catch bugs to make friends with them, because there are many other children in the shelter. He lowered his head and asked what he should do when the children left the orphanage. Shishan hugged him and promised that she would be his friend no matter what happened. There were trees around. They made a promise to each other. Adult Shishan was snuggling up to the chest of the main character. Suddenly she pushed him away from her and asked why he held her so tightly. She turned away and said that in the wild, any object of unknown origin is dangerous, and it should not let its guard down in the future. Shishan straightened her hair and said with a smirk that this was something he should remember. The awakened man smiled and thought that his girlfriend had become cold and distant after joining the team, but now he realized that she hadn't changed at all. The token suddenly turned red. The girl took the object in her hand and asked what was happening. She walked past Ping and said that it was time for them to go back to Pearl City because Jinbo had been seriously injured by the fox. They walked away, and Shishan said that she would explain everything on the way. The territory of the city appeared when the hero remembered that on the way, that girl had told him something about the world outside the city, namely that alienated beasts had gone on a rampage, and the surviving people were forced to build a wall to protect themselves, and due to the blocked traffic, they could only rely on the investigation team and civic activists to sort out the maps. A map also appeared after his thoughts that according to the investigation team's information, there were savage villages and settlements near Pearl City, located in places where there were fewer alienated beasts, and further away was the sea. But due to the high-level alienated beasts living in it, they could not continue their research, and therefore it was unknown what was beyond the sea. The man, spreading his arms, said that they were currently relying on the illuminated canopy to monitor the situation in the city, and until last night they had not been able to detect any abnormalities in the sky foxes. Standing in front of them, the man also added that the intermediate and beginner-level foxes from one of the streets came to the surface, and therefore they had to go to fight them, but they did not know that it was a trap and there was an enemy leader there. as a result of which the team leader was seriously injured while covering the retreat of the others, and therefore now the captain wants to so that she would take over his duties and lead the detachment guarding the city. The young man, looking at her, asked if she needed help, but the interlocutor answered in the negative and asked him to go to the Spirit of Iron. The guy, looking after them, hoped that they would all be safe. Stretching, the hero noted that he finally had the opportunity to relax a little, because these few days in the desert were really tiring. The man, walking down the street, thought about how Zeman could be doing with the fist of a beast. Suddenly his eyes widened. Looking to the side, the young man tried to understand why all the other people were not moving. Immediately someone came up to him and called out to him. A man appeared in the windows of the system above him. At the same time, the protagonist could not understand what his characteristics were, while the stranger explained that he would not be able to see his abilities in this way and added that he still had to praise him, because even the awakened of the average level can only use the identification technique no more than 10 times a day, and the latter is able to apply it indefinitely. The guy, looking ahead, remembered that he had ordered his body to carry out identification and therefore he had the opportunity to use it indefinitely, and immediately asked what he needed from him. Taking the blade in his hand, the young man realized that although this man looked peaceful, but an aura emanated from him, which caused goosebumps to run down his spine, and the interlocutor asked if he was really playing with him. The old man, frowning, asked if he was going to fight. The hero, taking a fighting stance, replied that he had no reason to fight him and thought about just running away. Then the stranger wondered if he needed a reason to become stronger, because revenge for a girlfriend was just empty words. The protagonist made a leap forward after thinking about what he needed to do, what he wanted. The young man was already right next to him. His eyes suddenly opened wide after the suggestion that it was all a time rift. His hand began to accumulate energy again as he thought that this was an ordinary spatial skill because his opponent had just appeared behind him. The old man stopped the guy's hand and said that he could do well to improve his speed. The hero, standing in front of him, asked again. Flames appeared on his other hand. Immediately after, the protagonist attacked this person once again after activating the Flame Eater skill. His eyes immediately widened. The image of the man began to disappear after the words that now it was his turn to attack. The young man dodged a certain projectile and asked if it was a water elemental. Dodging many attacks, the fighter tried to understand how many abilities his opponent had. A purple substance began to appear on his hand. It immediately turned into a shield. The crystals hit the defenses and shattered. The hero, frowning, understood that he first needed to strike to create a gap. Immediately after, the fighter used some kind of attack of the Stygian mist. Jumping towards the enemy, the protagonist knew that he should then use the Night Hunter to sneak in. The enemy, smiling, noted that it was quite clever, but not particularly effective. The man's eyes immediately opened wide. A bright light lit up the street. The fighter flew back and hit the asphalt. The guy couldn't move while his opponent was talking about the fact that there were rarely those who could have such strength. As he was leaving, the old man asked if he would talk to him. The young man, kneeling, knew that he was much stronger than Shishan and Jean, and only the only one who could be that strong was the leader of the cleansing group. Bowing, the guy asked how he could address his interlocutor. The latter, smiling, replied that he had the opportunity to call him whatever he wanted, and also asked if he did not know his name. The hero, sitting down on a chair, realized that the cleanup team had found out everything about him, but could not understand why this man decided to meet with him. The man, bringing the glass to his mouth, asked the interlocutor not to think too much until he had the opportunity to resist the ability to read minds. The leader, imagining the image of a certain person, explained that there had been no owners of unlimited abilities in the city for 200 years and asked why the young man did not come and see. The hero, jumping up from his chair, shouted a question about whether he really had such an ability, because the highest level of human talent and rank was not the limit. The old man sitting opposite said that even the awakened one with the strongest talent can only get one in their entire life. But the limitless level is something completely different, because it removes the limit from the number of talents, and therefore you can constantly awaken new abilities. His eyes lit up blue after asking if his personal limitless talent, the Way of Man, could copy his contract gem. The old man, keeping his hands on the table, also added that he would not try to do it just like that, and whatever the result, he would be grateful and answer all questions. Then the interlocutor asked if he had the opportunity to refuse. The leader, showing a certain box, suggested that he first look at this thing. The young man stared at her as the leader talked about how this bracelet was called a gold vault, and had been his main equipment in his early years, because it had the skill of storage. The young man, holding out his hands, said that he was very generous and remembered that this vault was just what he needed. The old man, raising his hand, ordered him to do the same. The hero raised his hand to his. The head's eyes closed. Immediately afterward, the man exhaled. The young man, holding onto his wrist, asked if that was all. The interlocutor, imagining him with the crystal, replied that he did not have the ability to reproduce such abilities and even those derived talents could not be copied, and therefore it can be concluded that he is special. The man, putting his hand on the box, said that this object now belongs to him, and the man, in turn, thanked him. The protagonist's eyes suddenly opened wider. A certain girl appeared after reports that a successful identification had been carried out and information was being reproduced. She was doused with something when a person suggested that any special equipment was made using human lives. Frowning, the soldier thought that this was extreme cruelty. Looking ahead, the hero wondered if the process of creating all the special equipment was really so cruel. The man, drinking another glass, said that this was the case 200 years ago, and although it is forbidden now, there are still unscrupulous people who are engaged in sacrifices, and therefore he wanted to destroy this thing. But if it is used correctly, then the spirits of the dead will be able to rest in peace. The young man, sitting in front of him, asked about what the city was like at that time, and whether it was full of people killing each other in this way. The leader, putting the vessel on the table, replied in the affirmative. After imagining the faces of several people, the man said that at that time, this city was ruled by one family, because of which everyone in the city was ordinary slaves and they had nothing, not even hope. People carried some stones when the interlocutor said that the men worked day and night, but could only get a small amount of food. A girl lying on the ground also appeared after his words that women were chosen as slaves of the ruling family and became toys. The children also appeared after his story that all children were subordinated, constantly instilling in them that they should be faithful to that family. Some people flew into a huge mouth, and at the same time, the leader said that the old people who could no longer work were used as fodder, given to be eaten by domesticated alienated animals. A footage of a ritual appeared after his words that in those days, if someone became awakened, they were either taken over and enslaved, or used to make equipment. Imagining people running somewhere, the man told that because of the evil deeds of that family, a few people who had the opportunity to accumulate their powers finally united to overthrow the dictators. The guy, taking the kettle in his hand, replied that everything was clear to him. Then the interlocutor asked if he had any more questions. The guy, pouring tea for the leader, asked why he didn't deal with the Moon Prince and liberate the city again. The old man, frowning, explained that it was not that he did not want to, but he simply did not have the opportunity, because the young man might think that the defense of the city was weak, because they did not even know about the invasion of the Heavenly Foxes. But this was not true, because in fact, the defense system of the city was perfect. The investigation team appeared after he said that there was a group working there that investigated and exorcised alienated animals. 2 more fighters also appeared when the leader spoke about the fact that there was a cleanup group near the city gates, secretly removing aliens. 2 spheres appeared after he told them that there was also a king-level artifact inside the city, a pearl of the sun and moon, near which all beings would be lowered to level 40 or below, and in other words, even if they were invaded by a royal alien beast, it would be demoted to the highest. Turning away, the man also noted that he was the strongest fighter of the highest level. His open mouth appeared. The guy stood up and asked if he wanted to say that a rat had appeared in the city. The interlocutor turned around and explained that after the disappearance of the city lord, only the remaining members of that family knew how to operate the artifact except him. The young man gritted his teeth and asked if this clan had deactivated the pearl and then let the celestial fox in, and also added that they were also responsible for the recent gathering of alienated beasts and the riot, and wondered why they hadn't killed all those scoundrels at once. The man, exhaling, replied that after the overthrow of the clan, they tried to get rid of its remnants, but most likely they were already firmly rooted in the city, since they had been living here for hundreds of years. The young man, clenching his hands into fists, realized that many suspicions were related to the invasion of these foxes, but he could not understand what the purpose of this family was, whether the lord of the city was alive or not, and what was the purpose of the rebellion of those beasts. Standing behind, the hero knew that there were no answers to these questions yet, but the leader must be extremely careful in his actions, because otherwise he would fall into the trap of the enemy and die in battle, and in this case, the city would be deprived of all hope. Looking at this man, the protagonist thought that as in the wars of the past, nuclear weapons are only a deterrent and should not be used until a critical moment. And even if the Moon Prince continues to provoke them and commit murders, then anyone can become impulsive, but not the head. Without turning around, the man explained that although he had not been able to copy his abilities, they still needed him. Holding out his hand, the man asked if he wanted to join the cleanup team. The old man bowed his head slightly. The hero, in turn, shook his hand. Frowning, the protagonist said that he agreed. A forge appeared and one of the girls asked why her friend suddenly began to repair equipment, and she replied that she was doing it while she had time. Sitting on a chair, Zemin noted that several days had already passed, but it was still not clear when their comrade would return. The interlocutor, looking at her, asked if she was bored because then her absent-mindedness was extremely unsurprising, and she also replied that these days she had no one to teach kung fu. Smiling, Xiao asked her to take a look at herself. After all, she was acting like a daughter-in-law, and still said that she didn't think about him every day. Taking the knife in her hand, the friend said that she was only joking. Lowering it into the water, the blacksmith also explained that in fact, the villages outside the city and the areas that were teeming with dangerous alienated beasts had already been marked, and until his comrade wandered into these places, he would be completely safe. Zemin looked at her and asked if there were any villages outside the city. The interlocutor, turning around, answered in the affirmative and said that they were often closed, backward and unfriendly. A kind of ritual appeared after her words that the locals even worshipped alienated animals as gods, and if she happened to meet such a village, it was better to avoid it, because otherwise it could become a slave or a victim, if, of course, they caught their eye. The friend, putting her hand to her mouth, asked if they would be able to negotiate with them if they were still reasonable. She, smiling broadly, replied that they were not even people, because the most dangerous thing in the wild was not alienated animals, but these savages. Bending over, Chang spoke about how some of them like to wear strange masks and appear silently behind their backs. The friend, with her eyes wide open, exclaimed that her description fits what is happening now. The interlocutor, hugging, noted that it really looked like it. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The protagonist, raising his hands, shouted. The girl immediately hit him between the legs. His eyes turned white with pain after this. Bending down, the young man noted that it was too terrible, and decided to pretend that nothing had happened. She, standing by the barrel, shouted a question about who it was. The guy, smiling, said his name. The two of them frowned. Chang grabbed him, shouted that he hadn't even reported that he was coming back, and was still pretending to scare them. The hero closed his eyes and explained that he had heard them talking about the village of savages when he returned home and decided to cheer them up, because he just wanted to add a little to the atmosphere. But it was unexpected that it would turn around and hit him like that. A friend, taking a jacket, asked if he had finished training, and his friend replied that he would continue to hone his skills in the city. A colleague, putting on a jacket, noted that only today she found one clue. As she was leaving, Chang said that she was leaving the city and therefore hoped that he would take care of her uncle, while the young man asked why she was in such a hurry. The friend, waving her hand, explained that some people were waiting for him every day and therefore she had better leave them. Zemin, running away, said that it was time for her to go to her room. Suddenly she stopped. Without turning around, the girl called his name. The comrade-in-arms, smiling, said that she was glad that he returned safe and sound. The young man, raising his hand, realized that he had been in this world for so long, but for the first time he felt at home. The old man, appearing in the room, asked what he was smiling at. Closing his eyes, the guest asked him to go to Chang tomorrow and tell him that she could not leave the city. His uncle struck him on the head and told him not to look at him like that, for he was neither stupid nor ill, but only pretending. The protagonist rubbed his head while the interlocutor said that Shan Shan had disappeared a long time ago, and something very bad had most likely happened to her. Sitting down on the chair, the old man said that he knew his daughter's strength better than anyone else, but Chan wanted to find out her whereabouts. But he was afraid that something bad might happen to her too, so he had to play a fool so that she would not have time to take risks. The hero was still standing in front of him, holding the receiver to his mouth. The interlocutor explained that she was a devoted girl, and if she got attached to something, she would think about it for a long time, and therefore there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Shaking the tobacco out of the pipe, the man also noted that the guest was very talented in forging, but Chan was not very good at training, so she was still inexperienced and therefore had many mistakes, and added that in the coming days, he would have to learn the real skill of forging. The old man, holding out the phone, explained that this skill was not supernatural, but it was unique to their family, and therefore he needed to learn it by heart. The protagonist, clenching his fist in his hand, shouted that he was obliged to live up to his expectations. His eyes widened as he heard someone calling out to him. The image of a smiling girl appeared. The fighter, looking away, listened to her say that he should not be discouraged. A petal fell to the ground in front of the smithy building. The uncle was sitting in front of the girl on a chair when the hero remembered that after that, as the old man wanted, Sister Chang did not travel outside the city, and he secretly taught him the real art. An object appeared in his hand after thinking that he had to use a forging technique on the Stygian mist, which he was able to replicate a more accurate shape. Zemin also showed up after realizing that she was able to free the Monkey King style from the first 3 styles. He also remembered the girl's face and realized that he had definitely heard Jing Yao's voice that night. Afterwards, he remembered another similar face after realizing that there was a sense of déjà vu then, so that evening he had to turn to the cleanup team for confirmation. Bringing the object to his face, the guy said that a celestial limb had disguised himself near the forge, and he happened to hear it clearly. The leader, looking down, replied that they had already cleared the territory of his activities and there could be no foxes here. Imagining that girl, the fighter realized that if the whisper of the wind did not hear him, then it could be something else, because perhaps she was still alive, and therefore, for the sake of revenge and answers, he should tear off the mask from the girl with his own hands. Someone was walking to the door of one of the houses. The man thrust the crowbar into the hole between the doors. The door opened. Stretching out his hands, the man said that she was sleeping like a dead woman, and apparently the medicine that she was given had an effect. Immediately afterward, the burglar tore off her blanket and added that he had heard that she had a great figure, white skin and a beautiful face. Raising his hand to her, the invader knew that this evening he would test her and see if she was as good as everyone said. A kind of black mist appeared behind him. Turning around, the man tried to figure out what the hell it was. Looking in different directions, the man heard some words. An image appeared behind him, and there was a question about whether it was true that he had harmed many women for the past 10 years. The stranger's eyes widened as the interlocutor behind said that he had been ordered to come here to take his life. Running away, the man remembered that the family of this girl must have been stupefied. The dark substance was still following him. Suddenly something pierced his leg. The man flew to the ground. An unknown person, being behind, asked if he was still going to fight. The intruder's body was covered with trembling. Someone, kicking him, noted that he thought that all serial killers were really cool, but apparently this is how they all lose consciousness. The young man, taking the criminal's mask, realized that this was the end of the team's first mission and also asked to be taken to the others. A system window appeared in front of the man's face with his characteristics. When the hero said that it was a person who awakened such a power in himself, and then used it to do evil, another notification immediately appeared about the start of reproduction. The woman, stretching out her hand, asked to let his daughter go. The invader, sitting on a chair, said that it was unfair, because they had all taken his pills, and added that she should blame her worthless husband, because if he had not left so early, he would not have had to pit mother and daughter against each other. The daughter cried as the man thanked him for leaving them with him. Approaching her face, the man asked her not to worry, because she would be sent to her mother when he got tired of it. Smiling broadly, the man shouted that they were all just his toys. The hero was still holding this mask in his hands. The criminal looked up. Immediately after, the man waved his hand. Looking at the rising smoke, the villain shouted that he had ruined his whole day and added that it was enough to knock out a large alienated beast. The protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, shouted that he deserved to die. The man, wide-eyed, asked why it didn't work, because it was because of the rain. His hand was immediately cut off. Lightning descended from one of the storm clouds. The guy, raising his hand, explained that this blow would come from the mother, who protected her daughter even at the cost of her life. His eyes burned with a bright light. Immediately, his body was struck by many rays after the words that there would be another blow from a girl who would rather die than surrender. Tears streamed down his face. Blood splatters flew to the sides. Blood reappeared after another blow. A man, lying on the floor, called the protagonist a man. The young man, standing in front of him, explained that with the current technology, he could still be saved with a timely decision, and therefore he would be given a chance. Pointing his finger, the guy said that if he could go out of the gate, then his life would be saved and also accepted to repay him tenfold for the pain that he brought to these people. The guy, still standing still, said that this would be his last chance. The man's gaze shifted to the side. The criminal, crawling away, realized that when he got better, he would need to make this young man pay for what he had done. His eyes burned red as he thought that he couldn't just die here, because there were still so many women in this world. Lying near the door, the man realized that he was already very close and he only needed to open this door. His hand reached forward. The man threw back his head. She was trembling. The killer began to beat his fist on the door. The hero, approaching him, noted that he was not even able to do it. Raising his hand, the protagonist noticed that he even had an extremely good chance, and he would not even take it. Immediately, blood spurted from the opponent's body. The young man bowed his head when he received a notification that as a result of the murder, he managed to increase his stats by 1 point. Opening his eyes, the protagonist remembered that he thought that by killing all the sky foxes, he would bring peace back to the city and save everyone. Raising his head, The guy tried to understand that even such people deserve to be saved, and immediately realized that he should forget, because such bastards definitely deserve to die, so there is no need to suffer. His eyes widened as someone asked if he was confident in the academy. After all, today was a special day. Looking around, the hero assumed that this was another Zheng Xiao fan. An object appeared in his hand. Holding it up to his face, the man said that the cleanup work was finished and added that he had heard through the whisper of the wind that something had happened in the nearby academy. The old man, glancing to the side, asked. The girl, standing behind, replied that she could not feel what was happening there, because someone had set up a barrier through which even she could not detect anything, and it was really something new. The leader, standing in front of her, asked the newcomer to go there and report on the situation on the spot. The hero began to run away when he heard the chapter's words that he should not take any rash actions until reinforcements arrived. A school building surrounded by a barrier appeared. 3 people were walking inside. One of them, frowning, shouted that 15 minutes had already passed. Another, looking somewhere to the side, said that someone had penetrated the barrier. A companion standing behind asked if they had been discovered, while the boss shouted that with the dragon stone and the lamp, no one would be able to find them. The young man bent down slightly, realizing that even if the person who had crossed the barrier warned the Jing, they would be in trouble, and even if they held their breath, they would still not be able to take the girl in front of him. Standing in front of the stairs, the head said that they should hurry, because time was almost running out and they now had to find the girl no matter what. The protagonist was standing in front of this building. Immediately afterward, the young man noticed a certain dragon and tried to use identification. This item appeared after being notified that the identification was successful, and a system window immediately appeared with the words that 4 of these stones could be placed in the same place to form a dragon battle barrier that could overlap and destroy most of the borders. After that, the reproduction began, where the blood of people flowed into the eye of this dragon. Then the hero realized that this object was also made by making human sacrifices, and also remembered that such artifacts have long been banned in the general society. Looking towards the door, the fighter knew that they didn't look like the big 3 either, and suggested that they could be the remnants of the Zhu family. An illustration appeared, making it clear that the family had started all this, and it was not clear why they were bringing a celestial fox and gathering alienated beasts outside the city. Opening the door, the guy thought that perhaps now they could find a clue in their actions. Without showing his face, Pin thought that someone was coming, so he needed to hide by activating an ability called Night Walker. Opponents appeared. Shaking his head, the opponent said that no one was visible. Looking to the side, the head suggested that everything was fine, adding that it was worth extinguishing the lantern, continuing that she should save her strength for the 4th day. Stepping forward, the enemy announced that he would remove the dragon stone so as not to leave traces. Holding the orb in his hand, the protagonist said that he had identified the enemy as a member of that family, the 20th level with a skill called Scorpion, adding that there was a 20th level with the skill of probing, a medium of the 17th level, and a hypnotist of the 15th level. In turn, the partner replied that the information had been accepted. Saying that the identification was just successful. In the end, the protagonist thought that it was not surprising that they did not notice them, adding that they were using something to hide the smell, but their energy was already running out, asking if the girl was a target, continuing to talk about how she was beyond height, and the ability was like an improved version of the manflower of the contract. A lantern appeared in the man's hand. The lady did not show her face. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man asked if the family was going to control someone with the help of the lady, adding that the girl was innocent anyway, and continued about how they couldn't let their opponents win. People were leaving the building. Suddenly the enemies disappeared. Waving his arms, the man asked that they had already run away, asking if she could find out where they were going. Using the magic at the clearing base, the girl said that she had caught them, adding that they were heading out of town, continuing that Shishan would not be able to catch up with them at this rate. Taking the walkie-talkie, the man told Pin to wait, adding that he should not be impulsive, because first he needed to protect himself. Looking away, the protagonist said that the family would be responsible for all this, because they could not let them escape, saying that although he could not defeat them, he could detain them with the help of the Stygian fog and buy time for the lady. People ran forward. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the man's face. A dark beast appeared. Without showing his face, the guy asked what the beast changed by the fog was doing in the city. A man appeared inside the monster, making it clear that thanks to the forge of the spirit of iron, the Stygian fog was well camouflaged, but he still had to be careful not to be recognized by that 20th level appraiser. Raising 2 fingers, the opponent thought that the wolf looked quite strong, wondering what level it was. Dodging the attack, the enemy realized that the assessment had been interrupted. The monster began to attack. The monster's mouth was behind the villain. Falling to the ground, the leader ordered his subordinate to hypnotize him. The sorcerer began to use magic. Showing pink eyes, the young man ordered the monster to stop. The monster's eyes became strange. Putting on a serious face, the enemy said that it worked. Knitting his eyebrows, Pin thought about how his mental strength made him immune to any mind control, so he could use it to his advantage, adding that he should pretend to control him in order to get closer. The man took a strange pose, telling the monster to stop. Raising his hand to his mouth, the opponent ordered him not to move. Swinging, the main character made an attack on the sly. In turn, the enemy asked what happened, asking why he was moving. The monster's mouth was full of white teeth. The protagonist bit the enemy. Lying on the ground, the young man asked the boss for help. Using magic, the guy asked a question about who he was. Stretching out his hand to the side, the opponent ordered the monster to walk away. Baring his teeth, the creature said that it was excellent, adding that all that remained was to delay them. Pin's face appeared inside the mist wolf. A vortex formed around the monster. With his eyebrows knitted, the protagonist thought that he could not move. Holding his fingers in front of his face, the leader said that he was a Pin, possessed of the 9th level, being a junior awakener, adding that he had joined the Forge of the Iron Spirit and the Cleansing Squad, continuing that his abilities were unknown. Making an angry face, the opponent declared that he was a human and also a novice, asking how he dared to pretend to be a good guy. Without showing his face, the leader said that he definitely could not let him live. In turn, the guy thought about the last time the man used that super gravity trick on him, adding that he should stay calm, because there must be some way out. A thunderstorm appeared over the forest. Lying in the crater, the monster thought that although the appraiser did not hit at full strength, it was clear that his weapon was not so simple. The guy's face appeared, and it was clear that it seemed that the strength of that family mainly depended on the equipment, adding that fortunately, suppressing his body did not affect the Stygian mist. The young man's hand was on the ground. The head appeared, deflecting the blows, and in turn Pin asked what had just happened, asking why he did not use his mind to repel the attack. A longbow appeared in the hands of an opponent. A yellow flash rang out. Putting on a serious face, the enemy said that his skills seemed to consume a lot of energy, adding that they would see how long he could last. Sitting on the ground, the man thought that perhaps the point is not that he does not want to, but that he cannot do it. Opening his eyes wide, the enemy asked that he had already been blown away. Deflecting the yellow attack, the summoner invited him to try his new trick, and it was clear that the supply of Stygian fog was a quarter of the maximum. A lot of knives appeared. Holding a bow in his hand, the guy asked if he was still alive. The onion was filled with yellow energy. Standing on the ground with one foot, Pin said that he was not repelling his attack, only because in order to activate the spell you need to point both hands at the target. In turn, the villain asked what he was talking about. Starting the attack, the main character thought that he knew that as long as you block your hand, telekinesis does not give any effect. In turn, the opponent said that the attack was really fast. A hand surrounded by dark energy appeared. Making a surprised face, the guy thought that he could not move. The yellow eyes of the young man appeared, using telekinesis, self-mutilation. In turn, the summoner thought that he had dispelled the effect. Grinning, the enemy said that he had almost gotten away with it, but fortunately he was able to get his right arm to escape. Looking ahead, the head added that he was also running out of energy. In turn, the kid said that, as they say, an eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. The flames of the fire eater appeared. An eye appeared, which showed the man's stupefaction. By hitting hard, the opponent insulted Pin. Trying to stay on his feet, the main character thought that things were bad. Near the protagonist's chest was yellow energy. Grinning, the guy said that he certainly had a lot of tricks. In turn, the man thought that he did not know that the clothes of the offenders were fireproof. Holding out his hand, the young man said that they wanted to end there. Putting his hand on his heart, the hero said that it was high time to do it. In the end, the opponent said that it was high time for him to die. Knitting his eyebrows, Pin replied in the negative. Sitting on the ground, the main character continued that it was time to stop the villains. Making an angry face, the head said that this stream would not save him anyway. The protagonist's stunned face appeared. Suddenly, blood appeared from the guy's hand. Turning around, the enemy asked about the arrival of reinforcements, thinking that the woman had killed a man with one blow. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. A blow from the blue blade rang out. Falling to the ground, the leader asked who she was. There was no emotion on the lady's face. Multiple attacks rang out. Gritting his teeth, the villain thought that this was some kind of curse, adding that he had been messing around with that guy for too long, continuing that he would have to use it. A ring fell out of the enemy's hand. The gold ring was on his finger. The artifact was heard by lightning on the opponent's hand. Starting to run forward, the Miss ordered him to stop. Suddenly, a powerful lightning strike appeared on the ground. A whirlwind rang out. Holding her partner by the clothes, the heroine thought that, fortunately, Pin was fine. The girl, looking ahead, said that it was a pity that they could not capture the remaining family members alive. The lady looked away, making it clear that the main character was exhausted. Showing surprise, the lady heard that she was joking up the protagonist. In turn, the lady asked what had happened. The lady's face showed shock when she learned that the enlightened canopy had been destroyed. Holding an umbrella, the girl stood on the roof of the building. Closing his eyes, the man asked why she called him. Without showing her face, the lady asked how the collection of alienated animals outside the city was going. In turn, the subordinate said that the preparation was completed. Suddenly lightning struck. Making a serious face, the lady asked what the noise was. With an uncertain face, the worker thought that it was the ability of an ally, asking that he was in trouble, saying that he had allowed the fox to notice it, saying that it might have been thunder. After revealing his true nature, the miss asked if he had seen anything strange. Looking ahead, the man replied in the negative, adding that he did not see anything. A monster appeared behind the girl, asking why he was so nervous then. Folding his hands, the subordinate stated that he had been afraid of thunder since childhood. In turn, the superior replied that it was a rag, thinking that the sound came from inside the city. But she did not see anything, adding that it was like that time. The lady held an umbrella in her hand, saying that the man was badly injured and she would have been sure that he would die. But around the corner he disappeared without a trace, continuing that the guy got rid of her too easily, saying that in retrospect it was just an improved form of blindfolding. The man quickly ran away. The monster was holding on to the corner of the house. Jumping off the roof, the lady declared that human illusions do not work on her people, but they can work on other things to indirectly blind her people, suggesting that the whole city is just a cover. Mist flew over the buildings. Suddenly, the girl's red eye appeared, declaring that this was indeed an insidious plan. A red appendage appeared from the lady's body, using an ability called expansion. Looking up, the heroine thought about where to do the girl from the academy. Turning around, the lady said that she did not know what was happening, but the awning disappeared. Trembling, Pin called to his sister. Pointing his finger, the main character said that she should use that object. In turn, the lady asked about the nightingale lamp. In the end, the protagonist told her to hurry up. A red essence appeared over the city. 2 red eyes appeared. A multitude of eyes appeared in the regrown part of the body. Looking away, the girl said that they had found a mouse. The lady's red eye appeared. As he fled, the villain declared that he had almost forgotten to take the captive with him. And in turn the lady asked who was running away from the city at such an hour. Making a stunned face, the man realized that they had been discovered. Stretching out his hand forward, the subordinate asked the mistress to wait. Making a hopeless expression on his face, the guy said that he could not make it. The city appeared, and it was clear that there was urgent information that the cleanup squad still had a spy named Pin in the city. After all, he had thwarted their operation tonight. After all, reinforcements had arrived, and he had no choice but to use the thunderbolt. People stood together. The man was holding an object in his hand. Looking ahead, the head asked what he wanted to say that the protagonist was still alive. In turn, the brother replied positively, adding that he had already learned all the information, because in addition to clearing, he belongs to the same family, and also belongs to a forge called the Spirit of Iron. Looking at his ally, the villain replied that he understood everything, adding that first it was necessary to take the girl out of the city. In turn, the interlocutor began to ask questions. Without showing his face, the young man asked what he had just said. The city appeared. Making an angry face, the enemy asked what was happening there, ordering him to answer. Lowering his hands, the man said that he should stop screaming, because the plan failed, adding that he was killed by a fox. Throwing the object on the ground, the man asked if all their years of hard work had gone down the drain. In turn, the Lord answered in the negative, because the holy Dima is still alive, and she is the sworn enemy of the fox. With his hand on his chin, the man declared that when the Moon Prince realized that he could not kill her, he would return her to the town hall. Looking ahead, the guy asked what they should do now, asking how they could control a fox without a maiden. In turn, the chief said that there was a secret passage in the town hall leading outside the city, continuing that the only one who knew him was him. Gesticulating, the man announced that he would send the alienated beasts through the secret entrance and cause trouble for the foxes, adding that he would take advantage of the chaos and lead the Holy Virgin. A lot of monsters appeared. Raising his hand, the kid said that it was easy for him to talk, because the Moon Prince was guarding the mansion of the city lord. But with those beasts, but what could they do with the beasts they had gathered? Knitting his eyebrows, the master replied that this was why they should use Ping as a spy, continuing about how now that the Moon Prince was keeping an eye on the entire city, he would take action himself if something went wrong. So all they had to do was send the best of the best to attack the protagonist in the forge. After all, they would then involve both the cleanup squad and the Moon Prince, saying that while they were fighting, they would control the alienated beasts to attack the Lord's mansion, so they would take them by surprise. People attacked the monster. Without showing his face, the guy stated that it was the same as completely breaking the face of a celestial fox, so they should definitely succeed, and not fail. In turn, the man said that they should not reveal his identity when they acted. Looking ahead, the villain replied positively, adding that as befits someone who inherited the family's bloodline. The man raised an eyebrow and said that they would continue to help him in the Vice Lord's game, adding that the Holy Maiden would be in the master's hands. Stretching out her hand, the girl asked if he was awake, asking if he was unwell. Looking around, Pin asked where he was. In turn, the lady stated that this place was the base of the cleanup team, adding that they had to urgently bring him here. Looking away, the main character said that the captain was really badly injured. A man appeared, and it was clear that it was Xiu's doing, as she had done everything herself, so it seemed that Xiu was already aware of his presence. Without showing her face, the girl stated that he woke up very quickly, assuming that he was recovering well. Smiling, the lady said that he was able to deal with 3 opponents who were more than 9 levels higher, asking how he managed to even kill one of them. Without showing her face, the lady suggested that he would be able to kill in seconds, when he was 5 levels higher. In turn, her friend stated that she told about her abilities called Enriching Sunlight, because it was she who cured the protagonist. The guy in turn thought that he was only a beginner, so it was better for him to stay in the shadows. Looking ahead, the young man said that he was just lucky, because, as they say, if you don't die, you will become blessed again. And this time she tried very hard for him, adding that if it wasn't for her, he would have died long ago. Thinking that he heard that his friend's sister is a harsh person, but she doesn't look like that at all. In turn, the lady said that it was only a small favor, because she did not need to defend the canopy now anyway. Looking aside, Miss said that there was enough formality, adding that now that he was awake, he would go to meet everyone, continuing that they needed more information about what had happened the previous night. Making a disgruntled face, the girl said that there is always work to be done. Putting her head on the table, the lady asked the captain for a vacation. In turn, the colleague raised her hand, supporting the initiative. Making a foolish face, the lady declared that she was awake, asking her to share the work with her. A friend began to sleep. Miss clutched a sheet of paper. A lot of attacks fell on his partner. The man watched as his subordinates fought. Closing his eyes, the gentleman said that he could not do anything, because there were not enough employees in the headquarters. The man's legs appeared, turning to the captain. Holding the girl in her arms, the lady said that she would take care of her work. In turn, the lady said that her sister still took care of her. Putting on a serious face, the head suggested getting straight to the point, adding that they had previously assumed that the family had joined forces with the Celestial Fox to get rid of those who rebelled against them, suggesting that they did not have a real partnership. After all, it was not difficult to determine by the protective boundary that the family had set, saying that they should have known about the existence of the illuminated canopy. However, they didn't tell the Celestial Fox about it, which means they don't want to use the canopy for anything. After all, it's not the clan's style to obey someone, but with their current strength, they can't compete with the Celestial Fox. So the girl they brought from the academy last night could be the key to fighting the Celestial Fox. A monster appeared on a pole. The man and the fox stood back to back. Looking at the report, the girl stated that the head of the academy had only one son, adding that he was rumored to have passed away 14 years ago and had never married, going on to say that in the same year he had claimed that he had a granddaughter, and the investigation showed that she did not belong to the city's bloodline, assuming that she was from a village outside the city. The lady was wearing a green dress. Looking ahead, the lady said that he seemed to love that granddaughter so much that he hadn't allowed her to make contact with anyone for the past 14 years. So her civil case was as pure as a piece of paper, adding that there were no records of revivals or abilities. Putting his hand on his heart, Pin stated that he knew what she was capable of, continuing that he had already applied the identification technique to her, saying that the girl's ability seemed to be the blood of a holy virgin. From the man's eyes, you could tell his stunness. In turn, he thought of the sacred village of his ancestors, saying that this could not be a coincidence. Seriousness appeared on the gentleman's face. The mansion of the city lord appeared. While eating, the girl said that the building was very large, asking that her sister had lived here all the time. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively. In the end, the lady said that she did not look well, asking the question that she was sick. In turn, the lady answered in the negative. Getting to her feet, the lady said that she knew that her grandfather said that you should eat more when you were unhappy, inviting her to drink tea. Showing red eyes, the villainess ordered her to die. Red tentacles were heading towards the girl. Yellow eyes appeared. The opponent made an angry face. The child sat as if nothing had happened. Smiling, Miss asked why his sister did not eat, adding that he had just tasted the biscuits, and they were very tasty. Looking at the girl's hand, the lady thought about why she could not do anything. Smiling, the child said that it was very tasty. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively, thinking that suddenly she felt a little ashamed that she had attacked her, asking why she should feel guilty before a person. The girl began to drink. Closing her eyes, the child said that it was terrible. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl declared that the water in that tea was so bad that the one who brewed it must be a fool, adding that it was not surprising that the interlocutor was upset. Holding the kettle in her hands, the lady said that she would make another kettle, asking him to wait for her. After showing her tails, the villainess asked about what was wrong with her, thinking about why she began to regret, adding that as the princess of the clan, she could not have such problems. After all, it was about that person. The lady knitted her eyebrows. Showing a red eye, the monster asked who she was. A colorful image of the mist appeared. The girl was preparing to jump. Attacking, the girl said that the Stygian mist is very similar to her water element, adding that, for example, mind manipulation, free change of form, and so on. But there is one main difference, because her water element can be restored and recycled, while its Stygian mist is a disposable consumable. The lady changed her postures, making it clear that it was all because he could not turn the solid Stygian mist back into a gaseous substance, because it would be much more practical if he could switch back and forth between air, liquid and solid forms, like water. Pin repelled the attacks. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the fact that the fog is not solid has its advantages, adding that he does not have to store it in a pumpkin to carry it with him. Continuing the attack, the lady ordered him to concentrate. There was a blow with the hand. Sliding across the floor, the protagonist thought that it was a good thing that the Stygian fog could serve as a shock absorber. Flying up, the lady said that he could absorb the fear of creatures and transform it into mist, because this somewhat compensates for the lack of durability. Dodging the ice attacks, the guy said about how he could still dodge her attacks of this level. Suddenly, water appeared near the young man's feet. Stuck in the liquid, the man declared that it was clearly not good, thinking that it was water that appeared from the ice, continuing that he was distracted by the blizzard's attack from above. Without showing her face, the warrior said that if the enemy was not afraid, the fog would soon subside. Putting on a serious face, the master replied that if his attack was strong enough, it would only take one blow to kill his opponent. Dark energy appeared behind the girl. Using a spell called Water Prison, the lady said that she would like to see how strong it was. The dark essence was heading straight towards the opponent. Looking at the dagger, the lady thought that it had indeed broken through the water prison. Standing in water shackles, Pin announced that his sister had lost. In turn, the lady replied that it was surprising that his mist was able to break through her defenses. Looking away, Miss said that it was possible that the alienated beast of the Stygian mist was a descendant of the royal alienated beast, adding that it had inherited a certain ability, so the mist could deal more damage than its class. Turning around, the warrior said that he still lacked combat experience, although if it were a mortal fight, he would already be ripe for a blow. In turn, the main character asked what the word ripen meant. Making a face full of pain, the protagonist asked why the water was boiling. Folding her hands, the lady said that it was important to familiarize yourself with the properties of her abilities so that he could freely use them, adding that water, for example, turns into ice, boiling water or steam, continuing that it can provide the effect of surprise in battle. A smirk appeared on the guy's face. In his hand was a strange insect. Turning away, the lady ordered the spider to leave. The water got on the opponent's face. A feeling of guilt appeared on the missus' face. Taking the young man by the neck, the warrior ordered him to spit out her water, because it is pure water, which means it is poisonous. In turn, the man replied that she would strangle him, even if he did not poison himself. In the end, the girl asked for forgiveness, while the master said that he was in a strange state, because he felt weak and as if he did not control his body. Ping's feet became watery. Showing the hand, the main character realized that it consisted of pure water. Looking at the hand, the protagonist wondered if this meant that a new ability had awakened in him, starting to identify, adding that this time the effect of the 6th level gem had awakened 2 talents, wondering what the ability called Alienated Devourer meant. Closing his eyes, the guy thought for a moment. Looking ahead, the girl asked what was going on with him, asking that he was not poisoned or melted, while the interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because he could maintain this shape, adding that he needed time to get used to it, thinking that since the body of the Stygian mist was similar to the body of pure water, the principle of change should be the same as with the fog, so he just needs to feel his body carefully. The young man closed his eyes, concentrating. A puddle of water appeared on the floor, which indicated that everything was ready. A 2-dimensional man appeared, making it clear that everything was ready again. A monster appeared. The man's legs appeared, saying that she should look at the fact that he had returned. A blush appeared on the girl's face, saying that it was better for him to get dressed first. Without showing her face, the lady asked what had just happened to him. As he put on his pants, Pin replied that he seemed to have drunk the water she had created and awakened his body to pure water. Making a surprised face, the lady asked what the body of pure water meant, thinking that the protagonist's growth rate was too high, especially in his pure water form, adding that he seemed to be the dream of a water elementalist, wondering why he had awakened so easily. After all, it was all an infinite level. The interlocutor looked at the protagonist. Turning away, the guy asked if everything was all right with her, to which the lady replied positively. Suddenly, a red ball appeared. Holding the object in her hand, the lady asked about the situation. In turn, the interlocutor announced that she should report to the team leader that the Iron Spirit Forge had been attacked, requesting reinforcements. Without showing her face, Miss ordered reinforcements to be sent out of the area, adding that they would be there soon. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man said that if he and the others were in danger, he would also go, and in turn, the warrior replied that he could not go, because it was probably a trap. Looking ahead, the master told her not to worry, because today he had awakened the body of pure water, adding that it could turn into water and escape. Running ahead, the girl said that she would not be able to help him, ordering him to stay close to her. In turn, the man answered positively. Looking ahead, the lady asked why there were so many murderers here. Turning around, the lady ordered that he was in charge of the group of survivors, adding that another subordinate would take the team to set up defenses in case the number of killers increased. Looking around, the main character called the girls. A friend, leaning against the wall, called the protagonist. The guy ran up to the interlocutor. Pointing her finger, the girl asked for help for the others. Leaning on the young man, the lady said that they were both wounded. A warrior appeared who was running forward, saying that she would go to see, and that he should stay here and take care of her. A bandaged arm appeared. Lowering his head, the man pointed to the severed hand. Without showing emotion, the lady replied that everything was fine, because the absence of an arm was not fatal. Legs appeared. Pointing with her hand, Miss ordered all the wounded to be taken away for treatment. Looking down, the summoner said that she should not worry, adding that the girl was only injured and simply unconscious, continuing that there was nothing serious here. People carried out the wounded. Lying on the stretcher, the girl said that she was glad that everything was fine with them, adding that he should be more careful, because those killers were hunting him, asking if he had offended someone lately. Grinning, Pin replied that everything was fine, saying that she didn't have to worry about him, because she had to recover. Without showing her face, the lady stated that it was not safe to be in the city, adding that the cleanup team would take them to a safe place outside it. In turn, the main character replied that it was his fault. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist suggested that the animals of that family wanted him dead. In turn, the interlocutor said that she would immediately send someone to check. Making a surprised face, the guy heard someone's voice in his head, thinking that that voice belonged to the girl, adding that now the whisper of the wind was clearly distinguishable, continuing that she should be nearby. In turn, the lady said that they had an emergency, and she would rather spend food than miss any threat. Saving his girlfriend, the guy told her to be careful. Without showing her face, the villainess said that it was interesting. Looking ahead, the opponent said that she could not believe that he would notice her attack. Getting to his feet, the young man asked if she was okay. In turn, the girl replied that everything was fine, but this operation was classified, asking how she got here in the first place. In turn, the ally replied that maybe she was watching the whole city. The disgruntled face of the enemy appeared. Looking up, the man asked how she was doing, thinking that he just needed to calm down and identify. Using magic, the girl announced that she would detain her, adding that he should leave. The lady used an ability called a blizzard on an opponent in the sky. Blocking the blows, the villainess thought that she did not hesitate to use the finishing move, realizing that her identity was revealed. Showing her hand, the opponent said that she was sure that they were somehow connected with what had been happening lately. A red portal appeared behind the lady. Miss applied the ice barrier. Dodging the attack, the ally thought that she could not believe that she had broken through the barrier with one blow. With a smirk, she stated that it didn't matter if her identity was revealed or not, she simply wouldn't be able to recognize her illusions, adding that she could only judge her attacks by the changes in the cold air around her. Swinging for an attack, the villainess announced that they would see how she would defend herself now. Looking around, the girl let out the cold. Looking ahead, Pin told the warrior to pay attention up and to the left. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl thought that, fortunately, the main character had intervened, otherwise she would not have been able to resist. Embraced by red energy, the lady heard that the attacks were at 3, 7 and 9 o'clock, adding that the next ones were at 4, 8 and 10. The lady parried the villain's attacks. Putting on a serious face, the enemy thought that the protagonist could not have known about her attacks. A red tentacle appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he should dodge as quickly as possible. Looking down, the opponent stated that of course he had dodged all the attacks, as it seemed that the young man was the only one who could recognize her clan's disguise, shouting that she should have killed him at the very beginning, saying that they would see how long he could hide. Making a surprised expression on his face, the man thought that he could not evade and at the same time inform his girlfriend about his situation. Pin's pirouettes appeared. Smiling, the main character used a veil of Stygian fog, saying that she was a little angry, asking if she really had problems on the love front. Showing his true form, the monster said that it was interesting. After showing a lot of tails, the villainess stated that the protagonist is very good at dodging, adding that he has been deceived many times. Looking at the barrier of the opponents, the enemy said that this time they were doomed. Attacking, the opponent said that it could protect against 3 tails. But what about 3,000? In turn, the girl said that it was too powerful. The man gritted his teeth, signaling that the Stygian mist safety margin was gradually decreasing. Smiling, the villainess announced that they would win if they held out for 1 second. Tension appeared on the lady's face, and it was clear that the margin of safety was approaching 0. In turn, the young man stated that he had spent 100% of the durability of the Stygian fog in one go, but could not stop the attacks, asking where they would go. A man appeared, saying that Pin should use his chance, adding that he could only give him 1 opportunity. In turn, the main character thought that the captain's double appeared. A lot of tails appeared. Looking down, the villainess asked what had happened. You could see rage on the protagonist's face. Suddenly, there was a flash of dark energy. The man took the girl by the hand. Running away, the guy said that the lady should run after him. Knitting her eyebrows, she announced that they should run. Raising her hands up, the enemy ordered them to break. The monster was wearing red essence. Looking down, the monster said that everyone should listen, ordering the creatures to go in search of the man. A safe house outside the city of the cleanup team appeared. Lying in bed, the girl stated that in other words, he was now a member of the team, and the city had become the possession of the foxes. In turn, Pin replied that they still did not dare to do anything, but the city was not safe now. Lowering his head, the main character asked for forgiveness, saying that it was his fault, while the girlfriend replied that it was not that the loss of an arm could kill, adding that, in addition, she would like to thank him for saving people. Without showing his face, the protagonist stated that he would find a way to return the forge, continuing that for the time being he would ask her to hide behind the city for a while. Holding her hand with the other hand, the girl thought that he had unconsciously matured. Smiling, the interlocutor said that the girl was still waiting for him, adding that he should first take care of his business. Closing the door, the guy asked why his sister wanted to see him. Making a foolish face, the lady asked what he called her, and the young man replied that he had called her sister, thinking that she was to blame for calling her a girl, adding that he had not expressed herself correctly. Holding his head, the man said that he had called her sister before, so it was okay, because after meeting her, he always felt a little awkward now, although he had been living for 2 weeks and much older. Putting her hand on her belt, the lady declared that in any case it was just a name, so that he could call her whatever he wanted, asking if he was coming with her. Without showing her face, the lady said that his identity had been revealed, adding that she was afraid that he could not return to the city yet, ordering him to wait for the captain's orders. Showing the strange potion, the mist said that the information about the holy maiden that he had provided was very useful, and besides, the task of collecting flowers had been completed perfectly, continuing that here was his reward from the team. The hand grabbed the flask, asking if it was golden blood. Looking at the liquid, Pin asked if there was golden blood inside. Upon entering the room, the girl stated that the liquid was golden blood, adding that it should be taken from time to time to be stored, going on to say that it was used to heal teammates, or to prolong the lives of the elderly, suggesting that they try to drink it in the training room and see if they could gain a new ability. Looking ahead, the lady stated that the golden blood is the power of the bloodline, so there is a possibility that it can be passed on to the next generation, so it is better for them to be persecuted by unscrupulous women. Holding blood in his hand, the guy thought that this was just a chance, not 100% probability of success. Besides, he was not sure if he would have a wife in the future. By drinking the liquid, a person hoped that the devourer's trigger would work, because in this way he received a body of pure water. Dropping her hands, the girl asked if he had received any abilities. In turn, Pin replied that nothing seemed to have changed. A red liquid appeared on the hand of the main character. Looking at the hand, the protagonist used identification, asking about the fact that the devourer is also an infinity skill, suggesting that pure blood can sense the state of the target. Stretching out her hand, the lady asked what was happening to his hand. The lady's surprised face appeared when he heard that there was a scar on her face. Holding on to her glasses, the miss replied that there was no need to worry, asking if anything had changed in him other than that. In turn, the guy thought that something was wrong with her scar. Closing his eyes, the young man said that in this way he could feel the condition of all living beings, adding that he also had the ability to penetrate his partner's body and repair any damage, and of course, he could also heal scars. Smiling, the warrior asked if he would be able to repair her friend's broken arm. Looking down, the man replied that as long as there was enough blood, theoretically, even if a person had only skin left, he could restore the body by thinking that the pure water body was able to dodge, and the pure blood body could heal. Hurrying the guy with her hands, the girl said that then he should go and heal her ally. In turn, the master said that he was already coming. Smiling, Pin asked if they could talk about it later, not as teammates but as old friends. A blush appeared on the lady's face, answering positively. A forest thicket appeared. The deer looked up. Suddenly, a lot of monsters appeared. The creatures walked forward. The worker looked at the captain. Looking away, the girl asked why he was looking at the archives of the sacred ancestor village. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he did not know if she remembered, although the family had committed many cruel acts when they were in power. However, in the very beginning, they were heroes, adding that to resist the great winter cold, the head of the family at that time became one with the bird that was the god of the sun, so it flew into the sky every day, to bring light and warmth to the people. Continuing that he had been doing this for 10 years until he died of exhaustion. Saying that he knew that he had been buried in the Sunset Mountains outside the city, and his grave had been guarded by survivors outside the city, and hundreds of years later, those people had united and had offspring, gradually forming a village of sacred ancestors. An old man appeared, snow falling on him. A strange creature appeared. The bird flew over the city. Holding the glass in her hand, the subordinate asked how this had to do with the ancestral village. In turn, the master replied that every 1,000 years a sacred woman is born in the village, so the maiden's bloodline protects the settlement from any alien beasts. A girl who was surrounded by monsters appeared. Looking away, the lady said that the girl was a holy maiden from the sacred ancestor village, while the interlocutor stated that the family must be planning to use the sacred maiden to control the celestial fox. Holding her chin, the lady asked why the maiden would come to the academy, since after what had happened, the village of sacred ancestors had not moved. Glancing away, the man asked if they had done so on purpose, adding that they had used the fact that the Holy Virgin was being held captive in the city as an excuse, so the village could start a war with the city at any time. A red hand appeared over the city. With a surprised face, the miss asked why they needed it. Putting on a serious face, the master stated that a female dictator had ruled here 150 years ago, adding that in order to prevent the family from repeating the mistake of the family, the cleanup team had made her the most wanted criminal, going on to say that after all, the current overlord had expelled her from the city, and why had she somehow become the leader of the sacred ancestral village? Closing his eyes, the man said that perhaps she had not given up her desire to rule the city, and was waiting for the right moment to return. A building appeared inside the rock, making it clear that the cleanup team had organized many shelters in the field, but they were safely hidden, because some of them were built in the rocks, others were hidden underground or in the trees. Holding on to the wall, the girl thought that there was some movement, assuming that it was a family again, adding that they should go to investigate. But if this place was discovered, then the wounded would be in danger. Being among the wounded people, the lady thought that it was not worth leaving Ping alone, because she could not rely only on him. Looking at the main character, the lady suggested that it might work. Holding a lamp in his hand, the main character said what he had done. Looking at what was happening, Miss asked if it was a success, adding that the lamp had not run out, and the protagonist replied positively, adding that he was sorry to throw it away, so he decided to see if he could charge it. In the hands of the guy was a lantern. The man tried to charge the lantern with water. Blood enveloped the lamp. A clear mist appeared, making it clear that the nightingale's lamp would henceforth mask the breath, smell, and information about it. Leaving the room, the master said that this was just what was needed, because with a lamp illuminating the shelter, they would be able to go on a reconnaissance without fear. A multitude of beasts appeared running forward. Sitting down, Pin asked if there were too many monsters here, wondering that the family had always controlled so many alienated beasts. Holding the object in her hand, the girl said that near the third hideout, about 10,000 alienated beasts were heading towards the city, adding that they were low level, mostly wolves and bullet rabbits. Looking ahead, the main character noticed that the creatures are running very strangely, adding that they are not running anywhere, but rather running away from someone. The protagonist's face was stunned. Pointing his finger, the guy told the girl to look in that direction faster. The lady opened her eyes wide in surprise. Without showing her face, the lady announced the correction, because a large number of the walking dead are also moving towards the city, continuing that their approximate number is 50,000. A horde of monsters appeared. Slamming on the table, the man shouted about 50,000, thinking of 10,000 alienated beasts, and 50,000 corpses, and there was also a heavenly fox and the remaining clan members in the city. Looking ahead, the master declared that they did not have enough men to fight so many enemies at once, continuing that they would have to cope on their own. Suddenly the man knitted his eyebrows, thinking that there was a better way. Looking to the side, the superior called the female workers, ordering them to prepare to open the canopy again. Holding the papers in her hands, the girl asked what he was getting at. In turn, the man said that yesterday, when he was covering for Pin, he temporarily suppressed the moon prince, suggesting that he had not fully recovered. Putting on a serious face, the gentleman said that although they could not count on a patrol and an investigation team, there were still many strong fighters in the city, adding that they would carve words on the canopy announcing the appearance of walkers. And as soon as the awakened gathered in the city, they would infiltrate the ranks of them, continuing that they could protect the city and hide from the celestial fox. There was a red sign in the sky that the dead were coming. The girls appeared. Using magic, the man ordered to switch to a multiplayer communication channel, adding that the partners should stop the alienated beasts and walkers outside the city as much as possible, thus buying time for the people who gathered in the city. In turn, the main character replied that he understood the task. Without showing his face, the man said that this was the unit, saying that he was waiting for information. In turn, the captain said that they should go to shelter number 3 to detain the lady. Holding the object in his hand, the guy replied that the task was accepted. Stepping forward, the man said that their time had come. Looking ahead, the master thought that the raid into the forge should be successful. After taking out the object, the man stated that after making sure that the moon prince was not in the city lord's mansion, they could move on to the next stage. In turn, the interlocutor asked for forgiveness, making it clear that they had a problem. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked what these problems were, while the subordinate stated that a group of unidentified dead had suddenly appeared outside the city, and the alienated beasts were so frightened that they could not control themselves for a while. Making an angry face, the superior shouted for him to stop all this, offering to end everything, adding that if the plan failed, they would all get into trouble. Looking ahead, the man thought of a bunch of scammers, adding that there was no other choice, so they would find the maiden first and take her away when the time came. The gentleman turned. The first patrol squad appeared, making it clear that the patrol leader had brought too many people with him. Smiling, the man asked what Captain Lin was doing here, adding that the lord of the city had not returned yet, continuing that if he had important business, he could tell him first. The guy's eye appeared. Turning around, the man thought about how he dared to ignore him, asking if he felt something. The young man opened the door. Looking ahead, the gentleman asked what was going on here. The ball appeared. Smiling, the girl said that they had a new friend, offering to play together. The man drank wine. Holding the glass in his hand, the awakened man thought about what he was doing here, adding that his highness had ordered something. Spitting out the liquid, the guy remembered Pin. Looking ahead, the maiden said that he was very careless, and in turn the young man thought that she had called his group here. Showing a confused expression on his face, the subordinate thought that it was just like in the case of his master. In turn, the girl stated that her grandfather had said not to waste anything. Kneeling, the man turned to the saint. Surprise appeared on the girl's face, asking why they called her that. Because she treats everyone like friends. Pulling the subordinate by the hand, the lady offered to dance. Looking ahead, the man thought about how the holy maiden only affects alienated beasts, which meant that the man had been replaced with a celestial fox, thinking about how he couldn't believe that the fox hadn't told him such an important thing, continuing about how he didn't trust him very much, realizing that judging from the situation in the patrol, there was not a single living person left here. Saying that everyone here could be foxes lurking. The child danced with a guy. Smirking, the master thought that the villainess was controlling them, but she did not realize it yet, adding that if they could convince her to work for them, they would immediately move on to the next stage. Smiling, the man asked if the girl had a good time. Turning around, the girl said that she was just looking for new friends, adding that she did not know that her sister had thrown such a big party for her, asking why the lady had not yet returned. Making a confused face, the subordinate said that she might have some business, thinking that the stupid girl herself brought those guys. He took the lady by the hand. The man said that he knew a place where it was even more fun, asking if he wanted to go and play together. Suddenly, the child escaped from the man's grip. Holding hands, the miss said that she had not yet played enough, adding that she did not know the man. The girl's eyes appeared, asking how he knew her name. People were looking at one point. Suddenly, the creature's eyes glowed red. The girl's face appeared, making it clear that it was near the third shelter. Water appeared. Using the Stygian mist, Pin said that he had captured several monsters, asking them to freeze them. Animals appeared in a block of ice. Ice spikes appeared. The monsters ran forward. Looking ahead, the lady said that there were too many of them. Swinging for an attack, the main character said that he would stop them. Monster heads appeared above the protagonist, thinking that those monsters had accumulated a lot of fear for him. So now you can use the Stygian fog at your discretion. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he would then release 100 points of Stygian fog without stopping. A dragon of dark magic appeared, making it clear that they should wait for reinforcements to arrive. The animals went forward. A report on the combat situation appeared. The dragon towered over the creatures, making it clear that the young man saw a constant influx of experience point energy from the Stygian mist. Monsters were dying, and it became clear that by dealing a few hundred of these blows, you could level up or improve your stats. The red eyes of the opponent appeared, telling the colleagues to run separately, bypassing the dragon. The monsters suddenly separated. With a swipe of his hand, the dragon stated that it was quite clever, thinking that the alienated beasts were too busy running to fight. The beast was pierced by an ice spike. Running away, the monster announced that there was no dragon ahead, so they were safe. Using magic, the girl said that she would take care of those who escaped. Smiling, the master thanked his friend, saying that she was great. As he flew forward, the dragon thought that if only he had a system to keep track of how many monsters he had killed. The girl in turn told him not to be distracted, because they were not approaching again. Opening its mouth, the monster said that it would never end. The magic of different elements appeared. The monster was hit by a spell. Pin fell to the ground, asking what was going on. The face of the main character appeared. The dead used magic. In turn, the protagonist thought that they used spells, adding that he thought that the walking dead could only bite, continuing that stereotypes did not work well, starting to identify. Zombies appeared. While fighting with the enemies, the guy noticed that they were from the village of the sacred ancestors, saying that it was necessary to urgently transmit this information to the headquarters. The dead were biting the monster. With a wave of his hand, the monster ordered them to get out of the way, thinking that the dead know no fear, so if he continued like this, sooner or later the fog would end. The girl's water magic appeared, ordering him to keep the zombies at a distance. Putting on a serious face, Pin replied positively. Holding the dead, the main character said that he would try. Suddenly, the dragon flew up. The walking dead were burned in the hands of the monster. Fireballs of the dead fell down, making it clear that the protagonist's properties were almost twice as good as those of an awakened of the same level. At the same time, a slit of the monster's head appeared. There was no emotion on the lady's face as she used an ability called Blade Waltz. Multiple blows rang out. Turning around, the lady saw the zombie hit. Stepping on the ground, the dragon said something incomprehensible. In turn, the girlfriend asked what he was saying. In the end, the guy replied that it made no sense. Looking ahead, the protagonist stated that the first wave of beasts and corpses had ended, adding that there were about 1,000 of them, making it clear that the second wave would be in about half an hour. Adjusting his clothes, the young man asked how those corpses used force at all. In turn, the girl stated that they were all awakened before birth, saying that this tactic was very mean. Putting on a serious face, the man said that he had just found out that these walking dead were from the sacred ancestral village. Holding the object in his hands, the man stated that the family can be cruel, but animals are a religion for them, adding that they do not care about manipulating the dead. Looking ahead, the man said that according to their initial version, the incident was probably related to the sacred ancestral village, and Ping's identification proves this. Making a surprised face, the lady asked about the village. Standing in the green haze, the lady said that, in other words, she was behind it all. Mist covered her face with her hands. The villainess turned. Closing her nose, the girl told him to hold his breath, because the gas is poisonous. Looking at the hand, the protagonist thought about whether he should hold his breath, because he felt this smell somewhere, adding that this gas is hydrogen sulfide, continuing that he was then on the rescue team when he got into a serious fire caused by hydrogen sulfide, so that gas should ignite. A building appeared. Turning around, the guy ordered his girlfriend to monitor the explosions. In turn, the lady asked what he was doing. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that there was no time to explain, saying that she should simply trust him. In turn, the lady agreed. A finger with fire appeared. There was a huge explosion. A bright fire swirled around Ping, and the system reported flame reserves. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that the second wave of zombies was on the way, and Shishan asked if he had already said that they had half an hour. Noticing a dark silhouette ahead, the protagonist clarified what it was and decided to analyze. An old man was sitting on the monster's body. Holding his beard, the master said that it meant that they had managed to neutralize the poison of this old zombie, and added that young people had potential. Touching his chin, the guy thought that he had managed to analyze their captain back then, but he couldn't do anything with him, just like Shiyu, and wondered if his abilities were not enough to analyze high-level targets at a long distance. The young man asked the artificial intelligence to analyze all the visible creatures at once, after which many notifications appeared. The summoner's gaze was surprised, and the system wrote that the level of analysis was increased, and added information about the enemy. Xiangming raised his palm and muttered that no matter how much he didn't want to waste time on this, the old man had more urgent matters to attend to, and ordered them to be brought to him, alive or dead. Pin said that the analysis had shown that he was a 39th level fallen, and then asked what it meant to be fallen, to which the girl, through the sweat on her face, replied that the awakener's abilities changed from time to time depending on the purpose of their use, until they evolved into the most suitable form. Several horrible monsters appeared, and then the lady said that their mental strength was left to be desired, and thus they could be absorbed in their own ability. The advanced awaken explained that they become slaves to their power, and that's why they are called fallen, and most of the fallen ones are incredibly strong, and at the same time, the protagonist, clenching his fist, exclaimed that they were approaching, and his partner reported that they were in trouble. The monster opened its mouth. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. On the ground lay the enemy, cut into two parts. A moment later, the orc attacked Shishan, wishing her dead. Sliding on the ground, the girl turned to headquarters. Parting her lips, the lady said that she had seen a fallen awakener riding a giant zombie and would not stop him herself, and added that he was leading a horde of creatures to the northern part of the city. A huge number of undead were visible, and the awakened one said that he was at level 39 and repeated that a threat was imminent. The monster's eye glowed red, and the system reported its characteristics. Dark energy swirled around the guy's arm, and he muttered that he would see if he could take control. Suddenly, the magic chains encircled the opponent. The zombie furiously opened its mouth. Clenching his jaw, the summoner noticed that he was not in the same league as the previous ones. In the distance he could see the city, and a loud cry was heard. Looking ahead, Pin thought that the sound was coming from Pearl City, and then wondered if the zombies had reached the gate. In the direction of the northern gate of Pearl City, the undead fled. The man clenched his fist. Then the fighter powerfully attacked the enemies. Lowering his eyebrows, Lacian said that the master of the Beast Martial Arts School was ready for battle. Suddenly, the warrior opened his mouth and inhaled the air. Frowning menacingly, the strong man exclaimed that no one would invade today. The jocks, rushing from their place, shouted that they would not allow the monsters to come one step closer. The fighters scattered the opponents on their way. Suddenly, one of the zombies jumped high, holding out his hand in front of him. Lei Xian noticed that his movements were not like those of other zombies. Blood appeared on the man's wrist. The monster's eyes burned red. Suddenly, the undead pushed the warrior back. Squinting angrily, the martial arts school master asked if this was the Monkey King-style trapper technique. The strong man clarified who he was, and then the monster, waving his hand, thought that it was his stupid brother. The jock sharply dodged the opponent's blow. The big man turned his gaze to the side. A moment later, Lei Xian jumped up with the zombie and used the trapper's fist-raising style. It seemed as if the man was hovering in the air. A bright mark from the impact appeared. A powerful flame swirled around the martial arts school master. A defeated enemy lay on the ground. Picking up the zombie item, the warrior wondered why he felt familiar. The name of his older brother was written on the token. Suddenly, the monster began to rise, and the fighter said that he was using the trapper's fist technique and was wearing his big brother's dog tag. Lei Xian exclaimed that it couldn't be, and asked if he was Benshi's elder brother who had disappeared 30 years ago. And at the same time, the monster rushed towards him, thought that he was a stupid younger brother, added that he needed to succumb to hatred and anger. Clenching his fist, the man said that he had left the city to investigate the case of the missing awakened, but instead he himself had mysteriously disappeared, and would never have thought that he would be destined to become a zombie. While fighting the martial arts school master, the monster muttered that only he could stop him. Parting his lips, the warrior wondered if the elder brother he knew had left. In the past, the guy, stretching his hand forward, exclaimed that he needed to hurry. Hitting his close relative, the young man explained that the style of the Monkey King flows freely, and he is not constrained by rigid forms. Raising his palm, the teenager said that although the martyr did not pin his hopes on him, he was improving at an incredible speed. Smiling, the fighter said that he needed to practice more, because when he taught him everything, they would erase the smug expression from the old man's face. Currently, the zombie was attacked by a jock. Through tears, the strong man clarified why his elder brother's fists were so slow and weak. Pushing his opponent away, the big man exclaimed that he should not dare to disgrace the fists of the trapper and his elder brother. Lei Xian then placed his hand on his chest. Tearing his t-shirt, the man said that whoever did it to him would find everyone. Suddenly, the man was surrounded by powerful flames, and the system reported that his stats had increased. Clenching his jaw menacingly, the martial arts school master shouted that they should move backwards, otherwise they would be caught in the crossfire. After a moment, the warrior took off. The fighter fiercely attacked his opponent. The strong man hit the enemy in the stomach. There were tears under the jock's eyes. A powerful fiery beam appeared. The flames burned brightly. Opening his mouth wide, the zombie thought that his brother had become stronger. A blinding flash appeared. The monster was lying on the ground, and at the same time, Lei Xian said that let his brother rest in peace. Xiangming, parting his lips, remarked that who would have thought that his masterpiece would bring it to such a state, and added that it did not matter, because it would be an excellent replacement. Turning around, the man asked who was there. Then, the martial arts school master frowned maliciously. Standing in a fighting stance, the warrior wondered if he had done it, and if he had turned his brother into a zombie. Stretching out his palm, the old man replied positively and clarified whether there were any objections. The eyes of the top-level monster were glowing red. A huge number of undead appeared, and the zombie toxin asked if they, the insects, really believed that they could stand up to his army. The guys got out through the window, and it was said that the Hahai Academy's plan to kidnap the saint had failed, and the cleanup team was starting an investigation into the Zhu family. The protagonist and his comrades noticed people lying on the floor, and at the same time, the incident with the forged spirit of the wand led to riots, and Princess Yu, attracted by the turmoil, is now combing the city in search of the protagonist. A lot of monsters were visible, and the plan to set the mutated creatures on the mansion of the mayor of the city failed, but no one could even think that the horde of zombies would outwit the creatures. Huan was standing near the saint, and at the same time, an attempt to kidnap her from the mansion of the mayor of the city failed, and a large number of celestial foxes gathered in the mansion. One of the members of the Zhu family appeared, and it was reported that their goals had been revealed, namely to reveal the identities of the celestial foxes, use the saint for control, and seize control of Pearl City. The expression on the face of the leader of the cleanup team was serious, and the investigation revealed that the recent zombie outbreak was related to the holy ancestral village. An unusual aura swirled in the sky, and at the same time, the celestial dome was successfully restored, thanks to which the fighters of the city united. A map appeared that depicted the castle, and it was explained that the zombie horde had reached the northern gate and was heading towards the western and eastern gates, and the southern gate was protected by impassable mountains, and therefore there was no threat of invasion from that side. A lot of evil spirits were running towards the fortress, and right now, the entire Beast Martial Arts School had gathered at the northern gate with other awakened ones. The villagers of the Holy Ancestors village were moving after the girl. The assistant to the head, lowering her eyebrows, said that everyone was assembled. Stretching out her hand, the leader replied that it was wonderful and asked to listen to her carefully, after which she exclaimed that their task was to help the low-level horde of zombies wreak havoc in the city, and could replenish supplies and spread their teachings along the way. The lady said that as soon as the Zhao brothers stole the saint, they should immediately retreat, and then the warriors rushed from their place. Sitting on the ground, the young man said that he would ask if she didn't mind, and then wondered if a royal-level mutated beast would interfere with their plans. Frowning seriously, the young man clarified what was the point of retreating after capturing the saint, since they had declared war. Lowering his gaze, the leader countered with a question if she meant the old fox, and at the same time clarified that he had recently awakened and was only waiting for Shirbai to show himself. The aide, through the sweat on her face, asked if their army was not putting itself in danger by advancing now. Lifting the corners of his lips, the head asked not to doubt. A joyful young lady appeared, and the lady noticed that although the saint had not fully awakened, she was a force to be reckoned with, and even a mutated king-level beast would not easily get rid of her influence, and the celestial foxes would not lift a finger until she was gone. Introducing dark silhouettes, the leader said that in order to capture Pearl City, in addition to the fox, the big threat to them was Shirbai and his cleanup team. A horde of zombies appeared, and the head said that at first this was why she had agreed with one of her men to open the gates of the city earlier in order to create chaos. There was a magic ball between the man's palms, and at the same time, the lady said that at first they would use the saint as an excuse for war and allow the zombies to flood the city and deal with the large-scale invasion, and the cleansing squad would have no choice but to use the pearl of the sun and moon, and Shirbai would use it to clear the city of zombies, and thereby give himself and the squad away. A terrible monster was visible, and the girl said that in the meantime they would hide from the saint, making way for the foxes, and the cleanup squad would be in full view, and they would wait for the foxes and the squad to wear each other down, and then asked if this was not the best moment to attack Pearl City. Looking ahead, the guy said that according to the spies, the Zhu family was also hunting for the power of the saint, and clarified what if they intervened. The servant knelt in front of the mistress, who said that she had already sensed her, and added that the saint was confused, and she was immersed in her thoughts, and the Zhu family did not have the slightest chance of manipulating her in such a state, and the reason why the Zhao brothers had come for the saint was because of the saint's blood flowing in their veins, and this allowed them to carry out direct telepathy and communication with her. In the distance, the fortress wall could be seen, and the lady said that the heads of the Zhu family kept their distance, and probably to cover their tracks. Crossing her arms, the lady remarked that if any of them dared to encroach on the saint, then the Zhao brothers were no match for them, and at the same time, the assistant exclaimed that she was wisdom herself. Walking along the trail, the girl said that it was time for them to leave, and the guy replied that he would do as she ordered. A dark force swirled around the dagger. Pin stabbed his opponent. While brandishing a weapon, the protagonist shouted that there is no end to them, and at this rate, it will never end. The protagonist's gaze was surprised. Suddenly, the monster rushed towards Shishan, and at the same time, the guy warned her of the danger. The advanced awakened turned sharply. The girl held out her sword in front of her. Cracks appeared on her blade. Suddenly, the lady fell off her feet. A moment later, the monster jumped. Stretching out his hand, the young man exclaimed that the fog was almost over. The undead swung his axe furiously. Opening his mouth wide, the summoner yelled that she needed to watch out. The orc struck the shield. Parting his lips, the warrior noticed that his grandfather's shield was not for beauty. Shishan sat behind the knight and asked if he was Shojong. The sharp blades rushed sharply. Turning his gaze to the side, Pin wondered if this was reinforcement. The monsters began to fall down. The girl kicked the monster. Xuejie opened her jaw and apologized for being late. Magic projectiles flew towards the orc. Suddenly, the sword stuck in the ground. Ming, holding up 2 fingers, clarified how long she had been practicing swordsmanship, after which the advanced awakened asked to be silent. The undead held their axe tightly, and it sounded that they should not let their guard down. The monster's muscles appeared, and it was said that physical attacks had no effect. Clenching his fist, the main character said that he knew how to defeat them. Frowning seriously, the protagonist asked the master to cover him, to which he received a positive response. After a moment, the swordsman took off. The fencer tried to attack the enemy. Being behind the orc, the guy realized that the fallen one controls them with the help of a toxin, and toxins ignite. Taking out a huge hammer, the young man shouted that the enemy should taste his snake scales, and decided that he would set fire to the toxin inside the creature. The summoner punched a hole in the monster's back. Clenching his jaw, Pin muttered that the scales were inside, and now the fun part. The main character fiercely attacked the monster. A powerful burst of flame appeared. The undead were lying on the ground. Raising her hands, Xuejie said that they were finally finished, and added that these guys were cool, and the protagonist noticed that the coolest ones had already reached Pearl City. The guy stretched out his hand and told the gentleman that they were wounded in safe house number 3, and therefore he would use the object to hide their presence, but he did not know for how long. Ming, crossing his arms, said that Captain Situ had informed them of the situation, and they would take care of the wounded, and they had also seen what he was capable of. Moving his legs, the swordsman said that they should go, because the city needed them, and the rest could be left to them, and then the young man said that he relied on him. After a moment, the summoner took off. Looking at Shishan, the swordsman remarked that she should also return to the city, and added that they had enough people. Parting her lips, the girl replied that she understood him. Trying to catch up with the main character, the lady asked him to wait. Near the northern gate, there was a huge number of undead. Bright flames swirled around Leixian's head, and he exclaimed what kind of miserable rabble they were. Bade, cutting through the enemies, said that the head was healing, and therefore it was necessary to cover him. The wolf-shaped warrior tilted his head down, and they could be heard retreating. A ball of fire appeared. The man threw a powerful projectile towards the monsters. Clenching his fists, the martial arts schoolmaster asked if this was all he could and asked to show him all his tricks. Xiaoming grabbed his beard and said that the original effectiveness of this toxin was the best for creating zombies, and then wondered why he continued to encounter fire-type awakened people lately. The fallen man said that they were underestimating him, when suddenly Leixian waved his hand and exclaimed that he would pay for his brother. Suddenly, the man was hit by a top-level monster in the stomach. Baring his teeth, the martial arts schoolmaster said that this was not the end. The old man began to cough up blood. A moment later, the warrior pierced the zombie's body with a toxin. Pieces of flesh flew in different directions. Xiaoming fell to the ground, and at the same time, the fighter reported that the leader was defeated. Suddenly, the monsters opened their mouths and screamed loudly. Squinting in bewilderment, the strong man couldn't understand why they were still moving. Suddenly, the old man attacked the jock and asked if he believed that he had already killed him. Zombie toxin corpse usurper, who sacrifices the life of a controlled zombie to respawn himself, jumped back abruptly, and Leixian wondered if he had been reborn. His heart was beating at a high speed. Placing his palm on his stomach, the man asked what he had done. The top-level monster grinned maliciously and said what he had already noticed. Flames swirled around the martial arts schoolmaster's hand, and at the same time, the fallen man explained that he had injected a little toxin into his body, and as soon as it spread, he would turn into an old zombie. Frowning menacingly, the warrior clarified that how dare he. The soldier bared his teeth furiously, and the system reported an improvement in his characteristics. Clenching his jaw, Xiaoming asked if he was trying to brew the toxin by setting himself on fire, and then said that he could not waste his strength. Terrible monsters appeared, and the old man said that this toxin is only one of the main ones, and the toxin controlled by the zombie is another type. The teacher turned to the jock, who turned around and exclaimed that he should not think of him, and then the top-level monster said that he was surrounded by his strong zombies, blessed with more than one toxin, and they would not die until the toxin was destroyed. Not far from safe house number 3, a huge orc appeared. It was heard that they would see how long his stamina would last, and at the same time, the undead rushed towards Lei Xian, and his elder brother asked to stop him. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that he would pay for whatever it cost him. Stretching out his palms, the zombie toxin noticed that he didn't seem to understand the whole situation. The fallen man said that since he missed his brother so much, then why not reunite with him? And at the same time, the martial arts school master pushed away one of the enemies. Leaning forward, the warrior decided that he had to put an end to this. Unexpectedly, the fighter encountered a huge undead. Clenching his jaw, the strong man shouted loudly. A moment later, the monster flew back. The jock raised his fist to his mouth. Looking at his hand, Lei Xian realized that the toxin was spreading rapidly. Opponents were flying in his direction, and he thought that this was not enough. Lifting his leg off the ground, the man muttered that he had enough energy for the final form of the emperor's unshakable body, and at this rate, he would also become a zombie. Biting his lips, the martial arts school master said that if he lost to them here, the north gate would fall. The monsters opened their mouths in bewilderment, and the warrior wondered if the end of Pearl City had come. Shishan moved quickly and said that according to the intelligence of the barrier squad, the head of the martial arts school needed reinforcements. Cutting the opponents, the girl exclaimed that the main character first needs to save him, to which he replied positively. Looking down, the soldier wondered who was there. Brandishing her sword, the advanced Awaken asked the master to hold on. Suddenly, one of the monsters hovered in the air, after which the strong man noticed that they had opened. The jock clenched his jaw sharply. Raising his hand, Lei Xian used the beast catcher's indestructible body skill. Putting his palm on his chest, the man said that it was better for the guy to step back, because it was dangerous here, and he asked not to worry, and added that he came prepared. Lowering his eyebrows, Pin said that he would allow him to be healed. Suddenly, a magical spirit appeared and began to purify the blood. The protagonist said that he needed to calm down, because he was treating him this way, which caused the master of the martial arts school, parting his lips, remarking that this was an unusual method. Looking at his hand, the warrior reported that not only had the external wounds healed, but also his stamina had been restored, and added that the young man had unusual skills, and he explained that unfortunately he could not completely neutralize the toxin, and the best thing he could do now was to stop its spread. Clenching his fist, the fighter asked if he could suppress it, and then exclaimed that that would be enough. Four Arms took a fighting stance and asked for some time, and also said that he would finish off this creature once and for all, and at the same time, the system wrote his characteristics. Lei Xian frowned seriously, and Ping muttered that how dare he throw words around. After all, he understood that he was dealing with a fallen one, and decided to test the strength of the head just in case. Xiangming said that he should bow down before him and become his zombie, to which the man, standing in front of the undead, replied that he would never do so, and the artificial intelligence reported his statistics. Suddenly, a powerful burst of flames rang out, and at the same time, the martial arts school master took advantage of the overheating protection. The warrior bent down, and his body temperature was 3,000 degrees. A moment later, a fiery beam appeared. The fighter abruptly approached the old man. The strong man fiercely attacked his enemy. The protagonist, frowning seriously, said that he had analyzed the top-level monster, and added that its vitality depends on the zombies in the vicinity, and also explained that if they want to kill it, they must destroy all the zombies too. Grabbing the jock by the arm, the fallen man noticed that he would not kill him. Suddenly, a huge number of monsters rushed towards the awakened one. Stretching his palm forward, the man again used the skill of overheating protection. Suddenly, all his opponents were surrounded by bright flames. Parting his lips, the martial arts school master said that this was not enough, after which he asked the guy if there was a way to quickly increase his body temperature. The protagonist, touching his hair, said that his flames did not reach as high a mark as his, and was afraid that there was nothing else he could do. Suddenly, a thick hand appeared, and then the youth exclaimed that it should work. The summoner gave the lord the scales, and he asked why he hadn't done it sooner, to which he was told that he hadn't asked. The Four Arms put the skin particles in his mouth, and Pin muttered that he was calling a true fire eater. The fighter was surrounded by many monsters. A moment later, a blue beam appeared. Shishan stood on top of the monster and clarified what was going on, and the wolf-shaped warrior said that it was the first time in his life that he had seen a master reach this form. The teacher, smiling, said that it seemed to him that the battle would soon end. Blue flames swirled around the jock, and the system reported that his body temperature was 6,000 degrees, and all the toxins were burned, and at the same time, the main character was surprised by his domineering form, and added that the fire eater would not consume even a piece of this flame. Looking towards the opponents, Lei Xian explained that the final form puts a lot of strain on the body, and therefore he needs to continue to heal it, to which the protagonist replied that he would not let him down. Fiery wings appeared behind the man, and he asked to move away, saying that he could accidentally hit them. Bade shouted that they heard him, and therefore let them retreat to the city, and at the same time the people quickly shuffled their feet. Xiangming lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and asked how it was even possible since he had burned all of his toxin. The monster's eyes burned red. The old man ordered everyone to destroy the martial arts school master, when suddenly the undead rushed towards him. The warrior released a powerful burst of flames. A bright energy covered his opponents. In pain, the top-level monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. A blinding flash appeared. Clenching his fists, the fighter noticed that 20,000 zombies had turned to ashes. Opening her mouth in surprise, Shishan thought that this was a terrifying force, and out of all the people she knew, he would be one of the top 3. Running up to Lei Xian, the young man exclaimed that he had bad news, namely the masters of the other 2 schools had betrayed them, and the eastern-western gate was open. Sharply opening his jaw, the man clarified whether Donghai and Royu had betrayed them. Zombies were sticking out of the ground, and it was clear that since Pearl City had fallen, there was no point in wasting any more time on them. Sitting on top of the huge monster, Xiangming said that this time the victory was his. but he would leave a place for him, and hoped that the next time they met, he would remain as powerful and imposing as he was today. Baring his teeth, the warrior retorted that he would not leave alive next time. Clenching his fists, the fighter said that he could cope on his own, and therefore let him return to the city and help the others. Looking at his palm, the martial arts school master said that the zombie toxin was no more, and therefore let the guy come back too. Running away from the crowd of monsters, people shouted that these were mutated creatures that they needed to run away from, after which they asked for help, and rescuers said that they needed to quickly line up in a line of defense. Standing on the roof of the house, the man exclaimed that they could shout as much as they wanted. Smiling wickedly, Juan remarked that this was the very sight that Pearl City should see without their family. The henchman approached him from behind, when suddenly he asked how the plan was progressing. Furrowing his brows, the young man announced that about 1,000 creatures had entered the city, and now it was under their control. Tilting his head down, the villain stated that it was amazing, after which he asked them to attack the mayor's mansion as soon as possible, to which the ward clarified if he was serious, although he should know that Junting was still there. Stretching his palm forward, the fighter explained that the blood of the goddess in her body would affect the mutants as soon as they approached, and his partner supported these words and wondered how they would get rid of her even if the celestial foxes had become her servants. Shifting his gaze to the ground, the man asked if it was true that they didn't understand anything at all, and then added that Junting hadn't fully awakened yet, and her mind was now like that of a newborn. The young lady formed a magical sphere between her palms, and Juan said that she was unconsciously and passively controlling all the mutated beasts around her. The monsters knelt before the ruler, and the villain explained that the accumulation of a large number of creatures would overload her and her abilities would get out of control, and then the mayor's mansion would be swallowed up by chaos, and they would have a chance to take the girl. Closing her eyes, the new queen of mutated beasts asked her pet to stop, because she was ticklish. Suddenly, the child began to rub her eyes with her finger. Her pupil turned into an unusual symbol. A bunch of monsters sat on the floor, and their owner asked where they all went. The silhouettes of the servants turned white, and Junting didn't understand why there were so many of them here. The huge monster held the girl on his arm and was silent, and she noticed that he looked strange, after which she clarified who he was. Stretching her palm forward, the saint said that the rest of the guys were also very nice. Hiding behind the pillar, the man said in his mind that, as expected, so many creatures nearby were undermining her strength. Suddenly, the young lady moved away from the throne. Grinning, the child wondered why there were so many snow pets outside. Raising her hands to her head, the new alienated beast queen sighed heavily and stated that there were too many of them. Touching her hair with her fingers, the child decided that she no longer needed any servants. Falling to the floor, Junting shouted that enough was enough. There was a view of the tall columns near the building, from which a loud shout could be heard. The little girl's braids flew up while running, and she called for her mother in fright. Suddenly, the enraged monster pounced on her. Through the magic portal, the hands of a man passed. Pin stretched the beast's mouth, and his partner exclaimed that she had made it. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist called his opponent a creature. The monster's fur emitted bright streams of flame, and the summoner was indignant that he could not stand still for a couple of seconds. The woman ran up to her daughter and asked if she was safe. Stroking the child's head, the lady thanked the rescuers, and Shishan told them to leave quickly. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the awakened man reported that there were densely populated areas right ahead, so they could not allow the enemy to advance further. Bringing the communication device to her mouth, the girl shouted that the cleanup squad should immediately cordon off the perimeter, and the rest should take all civilians to a safe place. A crowd of undead stood in front of the heroes, and at the same time, the lady noticed that it was difficult to contain so many creatures without damaging the buildings. Wrapping his fingers around the hilt of the blade, Pin said that they would hold them back as long as they could, because they just needed to buy time for others. Suddenly, the monster raised its paw above the ground. The snow wolves looked up and began to howl. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the main character did not understand what was wrong with him, when suddenly the captain was informed that the mutated beasts on their side had also stopped moving. Junting flew high into the air, and the man wondered what was going on. His pupils bulging in bewilderment, one said that this could not be. The young lady began to open her eyes. At the same moment, streams of magic began to swirl around her body. A powerful burst of energy abruptly occurred in the room. The servants spread their hands to their sides in fright, and shouted that they had lost control of all the beasts in the city. Furiously clenching his jaws, the villain cried out that this was a curse. And could it be that the blood of the goddess in her body had fully awakened, after which he thought that this was bad luck, because the percentage for this was negligible. Flying out of the window, the new queen of alienated animals said that there were many Snow's servants. Abruptly breaking off from his place, the subordinate fox ordered his assistants to catch up with her. A moment later, the man began to fall down. Gritting his teeth, Juan felt pressure, and then exclaimed that only a king-level mutated beast was capable of such a thing. The monster's eyes began to emit a bright red glow. Turning his head to the side, the villain thought that this was impossible, and King Yu woke up. Clenching his fists tightly, the fox's subordinate wondered if Junting could be the reason for the king's early awakening. Putting his hand forward, the fighter asked why his boss was standing there, and the other did not understand what had happened. The minions ran to the exit when the boss ordered them to contact the others in Pearl City and capture the saint, as they had other things to attend to. Looking after the departing assistants, the man thought that King Yu's awakening meant that the heavenly foxes had a king-level fighter, so revealing himself would be tantamount to suicide. A terrifying shadow appeared behind Juan, and then he decided that it would be best to stay away and watch. The fighter stretched out his hand to the side and told his teammates to unite in 3 groups of 3 and destroy the remaining zombies. The big man asked how the master's body was, to which he put his palm to his chest and replied that everything was fine, because Pin had patched up most of his wounds, but was only a little tired, although he would return to the ranks after the break. The captain slammed his fist sharply on the stone. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the wrestler shouted that corrupt dogs are worse than animals. Touching the commander's shoulder, Lacien noticed that at the moment, their first priority was to clear the zombies at the southern gate, and then they would return to the city and help the others. Columns of black smoke were erupting from the building, and the martial arts school master explained that given the current state of affairs, they could only save as many people as possible. The guy pointed his finger to the side and reported that a group of awakened people was approaching from the north, to which the other clarified if it could be reinforcements. Through the dust, the silhouettes of people could be seen, whose leader shouted that they could not be allowed to pass because no one should enter the city, and the master's apprentice wondered if they were members of the Burning Sun martial arts school, and his partner said that he was willing to bet that they were here to clean up the riots. The manager raised his fist up, and his subordinates agreed with him. Lei Xian was indignant that this man still had the audacity to show here. Stretching out his hand to the side, the big man ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and his superior explained that the Flaming Sun martial arts school had left the western gate without a second thought, so the creatures had entered the city because of it. Standing in front of the large doors, the teacher asked why the master of another school had betrayed Pearl City, to which he sneered. Smirking, Ryu wondered if he had ever wanted to live a different life. Lowering his jaw, Lei Xian didn't understand what kind of life it was. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, his mentor advised him to look around. A view of the burning buildings opened up, and then the man noticed that Pearl City was a city that sparkled with 1,000 lights, dazzling and at the same time gentle, and every year hundreds of people died from the attacks of mutated beasts, so that they seemed to freeze while clearing this tiny piece of land, after which he asked if he had ever thought about what would happen if they could push humanity to the birth of a king. And what kind of world would it be? Frightened people ran away from a crowd of angry monsters. A planet appeared between Ryu's palms, and he explained that if a king was born in the holy ancestral village, then Pearl City would not only be safe, but even the most remote corners of the world would be free from the raids of the beasts. Putting his fist forward, Lei Xian replied that he understood everything, and then added that the disciple who propagated the theory of the man's king's superiority in his school was one of them. Spreading his hands to his sides, the master noticed that he was sorry that they had expelled him, although he would have managed to become one of them. Shifting his gaze to the side, the big man clarified whether he should have become one of them and sacrificed the entire city. The team of the Blazing Sun martial arts school stood up in fighting stances, and their leader advised the other party to calm down. After all, they were only here to take the one who was the key to the king's birth in the holy ancestral village, so they had no intention of destroying Pearl City, and then added that if he agreed not to stand in their way, he would not lay a finger on them. The master put his palm forward and clarified what would happen if he refused. Abruptly rushing from his seat, Ryu shouted that in this case, he would solve the problem with his fists. The saint rose high into the air in the northern park of the city on the green square. Hiding behind the bushes, Ping asked if it was Genting. Looking up, the main character did not understand whether the animals stopped because of her, and then decided to analyze. Smirking, the young lady noticed that there were a lot of snow pets around that were cute, when suddenly the system reported that the analysis was successful and showed a panel of properties. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the awakened man was surprised that she had become fallen, and Shishan did not understand how this could happen. The girl abruptly tilted her body down and exclaimed that she needed to be quieter, because there was someone here. The brothers were walking through the clearing, and then one of them asked what they should do now, and whether they should return, to which the other was indignant at what kind of nonsense he was saying, because their task was to return the girl to the family by any means. Turning his head to the side in alarm, the guy said that the city was filled with zombies, and their mutated beasts were under the control of the girl, and besides, they had lost contact with others. Raising his palm, the fighter shouted that there was no way the two of them could handle it, to which his partner ordered him to calm down, because they had already gone too far, so they would not give up, even if it cost them their lives. The youths abruptly began to turn their heads from side to side and didn't understand who was next to them when they heard a voice that said that the Zhu family was always hiding in the shadows, although he had never thought that he would find them among someone with such courage. The two wrestlers took one step at a time, and at the same time, one of them noticed that he had more stamina than the rest of the Zhu family, so he was considering. The two brothers were standing next to the animals, and Yanlong stated that he would turn him into a zombie to serve them, after which the system showed the attribute bars of both heroes. Gritting his teeth tightly, Ping exclaimed that he had analyzed them, and it turned out that they were members of the holy ancestral village, and their strength was comparable to that of Junting, to which Shishan replied that it could be a lead, so they should try to capture them alive so that they could get some information. The robed guy lowered his hands and asked if there were any zombies walking around the city, and what faction they belonged to, and why would they interfere with their plans, and then added that there was no time to waste, and it was better to end it. Abruptly breaking off from their place, Huang's servants decided to rush into the attack. Dark spots appeared on the young man's face. Putting his hand on his side, Yanlong said that his enemy was pathetic, because he could only talk, although he expected more. Clenching his jaw, the fighter did not understand what it was, and then cried out that his body was paralyzed. Snapping his fingers, the high-level awakened advised him not to waste his strength, because the more resistance he showed, the faster he would go to the other world. Putting his palm to his head, the sectarian said that he needed to be careful, because the gas was poisonous. Suddenly, the animals pounced on the enemies of their masters. Stretching out his palm to the side, the young man said that his opponent was not bad, but he was sorry that he would not last long, to which he exclaimed that he could only dream, but he was offered to surrender and voluntarily become a zombie. The snake tightly squeezed the body of the fighter, who shouted that even if he died, he would still take him with him. At the same moment, a bright flash of light appeared high in the sky. The acolytes lay humbly on the shattered ground, and at the same time, Yenhu cried out that it was very close, but it was a good thing that the beasts took the blow while the saintess was curious about what had happened to the animals. Sending streams of healing magic at the assistants, Junting asked him not to be afraid, because she would cure him, when suddenly the guy asked how she ended up here. They knelt behind the young lady and began to greet her, after which they announced that they had come here to escort her back, to which she replied that there was something dirty in their bodies and asked to be allowed to clean them. Lowering his jaw, Yenhu was indignant that his abilities were not working, and his brother wondered if they had said that the saint had not yet awakened and how she could. The silhouettes of the boys were enveloped in streams of red energy, and at the same time, they asked the girl to stop, and then tried to explain that displacing the holy blood from the mutated beasts would cause her to react negatively. The tiger abruptly raised his head up. Hovering in the air above the animals, the new queen of alienated animals has noticed that it is now much cleaner. Smoothing the pet's fur, Junting asked if he liked it here, and then invited him to go and join the other minions. Resting his hand on his knee, Yanhu asked if she could fully master the blood of the goddess, to which his brother replied that if it did, then they wouldn't be able to bring her back to the holy ancestral village because her mind was too deep. Putting his hand to his chest, Yanlong exclaimed that it was a curse and that they had no choice, so it was worth contacting the leader and coming up with a new plan. Gritting her teeth in anger, Shishan only asked not to tell her that the leader of the holy ancestral village was also in Pearl City, and the protagonist clarified who she was and noticed that she had an overreaction to this person. Clenching her fist, the girl imagined the silhouette of Aoshue and revealed that she had once been the second mayor of Pearl City and the most wanted criminal of the cleanup squad. Furrowing her brows menacingly, the advanced Awakens stated that she had killed her master and left a scar on her face, and then added that this man was dangerous and had enough strength to confront their captain, so she needed to find out if this monster was really in Pearl City. There was a view of an empty clearing, and at the same time, Ping noticed that they were not able to control Junting, but they could at least cope with those two. Raising his fist in front of him, the protagonist exclaimed that the saint and the mutated creatures were already far away, and this was their chance, and his partner offered to capture them alive. The brothers bulged their pupils in fright when they heard a loud sound behind them. Pushing his comrade, Yanlong shouted that there was still an ambush here. Shishan sharply pierced the opponent's shoulder with her spear and told him not to move. His mouth wide open in fear, the young man began to call loudly for his brother. Pin instantly bound the enemy with a magic whip. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character advised his opponent not to even try to let poisonous gas out again, and advised him to believe that his brother would pay for such a mistake. Pointing her sword at the man sitting on the ground, the advanced Awaken asked why they had come to Pearl City, and then shouted that he should answer the question of whether Aoshue was also here and where she was. Sneering slyly, Yanlong stated that he wouldn't tell her. At the same second, the girl struck a blow to the chest of her opponent. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, the summoner said that he could remain silent as long as he wanted, but they would not stop cutting him, after which he added that he would treat his cuts, so he would not be able to die easily, to which he shouted that they were monsters. There was a view of the illuminated room, when suddenly they wanted to give the captain urgent information, to which he replied that he could report. Situ folded his hands, and at the same time, Shishan revealed that she and Ping had captured 2 members of the holy ancestral village, and then added that according to them, the village was aimed at removing Junting, who had awakened the blood of the goddess. The man closed his lips in disbelief when his subordinate revealed that Aoshue was in the city. Furrowing his brows, the leader of the cleanup team accepted the information and told the assistants to keep their eyes on the hostages, after which he added that the worst had happened, so it was time to get down to business. Turning back, Situ asked Manny to prepare the teleportation system, to which she clarified if he really wanted to activate the Pearl of the Sun and Moon. Touching her fingers to her collarbones, the lady shouted that this item was hidden in the town square, so he would give himself away as soon as he activated her, and the Heavenly Fox King had not yet appeared, so he was putting himself in too much danger. Clenching his hand into a fist, the captain explained that the original plan was to lure out the Heavenly Fox King so that their squad would grab him so that he would be able to activate the pearl without interference, and then added that since Aoshue was involved, they couldn't be sure of anything. The man's silhouette was enveloped in sunlight, and at the same time, he stated that he had to take a chance and activate the Pearl of the Sun and Moon before they could react. The street between the houses was not consecrated, and the leader of the cleanup squad exclaimed that this was the only way to save Pearl City, so there was no time to wait. A magical portal appeared on the square of the memorial monument. Situ walked out of the aisle, his hands in his pockets. The commander's cloak fluttered in the wind, and at the same time he noticed that confusion reigned in Pearl City, and the hearts of the people had become a great unstoppable force. Turning his head back, the man said that he could stop the Zhu family and restrain the mutated beasts, but he didn't understand who was facing the unstoppable power of human hearts. When the captain looked up, the blonde-haired girl asked who they had here, and if he was going to show the Pearl of the Sun and Moon in all its glory. Holding out her hand in front of her, Manny did not understand how she got here, because she could not feel it, after which she shouted that she should not let her guard down in front of the guests, and Situ noted that as they say, no plan will survive a clash with the enemy. Placing her palm on her side, Aoshue told her interlocutor to surrender, and then added that the moment they stepped into the square, driven by a desperate desire to end the zombie invasion, they had already lost, so the victory was hers. Furrowing his brows in displeasure, the man wondered where she got such a maniacal obsession with winning and losing, and if she had ever thought about how their so-called path of the king of mankind was contrary to the natural order of things, and then added that they were forcibly rewriting the rules of the world, although in time they would see that their interference would only attract mutated king-level creatures from all parts of the globe. And he clarified what would happen if they did not reach the level of the king, and what would happen to humanity in this case. Tilting her head down, the girl said that she would not lose. The eyes of the leader of the purification squad began to emit a red glow, and at the same time, he shouted that she had already done it the moment she first raised the blade on an innocent, and the moment she teamed up with Xiangming, and also when she decided that the end justifies the means, and that was when she truly lost. After all, she was following the path of lies, not the path of the king. The former mayor of Pearl City stood on turtles and said that the wisdom of the ancients says that a great commander achieves greatness when he passes over countless heads, and then asked if he thought that there was no bloodshed here if he chose to follow the path of the king, because history remembers only the victors anyway. Standing in front of the villain, Situ said that she was too ambitious, and a lot of people would die because of her, and besides, she would surely be able to reach the extermination of humanity, namely the point of no return. A crowd of undead roamed behind the lady, and at the same time, she admitted that she was sure that she would not dissuade him, so she did not come alone, but thought that as soon as he activated the pearl, he would attract the king of the heavenly foxes, and this could not be allowed to be allowed at least until he got the saint, and then dealt with him with the king, and then she shouted that no one would activate the sun and moon pearl today. Lowering his jaw, the leader of the cleanup squad turned to Chihai and remarked that he was the head of Pearl City, so he didn't understand how he could do this. Raising his eyebrows sadly, the young man said that the heavenly foxes are too powerful, and Sister Aoshua is right that humanity needs a king, so they should unite instead of going apart. Looking down, Situ explained that this girl was not a leader, and she would not succeed. Closing his eyes, the servant of the former criminal noted that his mistress was right, because some things need to be done, and no matter if they lead to a good or bad end. He added that his interlocutor was conservative, but he understood that he would not be able to change his mind. Suddenly, the undead army rushed to attack, and the head of Pearl City shouted that he had to ask him to give him his life, to which he said that this battle would decide the fate of this city. Powerful explosions occurred in a residential area in the south of the Green Square. The serpent wrapped around the legs of Junting, who was interested in what was happening there, and why the animals were afraid. Turning her head to the side, Shishan clarified whether this phenomenon was an energy fluctuation. Hovering in midair, the saint suggested that the heroes go and check it out, when suddenly the young man noticed that they had attracted her attention, as well as the mutated animals, and his partner exclaimed that it was the captain who had made this decision. Running forward, the girl shouted that they should find him immediately, and Ping asked what they should do with the Zhao brothers, to which he received an answer that an order had already been given to take them away. In front of the gate, the battle of the cleansing squad with monsters took place. Dodging the magic rays, Aoshua asked if this was all that Situ was capable of. Holding out his palms in front of him, the man said that holding her back was more than enough. The girl surrounded her own body with a protective barrier. Looking at the enemy, the former mayor of Pearl City realized that he wanted to delay her in order to buy time to activate the pearl. Chihai tightly wrapped his fingers around the spear as his mistress ordered him to destroy the pearl. The assistants defended themselves in front of the captain and said that he would not be able to pass alive. Suddenly, the guy swung his weapon and shouted that in this case, they would die while they tried to stop him. At the same second, the floor under the hero's feet began to crack from the impact. Frowning angrily, Pin advised him not to celebrate ahead of time. The main character abruptly rushed towards the enemy. Manny grabbed Shishan's arm and asked for help to keep them away from the commander when she was asked if she was safe. Bending her knees, the advanced Awaken noticed her main enemy. In the distance, the silhouette of a hovering man and mutated beast could be seen, and at the same time, the lady exclaimed that the saint was already here. Junting hovered in midair, and Aoshua was surprised that the Zhao brothers couldn't handle her. Powerful magical currents emanated from the girl's body, and the city's most wanted criminal said in her mind that her energy was too unstable, and wondered if the goddess's blood could have fully awakened when she entered the metamorphosis phase. The new alienated animal queen stared at the magic sphere in silence. Putting her palm forward, the girl clarified whether this was why they were afraid, and why she had a familiar feeling. The child resolutely touched the glowing ball with her fingers. At the same second, a bright flash formed. The blinded soldiers began to instantly fall to the ground. A drop of sweat was dripping down Aoshua's cheek, and then she asked where such energy fluctuations came from. With his mouth wide open in rage, Situ shouted that Junting was absorbing the power of the pearl. Ping, touching Shishan, asked if she was okay. The girl, raising her eyebrows, said that she felt her mother calling her. The saint said that outside the city, when suddenly Aoshua hovered in the air and muttered that it was excellent that the pearls had caused the saint's metamorphosis earlier than planned. Rushing from her seat, the girl said that she had to go, and the former mayor of Pearl City thought that the saint must have felt the call of the holy ancestor village as soon as the metamorphosis was over, and that was fine, since she would not have to interfere, and she would come to the village herself. Parting her lips, the most wanted criminal of the cleanup squad explained that in order to keep the plan a secret, she had been hiding the saint in the city for more than 10 years, and now the time had come, and also asked to inform their people to bring the saint back because her power would help her become king, to which the assistant replied positively. Going downstairs, the lady said that these foxes were no longer under the rule of Junting, and they couldn't help but notice the commotion in the memorial plaza. Frowning seriously, the girl noticed that this mess was more than enough to keep Situ busy, and since everything was going according to plan, she should get out of here before King Yu showed up. Behind the lady, members of the cleanup team could be seen, and at the same time, she reported that Situ had gone through a lot to activate the Pearl of the Sun and Moon, but in the end, he helped her, and originally, turning the saint into a goddess implied an elaborate ceremony in the village. Rushing to the places, the advanced Awaken asked to stop and exclaimed that she would not allow it, and she would not harm anyone again. After firing sharp projectiles, Shishan said that she would avenge herself and the master. Aoshua turned around and asked if she was joking. Holding out her hand, the former mayor of Pearl City said that she should not overestimate herself. Suddenly, the most wanted criminal of the cleanup squad pushed the girl away. Pin rushed sharply in her direction. A moment later, the main character caught his partner. The protagonist hit his back on the floor. Flying high, the lady said goodbye to Situ, and at the same time, Chen asked if they would give chase. The man replied that they first needed to sort out the mess in the city, after which Manny ran towards the guys and asked if they were okay. Smiling, the guy said that everything was fine, and only a couple of scratches, and Shishan said that she was a weakling. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, causing the girl to open her mouth in surprise and wonder where it came from if the mutated beasts and zombies had left with Junting and Aoshua. Lowering his eyebrows, the leader of the cleanup team announced that it was the king of the heavenly foxes, and at the same time asked Manny to activate the portal immediately. Noticing the people ahead, the lady wondered if they were the city guards, and after a moment she realized that they were foxes. The guy, stretching out his palm, ordered to drop the weapon, otherwise they would go to the forefathers. The advanced Awaken remarked that it was a good thing that they had learned about the foxes back in the headquarters, after which Ping, clenching his fists, exclaimed that they were being attacked by all the sky foxes, and therefore everyone should be on the lookout and watch for their stealthy attacks. Frowning menacingly, the gentleman said that it was not worth it. Suddenly, Situ hovered in the air and activated the resonance of brain waves, and also said that he would delay them. With his mouth wide open, the leader of the cleanup team asked to evacuate Pearl City, and then Su tried to object. Lowering his gaze, the man said that this was an order. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked why Junting didn't take the fox with her, to which his partner replied that most likely their king had activated some kind of protective barrier, and added that they had to leave. The gentleman lowered his gaze. Stretching out his arms, Situ thought that they were no match for the king, and so by staying here, they risked becoming more victims. A moment later, the guys entered the magic portal. There was room for teleportation. Suddenly, the opponents clutched their heads, and the leader of the cleanup team asked if everyone was still not showing themselves. Lowering his eyebrows, the man asked to be impressed by the strength of the king of the fox lair. Suddenly, a dark silhouette flew past him, and it was heard that his eyes had never seen a man more powerful than him. A huge monster appeared, which said that it was not yet strong enough to resist it, and at the same time, the system wrote about the celestial fox's skills, and the master wondered what the beginning of inversion was. The monster waved its hand, and at the same time, Situ shouted that there was another way to check if he was strong enough or not. Bright flashes appeared above the man, and he decided to inflict the strongest blow he was capable of. The projectiles passed through the body of the undead, and the leader of the clearing team muttered that he would heat his insides until they were cooked and then create a vacuum for him to explode. The enemy said that it was a beautiful lunge, but useless, after which the gentleman, raising his head, clarified whether it was a cognitive distortion. The artificial intelligence reported that the cloning illusion was activated, and Situ, while dodging the opponent's attacks, thought that it was different because he had closed his sense before the fight began, and it was not a clone, because clones disappear when attacked, just like his, and also wondered why there was no scratch on it, and added that this attack was capable of making a hole in the mountain. Smiling menacingly, the dark creature said that he would not fool him with his illusion tricks. Clenching his jaw, the man realized that this was still a skill of the principle of inversion, and it did not affect his feelings, as a cognitive distortion, but he distorted reality itself, and added that temperature, gravity, and physics did not apply anything to his body. Tightly gripping the leader of the cleanup team, the monster wanted him dead. The monster's eyes burned brightly. Lifting the corners of his lips, the gentleman remarked that it was unfortunate that his skill only manipulated the principles that influenced himself. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, and at the same time, Situ clarified that it wasn't working for him. A transparent shell appeared, and at the same time, the evil spirits asked if it was a spatial barrier, and realized that it was temporary, and the man said that he would seal it in time for centuries. The dark creature opened its mouth and asked if it thought it would stop it by locking it here. The monster, lowering his head, said that if he died, then living space would also die. In the palm of the leader of the clearing team there was a monster in a transparent barrier, and the system wrote about spatial temporal initialization, namely death rewinds time around the caster, creates a cycle that returns to the moment of activation of the skill. The eyes of the undead glowed red, and he said that an entertaining person could endlessly reset time in his space, which meant that he would be stuck here. The master's head appeared, and then the dark being said that since he had the ability to change principles such as time, he would not be subject to a time loop. Frowning maliciously, the monster remarked that he would not remember anything, and wondered if he could retain the memories of killing him over and over again. Spitting at the man, the monster said that constant killing would bore him, or anger him to death, and therefore it was better to let him exhaust himself, and let him constantly come to his senses until his body coped with the next overload. Situ's skeleton hovered in the air, and the evil spirit said that humans were terrifying in appearance, and maybe rumors spread by other races were not rumors. Squinting menacingly, the dark creature explained that they were saying that if they continued to devour humans, then even mutated beasts like them would be able to gain human potential. Flying over his minions, the monster ordered all troops to immediately stop the chaos in Pearl City, and minimize human casualties as much as possible, and added that they still needed them for reproduction and enjoyment. In the southern part of the city, Lei Xian swung his fist. It was heard that he would detain them, when suddenly the guy stopped two warriors. Opening his mouth wide, the man asked to be released and asked what he was doing. Katie, touching his cheek, wondered if they were fighting among themselves and how stupid they were, and the martial arts school master exclaimed that he was a traitor because he betrayed Pearl City. The soldiers stood opposite each other, and at the same time the master ordered to immediately stop and retreat. Squinting menacingly, the strong man realized that it was the city's fear that had come, and apparently there was no way back, and therefore he had to finish the job. Sharply clenching his fist, the jock shouted that let the guy die too. Ryu was slapped in the face, and he muttered that something invisible had gripped his head. Suddenly, the young man tore off the head of the martial arts school master, and Lei Xian wondered where he had so much power. Throwing away a part of the man's body, Katie noticed that as soon as the city guard went over to the mayor's security for a couple of days, it was such a mess. Looking sideways, the guy ordered to drop the weapon, and explained that if you do not obey, then you will face consequences. The young man said that the master must go with him, and added that he needed a detailed report of the day, to which the man, closing his eyes, replied positively. In safe house number 8, a cleanup team could be seen, and at the same time, the main character asked Jishan to calm down. Manny, stretching out her hand, clarified what was happening, and said that her strength had run out. Ming said that his stamina was also being used up quickly, and had never felt exhausted like he did now, and then Xuejia, opening her mouth wide, noticed that her body seemed to have become heavier. The advanced awakened woman clenched her jaw and asked me not to speak. Holding a purple orb in her hand, the girl asked the captain to answer. Pin, lowering his eyebrows, asked what was the matter. The lady, standing behind the protagonist, reported that the captain had previously blessed each of the squad. Imagining Situ unleashing a powerful force, Manny explained that blessing was a rare national level skill, and it allowed you to grant certain properties to others that were always in effect, and as long as the beneficiary was alive, those abilities were alive as well. The members of the cleanup team appeared, and at the same time, the girl said that Ming had a decrease in stamina consumption, Xuejia had a decrease in fatigue, Shouzhong had a halving in body weight, and Shishan had a decrease in mental energy consumption by half. Biting her lips, the lady said that if they had lost their blessings, then the captain was dead. Lowering his gaze, Pin wondered if someone like Situ could die so easily. Suddenly, the bracelet on the wrist of the main character lit up, and it was heard that a lot of time had passed since he appeared in this form. Smiling, the advanced awakened asked the captain if he was alive. A hologram of the chapter appeared, and he replied that not really, and in about a year, he would exhaust his strength, and be finally killed by the celestial fox. Opening his jaw, the protagonist clarified if he was talking to them through this bracelet, after which the man clarified that it was a contingency plan, and once he died physically, his consciousness would form in a virtual copy, and would be transmitted through this bracelet. Frowning seriously, the gentleman said that it was only a virtual copy, not the real one. Clenching her fist, Shishan clarified what they could do and how to save him, and then the guy wondered if this creature was not the real Situ, but an artificial intelligence with fragments of his memories. Closing his eyes contentedly, the leader of the cleanup team asked not to worry and noted that this was also part of the plan, because he had felt death approaching back in Pearl City. But even in the face of death, his hope did not fade. A monster in a transparent shell appeared, and at the same time, the captain said that right now the Sky Fox was in a loop of a time trap, and it was possible to get out of there either at his will, or until the energy ran out, and also added that he was imprisoned in the memorial square, killing him over and over again and trying to suck out his power. Standing in front of the guys, the man said that they had about a year, and he would not run anywhere, and this was their chance to defeat the Heavenly Foxes. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment when he heard that whether they would take the opportunity or not was up to Pin and his limitless potential. All the comrades looked at the protagonist. The swordsman, looking somewhere ahead, noted that he did not know the captain's plan, but it was extremely rash to pin all hopes on a newcomer, while the girl said that the potential of this young man was indeed undeniable, but he was still only an awakened low-ranking one. Shishan, standing next to her teammate, replied that she trusted the captain's decisions and asked what they should do next. The man standing in front of them asked them not to be critical. After all, it was nothing compared to what they had encountered before. After all, the real despair was the battle with the Zhu family's awakened beasts, and also added that this family had great resources, as their treasury contained more than 5 treasures of the same level as the sun and moon pearls. The young man frowned when he heard him say that they themselves had nothing at the moment. The head, putting his hands in his pockets, explained that in fact, the gap between the team and the current enemy was not that great, since they just lacked a weapon that could defeat a mutated king-level beast. At the same time, one of the fighters asked if there was a king-level weapon. The commander, looking at the hero, replied in the affirmative and explained that not all the awakened were allowed to enter this place, and even so, they only have one chance, which could cost them their lives. An arrow appeared after he said that it was there that he managed to find a projectile that turned the tide of the war, and added that at the moment it would be Pin's turn. A comrade standing behind shouted the question of whether this man was the unlimited awakened. The guy, closing his eyes, noted that he had apparently already planned everything and he had no choice but to follow his plan. The man, smiling, said that it would be good for him, because that place holds the secrets of mankind, and among the ruins he will be able to uncover the secrets of the world that are meant only for him. The girl, running away, cried out that they could not hesitate then and should move out right now. Raising his hand, the head asked them to wait a little, because they needed to prepare first of all, and asked the guy to follow him. The protagonist, walking behind, asked if there was really no way to free him. The commander, walking in front, replied that he had not come to this choice after one day of deliberation, and if he hadn't distracted the Heavenly Fox King, then they would have faced 2 other scenarios that they didn't want to see, and then the interlocutor asked a question about these scenarios. Imagining the monsters looming over the city, the head revealed that in the first outcome, they would not be able to repel the attack of the holy ancestral village, and then the city would fall into the hands of Aoshue, and half of the awakened would die in the ensuing chaos. A monster that kills people immediately appeared, after saying that in the second exodus, they would have successfully defended the city. But without him, the Heavenly Fox King would have killed any powerful awakened, which meant the loss of 30% of all fighters. The fox raised his hand to the men as the commander said that now that he was able to keep the Fox King trapped, Princess Yu was the most terrifying among them, and in a one-on-one fight, no one was equal to her among the powerful awakened. However, when faced with several opponents at the same time, even she would not be victorious. Stopping in front of the cage, the man also explained that if it wanted to destroy every awakened person who revealed their abilities, it would take them a year or 2, but the hero thought that given the current situation, this was the best possible result. The leader, standing beside him, asked him to go get Yanlong's blood. Turning his head, the young man inquired about the use of this blood. The interlocutor, frowning, asked if the guy was not stuck at the 9th level. The latter also replied in the affirmative and added that during the battle, he noticed that he had already almost reached the 10th level and the average level of awakening. Raising his hands, the hero continued, saying that at some point he seemed to be blocked and he not only failed to level up, but also had a feeling as if something was holding him back, like a lump in his throat. The old man pointed his finger and said that he should try to drink some of Yanlong's blood and awaken the power, and then he would be told how to remove the lock. There was a dripping of blood after him saying that there was actually no difference between low and medium, because the reason he couldn't break through was because he had too many abilities. Standing behind, the head said that awakens with one ability don't have many options, so it's not difficult for them to determine their path in the early stages. But those with many abilities, like a beginner, must choose one path out of many, otherwise the level will stagnate. The hero sat in the lotus position, while the teacher said that as soon as he understood what he really wanted and which path was better to take, he would easily be able to go to the intermediate level. Messages began to appear that omnivorousness had been activated, thanks to which a new ability was awakened, and as a result, a notification appeared about the receipt of the old royal blood, and now, the more the body draws strength from experience and suffering, the stronger the effect will be. The hero appeared in front of a kind of light vortex and heard the words of the chapter that this was his chance, and he now needed to use a new ability to feel the changes in other abilities, and also that he should carefully probe each of them and bring them to the brink of activation. A lot of crystals appeared around him after she told him that he should then look inside himself and understand what path his heart desires, and then his abilities would adjust to his desire. The young man, bowing his head, thought of the gem of the treaty and omnivorousness. The man, standing behind, asked if he had made a decision. The protagonist, grinning, noted that there are already a lot of skills here and asked the question that he really can't get all of them. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, replied that everything would depend on his heart, and he would not be able to give advice on this matter. The guy, raising both hands, realized that most of all he was hesitating between the gem of the contract and omnivorousness, because the contract was the basis of his strength, after all. Closing his eyes, the fighter remembered that most of his abilities came from him. Immediately, a green crystal appeared in front of him after thinking that omnivorousness had also given him 4 powerful abilities. 3 bright substances appeared beside him as he thought that the afterlife mist body, the pure water body, the pure blood body, and the old king's blood were top-level skills, and it could be said that while omnivorousness came from the packed gem, his potential had become simply enormous. A green light lit up the room as the hero tried to figure out what he needed to do to choose which path would be his main path for further advancement. The man, looking at him, noted that he had apparently already found the answer, and immediately there was a message from the system that the advancement was successful, thanks to which the person was able to reach the 10th level and become an awakened middle level. The protagonist, without opening his eyes, tried to understand whether he had managed to raise the level and immediately activated the analysis. His eyes widened after receiving numerous notifications about his enhanced abilities and thought that although he had only managed to raise 1 level, the gap between a low-level and mid-level master was truly huge. Raising his hand, the fighter also realized that stamina and mental energy had also increased significantly, and he was now able to control the consumed fire, and the control over the rest of the abilities had also become much better. The old man, standing nearby, asked if these were significant changes, but the student answered in the affirmative. Smiling, the young man said that he now understood why Sai became combat-ready only after reaching the middle level, because the control that is achieved after the lowest level is really wonderful. A bright fire crystal immediately appeared in his hand. This stone immediately began to change shape. The protagonist, holding it in his hand, understood that with the new skill, even useless jewelry could now be useful. The fighter, bowing his head, noted that the hardness of this weapon should be comparable to the strength of a pearl blade, and he would be able to carry it with him without worrying that it would be broken. The old man, smiling, said what had happened as he had thought, as the apprentice had chosen not omnivorousness, but the gem of the covenant to increase his rank. The guy, standing up, replied that he wanted to choose omnivorousness, but something told him not to do it. The teacher, imagining the image of a certain person, explained that it was good that he did not choose him, because omnivorousness, although it can easily endow abilities, is associated with great risk, because there are frequent cases of side effects, negative reactions, and even death when awakening new abilities in an omnivore. The young man raised his hand and said that the packed gem did awaken skills much more slowly, and every new ability he could awaken with the gem saved his life. His eyes widened when someone said that he needed to recruit new fighters for the city watch and gradually get rid of them. Looking back, the man continued to hear someone talking about how they needed to kill everyone who posed a potential threat within a year. A man standing next to them said that their newcomer said that Princess Yu was recruiting the awakened under the guise of joining the city guard in order to quickly eliminate qualified specialists in the city, while the swordsman asked if she was targeting the participants in the previous battle. The head, exhaling, answered in the affirmative. The young man, looking to the side, said that he would return to the city to inform Master Lacian and the others about the current situation, and then figure out a way to get them out of the city, while his comrade shouted that he should not think of doing this, as it was too dangerous. The guy, looking at his hands, explained that these people would end up just like the first squads of the city guard, if they didn't do anything and were simply eaten and replaced by others. The girl, putting her hand on his chest, said that he was taking too much risk by going there alone and added that she would go with him. Another friend, looking at him, said that she would also go there and offered to split up and contact the awakened, because that would be much faster. The head, standing beside them, explained that they could not be sure whether the already awakened ones had been replaced by foxes or not, and therefore could easily be revealed. The hero, punching him in the chest, said that he was now an awakened mid-level and if he got there alone, then there was confidence that he would be able to get out in one piece, even if he was noticed. The swordsman raised one hand and shouted that he was against it, because now their city was a direct road to the other world, and did he really not understand how important it was now? The young man, frowning, replied that he understood, but he couldn't sit idly by while their comrades were devoured by foxes, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, even though he hadn't yet been able to avenge Jingyao. The girl, looking at him, tried to say something, but his friend noted that everything was fine, because he had a backup plan and nothing would happen to him, even if he had to meet the princess. The swordsman, holding out his hand in front of him, shouted that he must first defeat him if they could not bring him to reason. The protagonist's purple aura immediately struck him. The guy, putting on the mask, noted that apparently he was able to defeat him. His comrade staggered back a little and said that he had definitely become stronger after waking up the middle level. The head spread his arms and explained that an awakened of the unlimited level was incomparable to the ordinary awakened, and he himself had to reach the intermediate level in order to be able to resist the mutated creatures, while Pin could kill the awakened being of the lowest level, and he was clearly more talented than him and had very great potential. Raising his finger, the man also said that he was not against his decision to return to the city, but added that before that he wanted to give him something. The hero raised his hand and asked him to wait for a while, because he needed some favor from Shojong. The latter, smiling, asked what it was about, while the protagonist used analysis, and then the technology of removing adipose tissue. Taking him out of the room, the guy explained that he could help a lot, but it would be uncomfortable to talk here and therefore they should move away. They all narrowed their eyes as Shojong cried out to leave him some. The young man asked him not to be greedy, because everything would grow back anyway. The girl, with her eyes wide open, asked what he asked of their partner, and the guy thanked him at that moment. Looking at the thin soldier, she asked what had happened to him. The hero, entering a certain room, asks about something. The old man, remembering himself earlier, replied that this scythe is called the Black Reaper, which not only instills fear in the hearts of the living, but also evolves, consuming blood, and in his youth he managed to kill tens of thousands of creatures with its help, and therefore the scythe absorbed a sea of blood. This weapon appeared after his words that now it has no equal in strength and sharpness, and without exaggeration we can call it a divine artifact, and there is simply no more suitable weapon for it than the terrible Reaper. The fighter took it in his hand as the leader said that he should take him with him to the city, as it would increase his chances of survival. A black and violet energy emanated from him. Suddenly, the man looked somewhere to the side. Smiling, the head noted that apparently someone was still worried and added that his energy was already running out and he should return to the bracelet to recharge. Someone standing next to him said that they had a good chat, and then suddenly the young man asked a question about her scar. Smiling, she asked if he remembered what they had agreed on and reminded them that they should communicate as friends, not as teammates. A friend sitting next to her was talking about how she had tamed her inner demons and asked the cleanup squad to heal the scar on her face, as the latest incident had made her realize how weak she was. So now she would no longer blindly seek revenge, but would rely on the strength of the guys to defeat Aoshuet together. Looking at him, the girl also wondered if he had decided to return to the city alone because of revenge for the death of his friend. The young man closed his eyes and replied that it would be a lie to say that it hadn't crossed his mind, especially after reaching the average level of awakening, since he had just managed to feel that his strength had increased. Remembering the fox above him, the guy explained that if the monster had escaped, it would have jumped up and began to fight for life. She, still looking at him, tried to object, but the interlocutor asked her not to worry, because he knew his own value, but he still needed to return to the city right now to save people. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist also added that he would not do anything reckless about revenge for Jingyao if the opportunity did not present itself. The comrade in arms, raising her head, explained that she was still worried that he would go there alone. The guy looked at her and replied that he had the secret weapon Shojong, and she would definitely succeed. One of the streets of the city appeared. The hero, putting his hands in his pockets, realized that the patrols of the Sky Foxes were behaving too actively. Looking around the corner, a person heard a shout that the entrance to the square was temporarily prohibited, and there was nothing for those who did not have permission to do here. The head, appearing behind, asked not to worry about him, because this forest would not be able to do anything to him for another 2 years, and also asked if the ward had decided what he would do next. The fighter, looking away, replied in the affirmative. The training room of this Vero martial arts school appeared. The man looked at the energy that was seeping through the doors. The protagonist, appearing in the room, introduced himself. The latter, jumping up, asked where he had disappeared all this time. The guy, smiling, replied that he wanted to thank him then, but could not find him anywhere. Sitting down on a chair, the young man asked if the coach could help him with something. The latter, crossing his arms over his chest, said that judging by what the guest had said, the mayor had long betrayed the city and the Sky Foxes had become the main ones, but his statements did not sound very plausible, when suddenly someone shouted that the captain of the city watch had come to him. The man, standing still, asked the man to wait in the hall. The hero, frowning, explained that the Sky Foxes had replaced the city guards, and in any case it was clear that his words would be true. The hall of the academy appeared. The teacher, raising his hand, apologized for waiting, because the meeting with the captain was unexpected for him. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that he had come here to congratulate him. The coach, frowning, asked what such an honor was deserved. The guest, standing in front of him, replied that the mayor had decided to appoint him vice mayor of the city, and this would soon be announced. The latter, closing his eyes, replied that he was infinitely grateful to the mayor for such generosity. The captain, glancing back, said that it was time for him to go. The man, standing still, thanked him and asked him to convey his gratitude to the mayor. The hero, appearing behind, asked him to calm down, and the interlocutor replied that he was not going to go into a fight from which he would not be able to emerge victorious, because here he was outnumbered. As he was leaving, the teacher noted that he had most likely come to him with a plan. Entering the office, the man asked to be told the role, and the protagonist replied that he hoped that he would take the opportunity to be promoted to vice mayor to arrange a banquet and invite the awakened who were defending the city. The young man, walking beside him, explained that they would tell everyone who had not yet been replaced by the foxes about what was happening. Standing behind, the fighter also added that those who want to leave will be taken out of the city through a portal, and those who decide to stay will report on the plans of the celestial foxes, and this will allow them to be on guard and not succumb to attempts at control. The coach, gritting his teeth with force, said that it was right, because someone here could have families and it was logical that they would not want to leave, but the guy replied that this was all they could at the moment. There were also a lot of monsters downstairs. When the hero said that even his school was not spared, because some students also managed to be replaced, he also replied that he could not even think that there were so many of them. Turning around, the teacher said that the guest had really done enough, and in a situation where it was difficult to recognize the enemy, no one could save everyone. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that they would act according to his plan. The young man, bowing his head, thanked him, and the interlocutor replied that they should thank him, because it was he who gave them hope that they had a chance to defeat these monsters. The soldier suddenly looked out of the window. Jingyao was walking there. The hero, gritting his teeth with force, realized that this was the monster that killed his real girlfriend. The queen raised her head and asked what was so unusual about the city, and the commander replied that everything was calm, except that Lei Xian was going to organize a banquet. The girl, smiling, asked if he really wanted to boast as soon as he became deputy mayor, and added that he really was a simpleton. The ward, approaching, asked if they should send a fox to this man, but the queen replied that it was not worth doing, because this man was only looking for an excuse to receive gifts and fill his pockets, and such a guy would not pose any threat. Raising a finger, the head asked her to focus on the rats from the cleanup squad to find out their plans. Turning around, she noted that she was interested in information about Pin. Many people gathered in the square and words of congratulations to Lei Xian were heard. The man raised his hand and said that they were all too kind to him. The student, covering his mouth with his hand, whispered something. The teacher, folding his hands in front of him, apologized and explained that urgent business awaited him. The guest, standing nearby, said that they would not detain him, and the deputy apologized for not being the best host. The commander, glancing to the side, said that they should leave, because everything was exactly as the queen said and this man was using the banquet as an excuse for profit. Glancing at a guest, the girl noted that the woman looked very exquisite, and her partner asked if she had her eye on her. Turning around, the commander said that she could stay there and have fun, but asked her to be on her guard, because she should wait until the banquet was over before doing anything. The fox, smiling, answered in the affirmative. One of the people, sitting on the couch, said that they would listen to his instructions and asked if they could find out the reason for the meeting. Looking to the side, the teacher explained that the reason was extremely important and now the guest would tell them all the details. Immediately, the protagonist appeared in front of them after deactivating the body of pure blood. The mouths of the two men opened wide. The girl also looked at the young man in surprise. The guy raised his hands and listened to them shouting that it was simply impossible, because his words about the city falling were true, while Bade said that he had communicated with Katie and the other members of the city watch and not so long ago their behavior seemed strange to him. But the girl agreed with him and noted that they had not been in jail for a very long time. The coach's face appeared. Raising his hand, the man asked them to listen and explained that everything was exactly as this guest had told, and he was able to see for himself the presence of celestial foxes. Spreading his arms, the trainer said that these monsters skillfully disguise themselves, so that they are not even distinguishable and a whole company of tailed animals has already gathered at the banquet, pretending to be those who are not in reality. Frowning, the teacher asked them to look at him, because they had known him for years and should believe that it was true and help him. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that they would do whatever he asked, but Bade agreed with her and added that Pin was one of his students, and besides, they had fought side by side, so he had reason to trust. The hero, turning his head, explained that they should act wisely if they wanted to deal with the foxes, and in the meantime they just needed to save their strength. Raising his hand, the guy also explained that this list includes people who have not yet been replaced, and they all need to split up and warn them about the situation. Looking at the trainer, the fighter explained that soon the cleanup squad would open a portal here. After imagining a person escaping into this portal, the young man said that if anyone wanted to escape with them, they should be told to first exit through the main gate and then carefully return here. The student, opening his eyes wider, asked what they should do with their families. The trainer put his hand on his shoulder and replied that this was the only way out, because only this person could recognize foxes, but they did not have time to check if their family members had been replaced. They all looked at him as he said that if they found out about their plan, they would hasten the destruction of the awakened, and either they would stay and watch for those who behaved extremely suspiciously, or they would take their relatives and temporarily leave the jurisdiction of the city watch. Bide, shaking his head, replied that he agreed with him, because it was almost impossible to keep it a secret with so many people. The guy, raising his hand, said that he would watch from the shadows and if one of the foxes behaved strangely at the banquet, then fire would be used as a signal. The teacher, holding his fist to his chest, said that he left the further plan to his discretion. They all started to leave when the coach said that he and Bida would need to have a drink sometime when a good opportunity came up, and he thanked him. The fighter, watching from around the corner, realized that they had already informed almost all the people at the banquet, and most likely the foxes did not notice anything. Behind him, the image of a girl appeared who asked him to be careful. At the same time, the hero assumed that she was trying to warn him about something. His gaze immediately shifted to the side. Noticing the girl behind, the man realized that the cursed monster was still here. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero realized that he had to figure out how to distract her, because if she suspected something, then the whole plan would be disrupted. The girl turned when someone asked her if she was already coming back. Looking at her, she wondered if she wanted to ask anything. Jingyao stood in front of her and replied that she was just walking in the same direction. But when she saw her, she thought that they should take a walk, and she agreed. The protagonist, smiling broadly, realized that the dirty fox had decided to show his muzzle, because it gave him the perfect opportunity to strike. The girl's eyes widened when someone spoke to her. The young man, standing behind, noted that they had not seen her for a long time. The fighter, approaching his comrade in arms, asked her to find the master and tell him that he was in trouble and he should go to the western part of the city. The monster, looking at him, could not understand what he was doing in the city. Grinning, the girl remembered that she only wanted to have a snack, but apparently she came across a larger fish, and now the queen would be very happy when his body was brought to her. Suddenly the guy quickly ran to the side. The girl, stretching out her hand, shouted a question about where he was running. The man's leg began to glow purple after activating the afterlife mist, which gave him more agility and speed. The young man ran even faster. The enemy, chasing him, could not understand why this kid was so nimble. Suddenly the guy turned the corner. The opponent, stopping in place, thought about where this man had gone. Suddenly, the hero appeared right in front of her. Immediately after, the fighter attacked it with a scythe. Standing still, the protagonist asked if she was not going to retreat and asked her not to worry. Raising one hand, the guy explained that he would also grant her a quick death. The fox, appearing behind, noted that the queen was right, but she did not understand how he managed to do it, because he could definitely see the true face. Suddenly, purple daggers appeared behind him. Immediately after, the hero rushed to attack. The monster, standing still, immediately cried out in pain. Chains of the afterlife mist appeared in the air. They immediately began to entangle the opponent when the person said that they had not known the true owner of this business for a long time, but that she became the reason that he wanted to accept himself as he is now. His mask appeared after saying that she was the only one who gave him peace and who saved him from living in fear. The enemy, standing in front of him, asked what he meant at all. The fox's body was immediately struck by daggers as the monster tried to understand when this man had become so strong. The protagonist, standing still, spoke about how Jingyao was his childhood friend and the most important person in life. The fox, gritting his teeth, asked him to stop, while the hero said that this girl only wanted to make her dreams come true. The young man, snatching his dagger, shouted a question about why the monster did this to her. Blood was dripping down to the ground. The enemy, throwing back his head, said that he was sorry that he did not find out something. Frowning, the monster screamed that he would not be able to know the despair on her face as she died. Immediately after, the guy attacked her with the remaining daggers. Blood was dripping from her mouth. Suddenly, the girl's body appeared. The hero immediately removed the mask from his face. The fighter raised his weapon behind his back. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he only wanted to kill him. Immediately after, the young man attacked with his sword. The mask began to disappear from his face. Someone appeared behind and remarked that it was extremely surprising that he had killed this warrior alone. The soldier immediately looked back. The queen, crossing her arms over her chest, said that she did not even think that he would return, because he really wanted to die a terrible death. The awakened one, raising his head, asked if she really thought that he did not have trump cards up his sleeve and immediately activated the analysis skill, but notifications appeared about the inability to use the ability. The girl, looking down, asked if he would resist with 1 foot in the grave. A huge fox appeared behind her after saying that she really wanted to take his life, and there were also system windows with information about the skills of this enemy. A barrier began to appear around the person after using the body of the afterlife mist. Her attack was blocked by the shield. Holding out his hand, the fighter ordered the skill to free itself. In his hands, the scythe of a terrible reaper immediately appeared. After that, the man jumped back in order to evade the attack. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that it had broken through his fog without any effort. Looking at her, the guy remembered that according to his analysis, her main weapon was the tail. Her attack struck his body with pure water after thinking that such a skill would neutralize all physical damage, so her attacks would be useless. The girl, putting her hand on her side, noted that apparently he had more than one ability in reserve. Attacking him with her tail, she asked if he really thought it would save him. After all, it didn't matter how many abilities he had, since it wouldn't make up the difference in their strength anyway. Looking at her tail, the man realized that she was freezing her tail to freeze his entire body. The fox stood in front of him, talking about how even Sita couldn't see the king's illusions and wondered how he could do it, while the fighter was thinking about how he couldn't use 2 skills at the same time. The queen immediately stamped her foot. Crossing her arms over her chest, she wondered if it had anything to do with the red gem. Flames began to surround her body after the activation of the military pact. The fog began to dissipate. The head, standing still, noted that it was a really nice reception. Looking back, she also said that he had escaped thanks to him, and asked him what had happened to him, and why he was not running away again. The fighter, spreading his arms, replied that he would not be able to escape alone. His gaze shifted to the side after saying that it had been decided to call for reinforcements. She was still standing where she was when she heard someone scream. The coach, running up to him, shouted that the doctor had told him that he had problems and asked what had happened, while the colleague also shouted that everyone else had already been evacuated and all that remained was for him to leave. The girl, looking at them, realized that the deputy mayor was still at one with Pin. Looking at the tail, she realized that if she no longer had the ability to use it, then she should simply kill it. The hero immediately pushed him off the trajectory of the blow. Falling to the ground, the protagonist asked them not to think about him. The teacher, putting his hands out in front of him, said that now he understood what the problem was and asked a friend to take care of the student. Bade, standing in front of him, asked if it was really a monster. Something got on his back and he shouted a question about what he was doing, and the young man asked him to calm down, because it would not harm him. A huge monster stood in front of them. Immediately, she directed her attack at one of the teachers. The man jumped up. Looking at the ruined house, the old man asked where she got such strong attacks. At the same time, the protagonist asked Bade to stretch out her left hand palm up. The latter followed the man's instructions. Something appeared on it when the guy said that he needed to make his colleague eat it. Smiling, the man noted that he already had a plan. Throwing this object, the man shouted for it to open his mouth, because a very tasty thing was flying to him. Lei Xian did as he was asked. Immediately after, the fighter swallowed it. Spreading his hands, the man shouted that he now saw this beast. Immediately after, the man jumped away from the monster's tail. Bade, clenching his hand into a fist, shouted that they would also help. The image of the teacher began to change after the words that the cursed monster would pay for what he had done to his students. A bright golden energy began to emanate from him. At the same time, the hero said that he had absorbed his blood and therefore would only be able to see the true appearance of the fox for a short time. The old man, frowning, replied that that was more than enough for him. Immediately afterward, the two of them rushed to attack. The queen, looking at one of them, tried to understand why they suddenly began to see her illusions, because did that's not really help them with this. She immediately pushed one of them away from her. Her eye lit up bright red at the thought that she shouldn't pay attention to his tricks. Spreading his arms, the enemy shouted that he would kill them all. Something appeared behind her after the words that it was time for the ward to get to work. Someone's hand appeared. The servant, appearing from the ground, replied that he would do whatever she ordered. Lei Xian bent down and asked his partner to be careful, as he had managed to sense the immense power behind her shadow. The hero, looking up, realized that this was not an illusion, but he could understand how the celestial fox hid in its shadow, because he had never seen such a thing before. Looking at the new enemy, the man realized that he could not use the test as long as the pure blood body was used. Appearing, the guy said something, and the comrade noted that even in the form of a solar fire, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the two of them. An object appeared in his hand after saying that he should not hesitate, because they would definitely get out of the city, and asked for a minute. After eating this, the master said that if he was so sure, then they would trust him. His flames immediately changed color after saying that they would trust him with their lives. Immediately after, the fighter dodged the attack with his tail. Another enemy appeared near him, shouting that this man would be killed first. Bade began to block his opponent's punches. Immediately afterward, the teacher himself rushed at him. However, the opponent evaded such a capture. Wounds appeared on the coach's chest. The fox was already preparing for the next attack. The fighter gritted his teeth when the hero told him not to worry, because he would be able to heal such wounds, and added that most likely this enemy could attack him through the shadows. Lei Xian was dodging the queen's countless attacks at this time. Attacking its tail, the man knew that they could no longer stand aside. Turning around, the coach shouted that he and his friend needed to use the 3+1 tactics. The comrade, glancing to the side, agreed. Bade, continuing the fight with the shadow monster, shouted that for him, his blows were like tickles and also that he had good speed, but that was all he had. The monster, baring his teeth, shouted for him to close his mouth. Immediately after, the enemy's hand pierced his body. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. Suddenly the coach took the monster by the muzzle. After that, the man lifted the body of his opponent into the air. It went forward. Suddenly, the queen's tail pierced the coach's chest. Two enemies stood in front of him. Immediately, the man released blue flames directly at them. Nothing could be seen ahead. The hero, appearing nearby, said that this was their chance. Handing over the items, the fighter asked to hold them and in no case let them out of their hands. The man, holding the walkie-talkie to his mouth, said that everything was ready and Shojong could return the fat. They immediately soared into the air. Bade, frowning, shouted that he was a scoundrel, because he should have warned him before throwing such a trick. Looking back, the man also noted that it now looks like an official escape. The protagonist, trying to keep his eyes open, realized that he had spent too much energy healing his body with pure blood and he had no strength left at all. After throwing the stone, the guy said that this gem would take them to the base. The fighter began to fall down as the two of them tried to call out to him. A lost forest outside the city appeared. Pin was lying on the ground. A leaf fell on the face of the main character. Green crowns of trees appeared. Raising his head, the protagonist asked that he was still alive. In turn, the captain said that he had finally woken up. A bracelet appeared on the guy's wrist, which indicated that he was seriously injured and was lying unconscious. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that he was in great pain, while the man said that he had done everything he could to stop the bleeding, but this was too much, apologizing for the fact that he needed to sleep. Closing one eye, the foreman asked what he was apologizing for, adding that he would not have survived without it, continuing to let him rest and not worry, saying that he urgently needed to contact headquarters. Holding the transmitter in his hand, Pin asked if the people in the headquarters could hear him. The main character was sitting on the edge of the forest. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that for a while he would be on his own. Applying the bandage, the guy said that this body of pure blood can heal others, but not itself, asking what the expression, "Doctors cannot heal themselves," means. Tightening the bandage, the man thought that he was running out of power to attack, so if a mutated beast appeared now, it would be a corpse, adding that the cave looked safe in general, continuing that it was worth trying to patch himself up. Looking ahead, the young man thought that the forest was a labyrinth even during the day, so it was extremely difficult to find a way out, saying that he hoped that his comrades would find it soon. Turning around, the master said that this hair clip belonged to a girl. A memory of Pin using the blade appeared. A cloud of darkness was in the hand of the main character. There was a hammer blow. A blade swing appeared. Starting to tremble, the protagonist said that he had finally, after so long, avenged her, asking why he was not happy. Falling to the ground, the guy stated that he continued to repeat that it was all for her, but in the end, these words became an obsession. The hand of the young man appeared, saying that he had spoken of noble ideals, but his heart yearned for nothing but world fame. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what good it was in all this nonsense about revenge, since the dead never returned, adding that no one was capable of performing such a miracle. Without showing his face, the master asked if he could really bring the girl back to life, adding that he had previously treated his sister with a body of pure blood, and the severed arm had grown back, and according to the master, the new hand worked perfectly, continuing that the lady had no symptoms of rejection, because her hand looked exactly like the old one. The lady held Ping's head in her hand. A man appeared in flames, making it clear that it turned out that time was later connected with the master's body, and he discovered that he could replace organs, thereby preserving life, and if his theory was correct, he would be able to resurrect his girlfriend. A face appeared on the ground. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that the body of pure blood has a limit in healing, asking if it would be possible to do something to the girl's face, continuing that he did not know if it was possible. A hand touched his face, indicating that the pure blood body had been activated. His face was flushed with blood. Smirking, the young man stated that he was a little tired, adding that it works. Using magic, the man thought that he only needed to concentrate all his energy and bring his regeneration to the limit. The lady was surrounded by blood. Pin's exhausted hand appeared, asking what had happened. Making a serious face, the protagonist stated that he could not fully restore her body due to his injury. Looking ahead, the guy said that he would not give up, adding that he refused to lose her again, even if it took all his strength to the last drop. The girl was in a blood whirlpool. People were flying over the forest. Looking ahead, the master stated that something was wrong here, ordering them to prepare for a blow. In turn, the partner replied that he understood. Those who woke up flew down. The earth appeared. His foot stepped on the surface. Dusting himself off, the man said that seriously, that kid was as reliable as a security door on a submarine. Stretching out his hand, the guy stated that they were masters, adding that they were waiting for them. Smiling, the guy stated that, to be honest, he took the fat as soon as he received Pin's message. However, it did not affect the landing. Holding his head, the young man said that he was terribly sorry that she had frightened the masters. Putting his hand on the neck of his subordinate, the man said that such a trifle could not scare them, adding that someone would be fooled anyway, so he should try harder. In turn, the awakened man agreed. Looking ahead, the girl asked where the main character was, asking that he was not with them. Closing his eyes, the man said that this was what they wanted to talk about, telling about the protagonist's fall into the thicket of the forest. Looking ahead, the master said that this place is called the Lost Forest because of the difficult terrain, adding that once they enter the sky, it is no longer possible to find their way back, continuing that they have almost no orientation, so most likely, they themselves will get lost if they go there without anything in search of the guy. Keeping his hand on his chin, the ally stated that the stripes of the Purge squad had a tracking function, adding that they would simply use them when they needed to find their way back. In turn, the warrior replied that she would go too. Without showing his face, the foreman said that he would go too, adding that he hadn't noticed Pin's injury, so he was also responsible for ordering his subordinate to take care of his wounds. Looking at the man, the master said not to worry, because his wounds had already begun to heal, just not so quickly, saying that the mutated creatures would not be able to compete with him. Smiling, the guy said that it had been decided that the three of them would go in search of the main character, and the subordinate would take the master to the base. In turn, the young man replied that it was wonderful. Shaking his head, the young man said that they should wait, because he did not mean that he did not want to go in search. Standing at the counter, the employee said that he should consider that the task had already been completed. In turn, the superior replied with consent. The sky from the cave appeared. Sweating, the protagonist said that there was still a little left. Making a surprised face, the guy realized that he had gained a deep knowledge of human anatomy and the circulatory system. Thinking that this was the perfect time, continuing that now it should work. A girl appeared. Covering his eyes with his hand, the young man asked if he succeeded. An eye appeared, from which tears came. A hand was visible. Smiling, the lady said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking ahead, the man addressed the lady by name. Falling to the ground, the master thanked the god. Picking up her friend, the miss asked if he was okay. In turn, Pin replied that he was fine, just a little tired. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he had not changed, adding that he was still reckless. Looking up, the protagonist stated that his recklessness allowed them to meet today, adding that he was glad he ate the gem that day. Lowering her head, the lady replied that she knew, saying that he had always been hardworking, adding that even at school everyone doubted him when he joked that he would become a farmer, or when he encountered foxes, he did not stop moving on. The man put his hand on his head. A monster appeared. Stroking her head, the lady said that he had grown so much and made so many wonderful friends, adding that it made her extremely happy, saying that he should worry more about them. Without showing her face, Miss asked him if he was very tired, adding that he had already done more than he needed to do, suggesting that he rest for a while. Tears appeared on the young man's face. Starting to cry, the friend said that she would very much like to continue this path with him. Wiping away her tears, the lady noted that, unfortunately, she could not, because it was too late, because her soul had long since dissolved, continuing that he still had unfinished business, asking that she knew that Pin would find her again somewhere out there. As she began to disappear, the lady said that when the time came, she hoped to remember him again by saying goodbye to her interlocutor. The main character was lying on the ground. Rocks appeared under the night sky. An eye appeared. Getting up, the protagonist called his girlfriend. The girl's body appeared. The guy exhaled heavily, saying that she should wake up, because she could catch a cold if she continued to sleep like this. The lady's eyes were empty. Jumping away, the young man said that she was very cold. The hand was at the nose. Making a surprised face, the man announced that she was not breathing. Making an enraged face, the master asked that they were really mocking, since she had just spoken to him. Red magic was near the lady's body. Mrs. eyes were blank. Without showing his face, Pin said that he heard his girlfriend's voice, adding that he could not have imagined, continuing that she was saying something about the soul. Sitting on the ground, the main character suggested that she could not be resurrected due to the fact that her soul is no longer there. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that this was the case, because if it were that simple, it would defy all logic, adding that even if it did, she would still be the same, continuing that, however, as she had said, if the young man found her soul, there would be a chance. Looking to the side, the man thought of the mutated beast. An insect appeared. The light was burning in the cave. Pin sat next to the monster, asking if it had woken up. The monster was standing on its paws. Holding out his hand with the food, the protagonist said that he looked weak, asking that he was hungry, continuing that he didn't attack him while he was passed out, saying that he couldn't leave the creature here anyway. There is an insect beginning. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened. Smiling, the young man asked that he was wondering where she was. Showing his hand, the man stated that the girl was sleeping in the best of all worlds, adding that he looked like a newborn, suggesting that he did not yet understand the concept of death. The ant looked ahead, pointing his finger at himself. Pin asked what he wanted to give him food. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was the first time he had met such a friendly mutated beast, asking what she was saying that he should appreciate the present, continuing that she was right, because no blues can change the past. The protagonist was lying on his girlfriend's lap. Looking to the side, the guy said that he didn't know what kind of monster he belonged to, using an ability called analysis. A monster appeared, making it clear that he had a king-level skill. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that the kid had a chance to become a king-level beast, adding that he had just escaped from one princess and had already stumbled upon the second one, asking if it was fate. Looking ahead, the man asked what it was, having made an analysis. A lot of mutated ants appeared. Smiling, the master said that it seemed that his friends had come for the monster. The hand of the main character appeared, asking what happened. The protagonist took the monster in his arms. The insects were going to the cave. The guy, using the body of pure water, ran away from the shelter. Lowering himself to the ground, the young man said that they did not seem to be very happy to see him, asking that they were the ones who had wounded him. A monster appeared. As the man began to run away, he stated that they had been spotted, thinking that the ants' royal skill was to intimidate the colony, maintain order and stability, suggesting that due to its low level, they perceived it as a challenge. The ants ran after the master. Looking at the pet, Pin said that the boy needed to significantly upgrade the skill, adding that they needed to be distracted somehow. A bear appeared. Jumping on the back of the beast, the main character thought that this was just the right thing. Fury appeared on the animal's face. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist suggested that it should work. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened, asking what kind of ants they were. Only a skeleton remained of the bear. Birds flew over the forest. Running away, the young man thought that it was good that ants at least could not fly, so he had at least some advantage in movement, adding that they were very persistent. Trees were falling behind the character's back. Suddenly a man appeared on the branch of a tall tree. Looking to the side, the hero asked what the sound was, assuming that it was an earthquake. The master's face was stunned. Looking at the huge monster, Pin asked what it was. Shifting heavily from foot to foot, the monster asked where the bugs came from, wondering how they dared to interrupt his sleep. Suddenly there was a blow to the ground. Insects began to crawl along the monster's leg. Suddenly green energy appeared. The vine covered the creature's leg. The ants were thrown far away. Using invisibility, the protagonist thought that trees could also mutate, because it knew human language, adding that at least he scared away the ants, so he needed to take a chance. In turn, the tree said that the man would stop. Green vines entangled the protagonist. Fury appeared in the monster's eyes, asking where he was in a hurry. In turn, the guy realized that he could see him, adding that the tree had a very high level, since he could see his night walker. Looking at the monster's face, the young man used an analysis, which stated that it was impossible to conduct an analysis. Smiling, the creature said that the boy should not be nervous, adding that as soon as he was awakened by the ants, he saw the master. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man thought that he was fallen. In turn, the tree stated that it had not seen a man for so long that he even got excited, In the end, the hero thought that all the fallen people he had encountered before were psychos or logs, assuming that that tree was friendly. Two faces appeared. The monster looked down. Making a stupid face, Pin was confused, thinking that he was not in a hurry anyway, adding that it was worth chatting with him. Sitting down on the ground, the interlocutor asked where he, in turn, the main character answered about the city. Smiling, the monster stated that it was a great coincidence, adding that he too was from the city. Holding his hand to his chin, the monster said that this was all he remembered of himself, suggesting that he might be too old. Looking up, the protagonist asked that he didn't remember anything else, questioning that if anything, he was fallen. Looking away, the tree asked what kind of fallen man he was. Pointing his finger, the monster asked that he knew his name. In turn, the guy stated that, to be honest, he understood something about the art of analysis, so he found out that his name was Changchun. Looking at the gold bracelet, the young man thought that the captain had finally woken up. In turn, the man asked if it was his uncle. Looking at his wrist, the man asked if he was awake, and the gentleman replied that he had woken up before they spoke. Without showing his face, the monster said that their friend lived in the bracelet, asking what it meant that the friend knew him, and asked if he could tell about his past. A golden glow appeared from the hand of the master. People fought together, and it became clear that in the past, they had joined forces, forming a resistance army to overthrow the tyranny of the family, and he was the most valuable ally, because he was not only incredibly strong, but also perfectly skilled in the art of disguise, so he was a spy to infiltrate the family. And during one mission, he was discovered, after which his demise was inevitable. After all, he did not think that they would ever meet. The monster lay dead. Knitting his eyebrows, the monster said that the resistance army was impressive, but he did not remember anything about it. Placing his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, the captain said that he needed Pin to do something. Looking ahead, the man said that this whole story of the fallen is actually about people who have lost their minds, such as the master, after living here in the form of a tree for so long, adding that gradually his mind took this form as his new reality, while his human memories disappeared into oblivion, continuing that this state of unconsciousness erases the former will, stating that moreover, the fallen are no longer ordinary people, as their mental existence is far superior to that of humans, as the usual methods of mind control have no effect on them, noting that there has not been a single recorded case of a fallen person being cured. A bird was sitting on the monster's nose. Knitting his eyebrows, the captain said that everything could be different with the main character. Looking up, the protagonist asked him what he wanted him to feed the master with the gem of the contract. Opening its mouth wide, the creature asked what he believed he could heal the fallen man. Holding the green crystal in his hand, the guy said that, in theory, the gem is one of the ways, adding that the fallen ones have powerful mental energy, so external control is needed to help them find themselves, continuing that this also means that the master will have to completely transfer control of his body to him. In turn, the monster stated that he thought he would have to do something serious. A vine appeared, reaching for the artifact. Putting the crystal in his mouth, the tree asked what was so special about it. A stone appeared in the monster's body, indicating that he had eaten it. The creature's body was covered in green energy. Putting on a surprised face, Pin said that he had indeed eaten it, adding that it seemed that the pact had worked, thinking that it was worth giving the command. Stretching out his hand forward, the main character ordered him not to be fallen immediately. The green crystal began to glow. The monster's eyes turned green. In turn, the protagonist thought that the artifact really worked, but he thought the opposite, asking that he had cured the fallen ones so easily. The monster turned into a man. Looking at his hands, the man said that now he remembers everything. Opening his eyes wide, the guy realized that the bonus effect of the 7th level contract gem had been activated, and so a new counterparty was summoned, thinking that forging contracts also implies additional effects. Making a foolish face, the young man asked if he could no longer use the 7th level pact gem to awaken new abilities, adding that in that case, he would think that he had done a good deed and would patiently wait for the gem to become 8th level. The happy face of the old man appeared. Looking ahead, the gentleman said that he had never heard the person's name. In turn, the interlocutor introduced himself as Pin. As he took something out of his clothes, the man said that to think that the man who had lifted the curse of the fallen man had such a simple name, adding that he had lived in the wild for so long that he had nothing to thank him for, but he could accept it. A dark flame appeared in the old man's hand, saying that he had kept this thing as it seemed quite unusual to him, as it would cross the line between the living and the dead. Looking at the artifact, the protagonist stated that it was the essence of the afterlife mist, using analysis, thinking that he must have seen it once before, as the analysis took very little time. Holding the essence of the afterlife in his hands, the guy asked about the bear's gallbladder. Closing his eyes, the man apologized for not having anything else. In turn, the young man replied that he should not worry about it, because this thing was incredibly useful, adding that he himself had offered to help. Making a wary face, the master thought that his girlfriend had warned him that the denizens of the underworld were like parasites, but he wouldn't let his mind be taken over, so that wouldn't happen to him, continuing that given his previous experience, he was confident that he could handle it. People were fighting a monster. Placing the artifact in his mouth, the man thought that he must swallow it. Suddenly, my body was filled with dark energy. Knitting his eyebrows, Pin said that he could. Suddenly, a ray of dark energy rang out in the thicket of the forest. Holding his hand on his heart, the main character realized that the essence of the afterlife fog had been successfully absorbed. Looking at the burning hand, the protagonist thought that it was just like back then, adding that he didn't think it would raise him 3 levels at once, let alone increase the level of the treaty gem. Crossing his arms, the old man said that the city was indeed a hotbed of talent, asking who knew that the object was edible. In turn, the interlocutor stated that he was most likely the only one who ate the entity and survived. Pointing to the ground, the man said that he had been watching for a long time, asking if he was going to talk. In turn, the monster said that he was too trusting, asking if he had noticed it. Jumping to the side, the man thought that another monster had appeared. In turn, the interlocutor stated that it was just an old stump, asking why he was so frightened, adding that he should return to the point, asking if he wanted to remain fallen. Knitting his eyebrows, the creature wondered what difference it made if you were fallen or not, wondering if life had ever been simpler and freer before. Looking down, the old man stated that he seemed to have forgotten very important things, asking that he didn't want to see his family again. Anger appeared on the monster's face. The stone began to move. Rising to his feet, the rock asked about his family. Without showing emotion, the monster continued to say the word. Pointing his finger, the old man ordered him to look at him, adding that he no longer looked like a non-human. In turn, Pin said that his name sounded familiar. In the end, the captain stated that this was not surprising, since he was one of the founders of the investigation team. But he also disappeared a few years ago, adding that he never thought who finds him here. The image of a man appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that the two masters, both fallen, were wandering around the wasteland, asking if it could be a coincidence. Looking up, the old man said that his family had badly battered him and thrown him out of town, and in order to heal he had been forced to turn into a tree, adding that he had seen who he had become over time, going on to say that the girl was still a girl back then, doubting that the two things were related. Putting his hand on the monster, the man said that he could not even think that such a young man would eventually have his own family, adding that when he first encountered him, it was impossible to shut him up, because all he did was talk about his charming granddaughter. Showing stunness, the protagonist thought of his granddaughter. Holding his hand to his chin, the young man said that now it dawned on him, and in turn the old man asked what was wrong. Throwing something forward, the man said that he would definitely recognize her. The eye of the monster appeared. The creature stared at the corpse of its daughter. Smiling, the guy asked if it was his father, adding that they were already here. In turn, the man asked who was calling him. Holding the baby in her arms, the woman said that she had just woken up. Pointing her finger, the girl said that her grandfather had come to see his granddaughter. The monster suddenly clutched his head. Knitting his eyebrows, he was shocked. Falling to the ground, the giant asked who the girl was. Making an angry face, the monster asked who he was. Clenching his hands into a fist, Pin said that everything was going according to a bad scenario, because at this rate he would soon go crazy. In turn, the man replied that they should bring him to his senses, ordering him to come up with something. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that the level of the gem of the contract has only leveled up, but by making a pact, he will not be able to awaken other abilities in himself. Holding a green crystal in his hand, the protagonist asked what he was waiting for. Throwing the artifact, the guy told the monster to eat this artifact, because it would help from torment. Striking with his hand, the monster said that he was a liar, adding that they all wanted to fool him. Making an angry face, the rock declared that the old man would not get away with it, ordering him to get out of the city. Holding his ally's hand, the man said that he should calm down, adding that if he opened his eyes he would see that the villain was no longer there, continuing that his granddaughter was standing in front of him, which was his family. In turn, the guy asked him to wake up. Looking at the girl, the monster asked about his granddaughter. Holding out the crystal, the old man said that if he ate the item, his memory would return. A stone hand reached out for the artifact. The rock began to crumble when he heard that the young man had ordered him to cease to be fallen. A man appeared. The gentleman held out his hand. Looking at his granddaughter, the grandfather asked how it happened, asking who did it to her. Starting to weep, the gentleman said that he was not there at that time, adding that he was very sorry. Knitting his eyebrows, the old man asked if the villain had done it. The captain's voice came from the bracelet, saying that when he disappeared, the man had become the leader of the reconnaissance party, asking that they had some disagreements. Stretching his fist forward, the man asked about the disagreement, adding that it wasn't just a disagreement. After all, he was one of the family, asking how they allowed him to become a commander. Hitting the ground, the gentleman said that he got away with everything, continuing that not only did he not save the city, but he could not even protect the dearest person. Holding his hand to his chin, the foreman said that it was now clear why the reconnaissance team remained silent amid the chaos of the city, adding that he had a bad feeling. But who would have thought that the family was involved, continuing that last time they had let the worker go by asking if there was a backup plan. Stretching out his hand, the old man asked what he was talking about, adding that everything was out of his head. Putting on a serious expression, Pin stated that he understood that their memories had just returned, but that he had some bad news to give them because the city was on the brink of disaster at the moment. Gesticulating, the main character told how it was, adding that he was badly injured during a rescue operation, which is why he had to take refuge in the forest. Looking at the insect, the protagonist stated that if it were not for the ally, they would not have survived. Sitting on the ground, the old man said that a lot of things had happened. In turn, the interlocutor said that he had heard the girl's voice more than once, asking the question that he had seen her illusions. In the end, the guy replied that he thought that she was guiding him. Looking ahead, the man said that he had definitely seen her, while the man assumed that it was not an illusion. Making a surprised face, the young man asked what his words meant. Crossing his arms, the gentleman stated that the granddaughter was an incredibly gifted girl, adding that her abilities were revealed at an early age, continuing that her ability was similar to astral projection. But more surprising is that she could penetrate people's dreams, suggesting that before death she was able to separate the soul from the body, and what they call illusions, her handiwork. The lady was in the hands of a monster. With a serious face, the old man said that she had been forced to remain in spirit form since her body had been destroyed, but that a soul that wandered without support for too long was likely to fallen. Knitting his eyebrows, the master asked that his friend had become fallen, thinking that she had said that she did not want to be a burden to him. The lady began to weep. Holding his head, Pin said what a fool he was, adding that she had been helping him all the time in the shadows, and finally wanted him to forget about her, thinking that he would never forget. The bracelet began to glow golden, indicating that the awakened would find her as soon as things were fine. Smiling, the main character asked what their plan was. Scratching his beard, the old man declared that they had devoted most of their lives to the city, adding that now that it was in danger, how could they stand aside, assuming that the ally would agree with him. Looking ahead, the gentleman thought that, besides, he wanted to see his granddaughter again. Humans, showing their ancient forms, said that they would become his strength, because they would fight side by side in the name of the city, saying that the protagonist was their commander. People rushed forward. Holding the object in her hands, the girl listened to the fact that the signal of the young man's communicator had broken off somewhere here. Turning around, the commander said that it must be here. Looking to the side, the man asked where he could have gone with such injuries. Traces of blood appeared on the ground. The lady made her way through the tall grass. Her ally's face was stunned. Looking ahead, the master asked what had happened here. People looked at the fallen trees. Lowering his head, the man said that these were the footprints of black mountain humpback ants, adding that the main character got into trouble. As she began to run forward, the lady said that they must hurry. Suddenly, a fist appeared from the open portal. The warrior looked at what was happening. Using the barrier, the miss asked who it was. The fist shattered the ice sheet. The silhouette of a man appeared, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smirking, the monster stated that he had prepared a gift. Without showing emotion, the man understood where the stench came from, adding that he was just a crazy, decomposing old man. Smiling, the opponent said that he was still impudent. Stretching out his hand, the villain declared that none of them would escape today. Pointing 2 fingers forward, the young man asked if when the holy ancestral village left the city, she left the spies to keep an eye on them. In turn, the girl replied that it didn't make sense. After all, they just needed to kill them and finish the job. Attacking, the master said that the old man needed him, continuing that the allies should try to escape. The dead man ran at the man. An unshakable flame emanated from the man's body. Grabbing his opponent's fist, the man said that he had told him. Making a serious expression, the master said that when he met, he would kill the villain. The man threw the monster over himself. The dead man fell into the portal. Suddenly, a cloud of dark energy appeared in the sky. The zombie burst out of the portal. The gentleman took a defensive stance. A hand emerged from the crevice. The man was hit. The girl, using the ice barrier, called for the master. Taking many blows, the man thought about how troublesome it all was. Knitting his eyebrows, the master said that the fist was as hard as dark iron. After all, they could even warp space, adding that it didn't look like it was the same person's ability. As he continued to take the blows, the master thought about the fact that the girls hadn't budged in all the time, assuming that the portals were their abilities. Suddenly, the dead man flew into the sky on a fiery whirlpool. The ladies did not show their faces. Smiling, the man said that they were rats. The girl began to use a teleporter. Turning around, the lady asked what he was doing, adding that the opponent almost jumped on them. In turn, the old man ordered her to calm down, and it was better to look ahead, adding that since their last fight, he had been watching the man with the help of zombies, continuing that without sunlight, his body temperature drops, and he can no longer burn with white flames. The master had made many attacks. Fists appeared on the monster's chest. Anger appeared on the man's face, making it clear that his body temperature and characteristics began to drop. Smiling, the enemy said that this was why he had waited until dark to make his move, ordering him to bow. The master looked at his opponent. Looking at the fiery whirlwind, Pin spoke of his friend. Brandishing the blade, the girl said that she was almost done. In turn, the employee replied that he had a similar situation. Green gas was coming from the dead man's mouth. Covering her nose with her hand, the lady said that the zombie toxin had appeared again, ordering her partner to hold his breath. The man fought with several opponents. The monster, swinging for a blow, ordered him to surrender and become a puppet of the old man. Striking with his fist, the man replied as he said. Clenching his hands into fists, the gentleman said that he would not fall for the same trick again. Standing surrounded by the dead, the villain said that he had surprised him. Grinning, the opponent said that his friends were not so lucky. Turning around, the master warned of an attack from behind. The zombie hit the lady on the back. Holding the blade in his hand, the young man asked if it was intact. Looking to the side, the lady replied positively, adding that he should be careful. Commanding 2 swords, the man used a sword technique called Position X. Striking the blades with his fist, the dead man said that they were doing everything for show. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that he should help them. Starting the attack, the master said that he was a bastard. Using green magic, the old man said that it was worth finishing. Suddenly, a tree leg appeared above the opponent's head. The monster stepped on the enemy. Jumping to the side, the villain asked what the hell it was. Starting to run to the allies, the gentleman asked if the guys were safe. Turning around, the people heard a familiar voice. Pin stood on top of the monster. Smiling, the girl said that she was glad that everything was fine with him. Looking ahead, the old man asked that he had returned. Suddenly, a hand went through the villain's chest. Turning around, the dead man asked when he had managed to do this. The man, looking at the approaching zombie, realized that the enemy was immortal. The man disappeared, avoiding the blow. Showing his head, the warrior declared that he was stronger than he thought. Knitting his eyebrows, the master said that they should not let their guard down, because their enemy was the fallen one, thinking that the sun had finally risen. Raising his head, the man said that now they would see what the spineless old man had, and it became clear that the temperature of the creature's body was equal to 800 degrees. Standing among the allies, the master ordered him to begin battle. The girl, knitting her eyebrows, thought that serious reinforcements had arrived, adding that they had lost the chance to grab the opponent. Putting the girl on her shoulders, the lady said that something was wrong here, so she had to retreat. Using green magic, the old man said that it almost belonged to him, asking for some time. A thicket of the forest appeared. Using the portal, the lady said that he should not talk nonsense. Turning around, Miss said that this time the enemy was lucky. Rushing to catch up, the man said that they would not be able to escape. In turn, Pin replied that the master should not commit rash actions. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that they did not have accurate information about the enemy, adding that by chasing him now, they risked falling into a trap, offering to return to the base and discuss the plan, because the guys from the martial arts school were waiting for him. In turn, the man agreed. Putting her hand on her belt, the girl said that they were in place. In turn, the interlocutor asked if this place was different from the previous ones. Using pink magic, the lady responded positively, because they changed the base of operations, adding that the old building was cramped, and this one would fit many more people, and it was not far from here to go to the training grounds, which greatly facilitated the deployment of troops. A pink circle appeared around the people. Turning around, the warrior greeted them at secret base number 8, which was located at a depth of 1,800 meters underground, and could accommodate 2,000 people with 164 rooms, adding that they could look around. Making a surprised face, the protagonist declared that it was really huge, asking if you had other bases and conspiratorial houses, how many such bases he had established over the past centuries. In turn, the captain said that it was best to have stock plans. Looking to the side, the lady said that even when she was working in the investigation team, she knew that they had several outposts outside the city gates, adding that one of them was near the training ground, continuing that she was not sure if they were being used or not. Looking ahead, the man said that he had heard that the squad was now led by an opponent, asking if this was true, and the miss replied that he was the best adept. Making a serious face, the captain said that when he was on the verge of losing his mind, he mentioned that the man was directly related to the family, asking what it meant. The master's open mouth appeared, saying that it had all started 10 years ago, adding that he remembered it as if it was yesterday, because the deputy mayor had suddenly gathered them all in the mansion, claiming that the informant had identified the main hideout of the surviving family members. But as the captain of the reconnaissance team, he didn't know anything about the so-called informant, and began to suspect something. Asking about the identity of the person, to which the deputy mayor simply brushed it off, saying that he was a member of the cleanup squad and kept a low profile, and given the urgency of liquidating the family, he did not ask further. The man was gesticulating. The man raised one finger up. The gentleman went up with the people, saying that he then led the squad, tracking the tracks for a week until he found their shelter, adding that at the moment when they were planning the attack, the family ambushed them, because he did not understand how they found them. But now I realized that it was originally a trap, because they were taken by surprise, exhausted by the road, claiming that they had suffered heavy losses. And as soon as he realized that something was wrong, he decided to retreat. However, out of nowhere, his companion stabbed him in the back with a very strange dagger, and his abilities seemed to evaporate as the blade pierced his body. People attacked opponents. The man held a blade in his hand. The knife was behind the master's back. The man lay on the ground, making it clear that they had forced him to go through a real hell, tormented him God knows how long, and he even heard them call the traitor his master. However, fortunately, the effect of the dagger ended, and then he pretended to be dead, and they bought it by throwing the body into the river. The man's legs were sticking out of the water, and it was clear that, thanks to his disguise of the water current, he had merged with the current and escaped. However, due to deep wounds, he soon lost consciousness, not sure exactly how long he drifted in the dark, but gradually the memory began to erase the painful memories. Looking ahead, the old man said that it was not surprising why he had been too wary when they first met, adding that he now understood the pain he had been hiding, since each time he could not bring himself to talk about it, suggesting that it was then that his heart began to sink into darkness. Holding his chin, the captain said that the man had taken control of the squad 10 years ago, adding that it seemed that the family had run their hand deeper than they thought. Looking ahead, the girl thought that if the captain hadn't promoted her back then, she probably wouldn't have gotten out of the reconnaissance squad. Waving her hand, the worker asked what they were doing there. Smiling, the lady assumed that they were the same gentleman that Pin had encountered, adding that it was a pleasure to meet her, asking about what kind of monster it was. In turn, the interlocutor replied that he had found him in the forest. However, he was still small, but he had the potential to become a king-level beast. Holding the ant in his arms, the main character said that he was very friendly, suggesting that someday he would even become a valuable ally. In turn, a friend asked if he was joking. Putting her hands on her belt, the lady said that this was all for now, adding that the guys should feel at home and recuperate. Without showing his face, the captain said that the investigation team was now an enemy anyway, adding that they could no longer rely on their outposts, so they had to keep their eyes open. Turning around, the man said that from now on, the guys could consider them enemies. Knitting her eyebrows, the lady asked since when the squad became an enemy, while the protagonist replied that it was a long story, promising to tell later. The village of holy ancestors appeared. People stood on the walls with monsters. Standing in front of many people, the young man shouted that given the special circumstances, the sect leader had decreed that outsiders were forbidden to approach him within a radius of 10 miles, ordering them not to yawn during the patrol. A black hole appeared. The dead man fell out of the portal. The villain was sitting on the ground. Getting to his feet, the old man asked why she had messed up his cards, adding that she should have been turned into a zombie. Suddenly, the enemy turned his head when he heard a familiar voice. Curling her hair, the girl said that he should behave more decently and not be angry. Falling to their knees, the people greeted the head of the sect. Raising his clawed hand, the man stated that they had not agreed on this, continuing that he was allowing her to mobilize his horde of zombies, and in return, she promised to provide materials for processing his corpse, telling her not to report that she was now retracting her words. Smirking, the lady stated that she always kept her words, adding that he would not lose a single drop because he was well aware of the situation, continuing that those two were no less powerful than Lei Xian, and she doubted that he could capture him alone without passing through them, saying that in addition, the sun had already risen, and the man could transform into white fire form at any minute, so his toxin would be useless. A monster appeared. The man was on fire. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that he should not worry, because the capture of the master was only a matter of time, adding that the saint had returned to the village, and now with her help, she was sure that she would reach the royal level. A girl appeared. A golden verb arose, stating that until then, they must improve skills on the high level awakened. People are on their knees. As she left, the girl said that she would retire for a while. Looking to the side, the lady asked if he would behave decently. The old man fell to his knees. Lowering his head, the villain answered positively. A white door appeared, making it clear that a week had passed. People fought. The man blocked the attacks. Receiving the blows, the man declared that they were weaklings, asking what they had not yet understood. Suddenly Pin jumped far away. The main character's body was surrounded by dark energy. A dark vortex appeared. Stopping the attack with his hand, the master said that he barked, but did not bite. Grabbing the opponent's waist, the girl used a predatory lift. The vortex created a cloud of dust. The creature was in a whirlpool. There was an explosion. Sitting on a stone, the man said that they wanted revenge, adding that the old wounds had already healed, and new ones had already appeared. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist thought that he himself had said that they were weaklings. In turn, the lady asked the instructor for forgiveness. Making an angry face, the man asked what he had said. In turn, the enemy ordered him not to move, otherwise the wounds would reopen. In the end, the guy realized that it was time to eat. Smiling, the master thought that a few days had passed, and his fist technique had improved significantly, adding that he had no doubt about the strength of the young man. But the girl's techniques exceeded all his expectations, because he underestimated her potential. There was a dumbbell in the mentor's hand, asking if the person had finished training. In turn, Pin asked that the commander was also going to rehabilitation today. Lifting the dumbbells, the man answered positively, adding that it was too stuffy in this hospital room, and he needed to breathe fresh air. Lifting the dumbbell up, the master announced a break, after which they would proceed to the next set. Entering the room, the main character said that today he would bother him again. In turn, the young man asked about the fact that they had destroyed the training hall again. Smiling, the girl asked for forgiveness. In turn, the employee said what to do with them. Stepping forward, the lady asked where they were going, since it was lunchtime, and in the end, the protagonist said that she could go, adding that he needed to do something. A conference room appeared. Sitting in the chair, the captain said that the guy had arrived on time, continuing that he had moved on to the important points regarding the conduct of the trial. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man said that it was wonderful. Suddenly a fire appeared. Crossing his arms, the man said that the saint had been kidnapped, and he had the audacity to appear here. The first elder, holding his hands close to his face, stated that the man had accidentally provoked the saint's awakening, which led to a clash, adding that given this, they would spare him. Falling to his knees, the man thanked the grand elder. Without showing his face, the member of the congregation said that if that Pin was from an unlimited class with infinite possibilities, he would certainly go to the meeting and ask what his colleagues' thoughts were. Putting his feet on the table, the villain told him not to worry, because their group has eyes everywhere, adding that even if this is the case, the level of the main character is still low, continuing that it is too early for him to be in their league, noting that if he decides to enter the territory of the court, he will make sure that he does not leave there alive. Joining hands, the man stated that they were all young and naive, as underestimating the opponent was a fatal mistake, adding that the true horror of the unlimited class was the dominance of their abilities at all levels, saying that it was for this reason that they had suffered from their opponent for years, recommending not to be so frivolous to the enemy. Raising his hand, the man said that the pressing issue at the moment was the holy ancestral village that had kidnapped the saint, adding that they had lost a lot of people in the city trying to get the girl back, and if the ancestral village managed to get their hands on king-level power before they did, it would be bad for them. Stretching out his hand to the side, the council member asked if the elders had forgotten about the Zhu family's trump card, Yuanlong. Slamming the table, the man ordered him not to mention that ungrateful scoundrel, because their family had invested all their resources in his upbringing, asking what he had done, adding that he was clinging to a ridiculous sense of justice. Getting up from his seat, the villain said that if he had adhered to the family's plans, he would not have been stuck in this cave. Fire appeared. Placing her hand on the child's head, the woman asked the second elder not to be so angry, adding that they would make him serve the family and multiply their greatness, because the boy and the key to the forbidden zone would help with this. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Showing surprise, the man asked about the forbidden zone. People did not say a word. A red feather appeared in the lady's hand, saying whether they liked it or not, but this was the only way out. Waving his hand, the man said that she could begin. A fiery feather was in his hand. The lady was engulfed in flames. Holding a pen in her hand, Miss accepted the order. Yuanlong, walking down the corridor, told Hongfang that she was too careless, since she could not even keep track of the child. Talking about the revival of the family, the girl, hearing him, replied that he should know the character of his nephew, because no one else tried to keep him in check. Yuanlong stopped and thought. The last time Zhou snuck into the armory and activated the thunder trap, the pile of equipment turned into junk. If he hadn't stood up and stood in front of him back then the boy would have been kicked out of the family a long time ago. Soon, the couple found themselves near the gate to the Zhou family's forbidden area. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that this area didn't impress him, and with a chuckle, Hongfang said that he had never really dealt with the affairs of the Zhou family before. When the feather caught fire, the man told him not to compare it with people like her. When the gate opened, he said that they treated other people's lives like dirt. Did she really think that everything would end well? Frowning, Yuanlong said that because of them, the Zhou family had fallen into disgrace, and besides, evil would never overcome righteousness. Suddenly he froze with his mouth open in shock. Inside the room, he saw the skeleton of the first elder's phoenix. Approaching the skeleton, Yuanlong asked why the remains of this bird were here. The girl replied that they would find out later. Now they needed to find Zhou. Hongfang raised her hand and began to call her nephew, saying that her uncle had come to play with him. The man drew attention to the icon on the floor. When he picked it up, the girl said that it was Zhou thing. Clenching his fist, Yuanlong stated that she didn't have to pretend. Upon entering, he immediately felt that the boy was not here. Straightening up, he asked what she was really up to. After clapping, Hongfang said that this was to be expected from the awakened Zhou family. As she began to approach the skeleton, she said that she would stop pretending. Raising her hands sharply, she exclaimed that she wished him to become a phoenix. Frowning, the man said not to talk nonsense. It was just a skeleton. She was abandoning their traditions of taming animals and resorting to necromancy. Touching the skeleton, the girl said that the Zhou family may have different taming methods, but the principles remain the same. Turning around, she said that after years of painstaking research, she had finally found a way to transfer the phoenix's power to another living being. Unfortunately, no one in the family could resist the divine power except him. He, with his unique ability and immense strength, was the perfect vessel. Enveloping his hand in an aura, Yuanlong said that it sounded tempting. But what was the catch? Did he really have to sacrifice himself? Hongfang flinched at his hunch. Strangers entered the hall. Inspecting the people who came, Yuanlong concluded that they were most likely murderers. Summoning the soul of the monster, he screamed. One of the Guandao assassins was in front of him. Yuanlong blocked the blade of the weapon. He grabbed the Guandao by the shaft. The man struck at the enemy, calling the killers a bunch of amateurs. A pair of assassins walked around him on both sides. A moment later they shot their chains at him. Yuanlong frowned, finding himself shackled by the crushing chains. The spirit of the monster above him was still intact. Two assassins attacked him from behind. Shifting his gaze behind his back, the man said that they were too weak. A moment later, he broke the chains and threw back his opponents. Shaking the dust off his shoulder, he asked Hongfang if she had any more tricks. Suddenly, a grinning face appeared on his body. Yuanlong frowned as he sensed Zhou Yang's presence. He clutched his chest because of the pain, and he had put a coin there a couple of minutes ago. Raising her hand, Hong Fang ordered the ritual to begin. The man abruptly released a huge amount of mana. Crumpling up part of the floor, he asked his nephew why he had betrayed him. The energy spread throughout the dungeon, destroying everything. The whole dungeon shook. The protagonist, trembling, became nervous, assuming that this was another influx of beasts. The birds, frightened, began to fly away. Cracks spread along the walls of the dungeon. Manny raised her hand and told her to remain calm and take the wounded away first. Pointing to the portal, she mentally said that an ordinary earthquake would not shake the headquarters. Jinbo entered the hall and said that he had checked the base. Now there was definitely no one left. Waving his hand, he told the protagonist to go with him. Suddenly Situ spoke, asking where the Zhao brothers were. They knew too much about the holy ancestral village, and they couldn't lose them. Jinbo frowned as he said that the captain was right. Ping, putting his hand to his chest, said that he would go look for them. But in his mind, he noted that the brothers were their enemies and saving them could lead to problems. Jinbo did not have the ability to preserve life. He had a body of pure water, so he was the least in danger of himself. The young man, transforming his hand into water, told Shishan not to worry. He would be careful, and if something went wrong, he would definitely use the water body. Frowning, the girl said that the brothers were high-level Awakens. The water wouldn't protect him if they suddenly decided to drag him to the bottom. Did he think about the consequences? Changchun suddenly approached and said not to worry. He and Old Man Su would also go and make sure that those two idiots didn't mess things up. Besides, they had made a contract with Ping. He would be able to summon them to the Gem Vault Pact if something went wrong. Closing her eyes, Shishan sighed. Jinbo turned around sharply and said that they had no time to lose. The protagonist ran ahead and told Shishan that he would catch up with them. Jinbo, looking after the trio, tried to understand why the captain wanted to save the brothers. The boy sitting in an armchair laughed. Looking at the situation on the battlefield through the book, he said that he was wondering why Uncle Yuanlong never came to play with him. It turned out that he was already having fun. When he saw the phoenix, he said that it was wrong to be away from home. Turning his head, he asked his father and mother if they agreed with him. As they sat down beside him, Zhu Yang said that their Zhu family was the best in the world. The puppet smiled broadly at his words. Yuanlong fell to his knees. Flames erupted from his back. Hong Fang crossed her arms over her chest and said to stop resisting. The ritual has already been completed. No matter how much power he possesses, he is only immortal. But now he can become a part of the divine phoenix. The projection of the beast appeared in the hall. Raising his hand, one of the men asked why they needed to unite with the heavenly foxes if they could revive the divine bird. And besides, why bother with kidnapping a saint from the ancestral village? Looking at the phoenix in front of her, Hong Fang said that they had teamed up with the foxes since only King Yu could deal with Situ. Involuntarily introducing the old man, she said that according to the elders, the Zhu family had fought against Situ for centuries. He had shown tens of thousands of different abilities. Although he had not reached the royal level, his strength was in no way inferior to that of a real king. At first, Shu lacked the ability to control minds, and because of this, they had no idea that Situ's resistance to control was actually weak. They spared no expense in finding the heavenly foxes and came to their king. Throwing up her hand, Hufang said that they had made a pact with King Yu, and that was when they were able to confront Situ. If time wasn't pressing, she wouldn't have chosen this method to resurrect the divine phoenix. Squeezing the mana in the sphere, she said that there was a drop of blood inside. She had spent 40 years to refine it. She had not been able to use the art of taming beasts. She had constantly endured humiliation and ridicule. Now after all this drop of blood is not inferior to the blood of a saint. The saint has now returned to the ancestral village. The Ping from the cleansing squad can pass the test and obtain the royal level, and then the Zhu family will sink into oblivion. A drop of blood slammed into the phoenix. When the projection had a body, the girl said that she knew she couldn't control the divine bird completely, but she had to risk everything. The forest on the surface fell silent. Suddenly, a phoenix burst out of the ground. The divine beast spread its wings. The people who were at the 8th base of the cleanup team covered their eyes from the bright light. Lei Xian opened one eye and said that a mutated beast was flying towards them. As the phoenix began to fly over them, he assumed that this beast had caused an earthquake. Min and Manny looked up and decided that this was quite likely. Hufang, getting to the surface, shouted, saying that she had succeeded. The phoenix had been reborn. King Yu had dealt with Situ. He was no longer an obstacle to them. From now on, the Zhu family ruled the world. Suddenly, the divine bird flew towards them. The beast's claws rushed towards the group. Hufang's eyes widened in horror. The monster struck, shattering the edge of the cliff. After he left, only traces of blood remained on the ground. At the base of the cleanup squad in the dungeon, two brothers lying on the ground decided that they could not do anything here by brute force. It seemed that they would die here. Yanlong looked at his brother and said that they should have foreseen that they would be captured. But he should not be afraid. He was with him. Suddenly, a huge boulder rushed down. A shadow covered the two brothers. Both closed their eyes, accepting their fate. Dark energy manifested in the room. The protagonist, having arrived in time, caught a boulder. The old men immediately grabbed the brothers, saying that they could not wait. Soon, they ran out into the hallway and told Pin to leave. The young man grinned. He immediately rushed after them. He left a trail of mana in his wake. Catching up with the old men, Pin said that they had not escaped yet. They needed to enter the portal. Suddenly, the entire dungeon trembled. A huge part of the ceiling collapsed. Pin felt a familiar feeling as if he were buried under the rubble again. Everything before his eyes blurred. He abruptly opened his eyes at Changchun's shout. The old man transformed with Xinhua and said that they wouldn't last long. They needed a plan. Yanhu closed his eyes and said that it was a reward for interfering in everything. His brother scolded him lightly, saying to watch the words. Touching the wreckage, the guy said that it was difficult to get to the portal because of the collapse. Yanlong looked away and said that they should just go and not worry about them. Yanhu raised his hand and said that he would be the third corpse from his hand if he stayed. The protagonist, sharply pointing at them, shouted, saying that they were just hostages and had no right to decide when they died. Changchun, looking around, said that he could start paving the way for them, but it would take days. Jinhua could merge with the stones. but he would not be able to take two. Exuding an eerie aura, the protagonist said that there was nowhere left for a maximum of half a day. He could escape thanks to the body of pure water, but these two would die. At this moment, Situ intervened, saying that there was still a way to solve the problem. He once took blood samples from the twins and found that the amount of holiness in their blood was different. Ping, dispelling his aura, began to listen to Situ, who said that when combined, they generated a unique energy wave. They needed to awaken the ancient royal blood using the blood of their elder brother. Raising his hand, the boy asked the brothers if they wanted to die here or if they would make a deal with him. Yenhu cut through his arm and said that despite their differences, they, the Zhao brothers, weren't so ungrateful. Holding out his hand, he said that he could take as much blood as he needed. The young man, examining his hands, said that nothing was happening, which was quite strange. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. Qinghua, who was standing on the sidelines, became nervous, saying that it shouldn't be. He had not drunk enough blood. What was in it? Yenhu nervously stretched out his hand towards the protagonist. Suddenly, the young man's eyes flashed. His omnivorousness activated, granting a new ability, the royal gem. At this time, the phoenix on the surface covered the entire area with flames. Manny, hiding behind a wall of ice, said that the fire would not go out until that annoying bird was gone. They had to leave. Shishan covered her hands with ice and said that Ping was still downstairs. They couldn't leave. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her friend by the collar. Frowning, she said that the portal was already closed. The guy had the strength of a pure water body. Those two masters wouldn't be lost either. They wouldn't just fall into a trap. She had always been the most rational member in the team. Why was she losing her temper now? Looking at the phoenix in the sky, she said that the bird had killed the Zhao brothers. She was a real monster. They would suffer the same fate if they didn't leave. Shishan frowned and agreed with her friend. Suddenly, a cleanup group came to the battlefield. Lei Xian, having already released his flames, said that they should leave. They would figure it out on their own. The divine bird rushed towards the group. All the awakened ones rushed to meet her at the same time. The beast flapped its wing. Everyone except Lei Xian was knocked back by the phoenix attack. The man, gritting his teeth, said that he would not last longer. Suddenly, a root burst out of the ground. A moment later, a huge tree sprouted. Changchun and Qinghua, along with the guys, appeared on the battlefield. Standing beside Lei Xian, the two titans said that they would help him. The protagonist, dragging the two brothers in a cage, said that they finally got out. Closing his eyes, the young man said that if they were to tell them their escape method briefly, he had drunk Yenhu's blood. After summoning a gem, he said that the old king's blood had turned into a royal gem, an ability that merges with the gem of the covenant. He used it to temporarily level up the elders by 5 positions, bringing them both to the 40th level so that he could advance to the royal level. Tree paths bound the phoenix. Ping, looking at the gem, said in his mind that he had a vision as soon as he drank the blood. He saw many capsules with identical bodies inside. Glancing at the brothers, he said that the holy ancestral village clearly harbored more secrets than they thought. When the flames engulfed the wood titan, the guy became worried. He frowned, shifting his gaze to the bird. The beast fired fiery projectiles, knocking the enemies back. Qinghua fell painfully to the ground. He gritted his teeth and angrily said that he had fallen right on his ass. Lei Xian landed and said that their affairs were bad. His strength depended on the flames, but the fire of this bird was composed of solar energy. It was much more powerful than his flames. Glancing at the two titans, he said that Changchun's form would not be of any use, and Qinghua alone would hardly be able to stand up to the creature. Manny, looking up at the sky, said that she had come up with something. Spreading her arms to her sides, she said that everyone who could still fight should distract the sunbird. They should gain half an hour, and the rest should go to Shozhong for the radio beacon transmitters. Clenching her fist, the girl asked Shishan to help her. Siti grinned and said that this girl had grown up a lot. Now he was calm. The protagonist, wiping his mouth, decided that he would also have a royal gem. The young man summoned the scythe, raising his level by 5 points. The beast fired a lot of fiery projectiles. Members of the group dodged or blocked the shells. Many simply blocked the fire with their weapons. Shozhong clutched his stomach, saying that it was hard for him to even imagine how much he would have to eat to regain it. Manny, pointing to the map, said that Shishan's strength was not enough to directly confront the phoenix, but she could suppress its solar energy for a while, at which time a squad of guards would set a trap for the bird. Ignoring the flame explosions, she said that these transmitters should increase their range. Once they get them, they should bury them in the places marked on the map. The phoenix gathered a huge amount of flames above it. Suddenly, the sphere of fire disappeared. The beast opened its beak and froze in puzzlement. Qinghua, merging with the air and enveloping the beast, said that he had cut off the access to oxygen. The creature could no longer use fire. Changchun immediately grabbed the monster. He turned around, wanting to knock the bird over. A second later, the phoenix was thrown to the ground. The trio immediately flew up to him. Lei Xian bayed, and Jinbo swung for an attack. A moment later, there was an explosion. Min gathered the mana behind him and cast a spell. The dragon abyss sword began to emerge from the maelstrom. The protagonist put on a mask and said that the blood of the Zhao brothers had merged with his blood, due to which he had instantly reached the 19th level. Now his attack power had reached the highest stage. Dark energy enveloped the sword. The guys simultaneously stretched out their arms, using a combined attack. The sword rushed towards the target at great speed. Mana scattered in all directions from the collision. The phoenix's body glowed from behind the mana pillar. The beast's feather flashed. Lei Xian stood beside the young man and asked if it was over. As the dust kicked up, the unbelieving man said that they had killed a king-level being. Suddenly, the flames rushed towards the feather. The eyes of the battle group members widened in shock. While the fire was gathering in the feather, Sita said that after the death of the first head of the Zhu family, the phoenix disappeared. As the legend says, it turned into a guardian spirit that did not leave the tomb of its master, but now it reappeared. So he confirmed one of the legends, that the divine phoenix is an immortal spirit. Suddenly, a phoenix was reborn from the flames. The beast, spreading its wings, threw fiery projectiles. The old man rushed to meet one of them. Qinghua, having merged with the air, used a gas vacuum. Changchun immediately stretched out his hand. His wood hand crumbled as soon as it touched the phoenix. Looking at his burning limb, the elder asked where such heat came from. Pin, turning into a wyvern, crashed into the beast. Clenching the phoenix's wings, he told the others to attack. The fighters immediately attacked the body of the bird. Lei Xian's fist struck the target. The Ming swords, once hit, began to melt and break. The man stepped back, saying that this heat was much hotter than his solar fire form. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that it was likely that her ability was not only to explode, but also to control the temperature of the environment. The phoenix gathered the flames in its mouth. Lei Xian blocked the flow of fire, saving his comrade. The man frowned and cried out. Changchun caught his comrade. He gently lowered it to the ground. Jinbo formed on his shoulder and said that their amplifiers had run out. Jinbo and Ning, along with the others, retreated. They immediately rushed to the master. The man, coughing up blood, said that he almost lost his life. Ping, raising his head, said that even the master was in such a state. The guy looked at his hand and said in his mind that the gem's level had increased twice, but he didn't feel any enhancement after absorbing. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the side when he heard Shishan shout. The girl, clenching her fist, shouted, saying that the traps had already been set. They needed to lure the bird to them. The young man immediately turned around and began to fly away. Turning around, he told Changchun to be faster. Suddenly, the phoenix pierced through the titan. At that moment, the pentagram under the team's feet burst into flames. A huge amount of mana surrounded the bird. The wind swirled around the phoenix. Slowly, a frosty wind froze the bird. Soon only the beak remained. A second later, the phoenix was trapped in the ice. Manny ran to Pin, saying that the trap would not last long. They needed to leave. The old man, climbing out of the titanium, said that everything was fine with him. It was good that it did not touch anything vital. The young man ran up to the elders and said that they had to run now. There was still a long way to go, so why not rest in Pearl City for now? Having received consent, Pin drew the gem of the treaty. Xiujia approached and asked where they should go. If the base was destroyed, everything was scorched here. There was nowhere to hide. As soon as the phoenix was free, it would immediately detect them. The district was indeed scorched by the phoenix. The bracelet on the guy's arm lit up when Sita said that they had to head to the test site. There was a reserve base for civilians nearby. The group immediately ran away. Cracks began to appear on the ice that enveloped the phoenix. Manny, hearing the crack, involuntarily turned around. Stopping, she said that only half an hour had passed, and the glacier was already cracking. Smiling nervously, she said that they needed to find shelter immediately. Summoning a lantern, the protagonist said that this lantern would hide their presence in a small radius. They needed to get closer and not move. Soon the group entered the cave. Bade, angry, said that they had finally got rid of the annoying rooster. Min, looking around, said that they needed to take a break to save energy. Shishan looked at the bent guy and asked if he was okay. Wiping away the sweat, Pin said that he was just tired of resorting to the afterlife fog all the time. After a short respite, he would come to his senses. Throwing up his hand, Min said that they would go to the ruins of the test site. Would a bird follow them? The young man, parting his lips, said that the ancient ruins could be part of the history of mankind. They should never allow the bird to destroy them. Situ took on a spiritual form and told him not to worry. The area was under the protection of spiritual energy. This place could not be found outside. Frowning, he said that the problem was that this place was also a base for the reconnaissance squad, and according to Jinbo, the squad had long been infested with rats. They should be wary of an ambush from the party led by Aoxue, and they should also prepare for a possible attack by a mountain ancestor. Throwing up his hand, Lei Xian said that the mountain ancestor was a king-level mutated beast. He had only heard about it from an old friend. Raising his hand, Situ said that the mountain ancestor lives outside the test site. They have no other way but to cross it from the rear. For safety, it is better to take some morning glory with them. It smelled disgust the mountain ancestor. The young man, remembering the sight of the flowers, thought about the difference between these flowers and those that were familiar to him. Raising his hand, the guy told the master that while he left a guard around the perimeter, he would look for some game, and just a couple of flowers. The man, frowning, said that he had expended a lot of energy. Why not rest? He and the instructor would take care of it. Spreading his arms to his sides, the young man said that there was no sun or moon right now, so there was no arguing between them. His abilities were best manifested at night. He was better suited for this job. Shishan grabbed the guy's hand and said that she would go with him. Pin smiled and agreed. Glancing at the chubby, the young man asked him to give him a bear trap or something like that. Losing weight again, Shuzhong said that he had been turning him from fat to thin too quickly lately. A huge number of animals gathered near the lake. Suddenly, one of the animals stepped on a trap. The protagonist in the form of a panther immediately rushed towards him. He laid the boar down. The beast's paw began to clench. Pin, assuming his form, said that it was more dexterous to hunt with mist, but a few more such boars and the energy would be completely replenished. Shishan walked up to the guy, telling him to come with her. Pointing to the tree, she said that there was morning glory there. The couple immediately disappeared from their seats. The protagonist crouched, wanting to pick a flower. Picking a flower, he mentally said that outwardly these flowers did not differ in any way from those that he remembered. Suddenly, a flower shot a strange goo into his face. The young man threw the flower away and shouted, saying that he now understood why the mountain ancestor hated these flowers. Shishan laughed and said that they practiced torture in such a way when he was locked in a room full of morning glory for the whole day. Lumps like fluff slowly flew through the air. Pin, smiling, said that it looked very beautiful. The girl, standing in front of him, said that these were the seeds of firefly grass. In each season they were carried by the wind to take root and grow in new places. Grabbing one of them, she said that life could be so peaceful, without chaos and battles. It was a pity that happy endings were rare. Morning glory sacrificed their fragrance only for a moment of peace. The grass of fireflies was beautiful, but they always roamed, never finding a shelter. The protagonist, calling the girl, pulled the vessel to her. Closing his eyes and smiling, he said that endings aren't always set in stone, just like this sealed jar. When Shishan took the jar in her hands, the young man said that it held the smell of morning glory while simultaneously creating a quiet shelter for the firefly grass. The girl turned away abruptly, saying that it was time for them to return. They were definitely already waiting. The phoenix flew over the forest. He opened his beak and let out a scream. At the same moment, fiery shells scattered around the area. A faint light burned in the cave. Gathering around the fire, Bade said that he could not even think that he would enjoy a barbecue in such a place. Shoujong, chewing on the meat, said that he needed more supplements, otherwise he would lose weight if he did not eat soon. The inspector, grabbing the fat man by the stomach, said that he was already so thin that he was bleeding fat. The protagonist, laughing, said that he needed to eat more. In the near future his abilities would still be useful to them. Shoujong immediately dismissed the old man. When the fat man screamed in pain, Bade laughed and said that he was eating meat straight from the fire. He should have expected it to be hot. Yanhu looked at his brother and said that if there was such an atmosphere in their village, it would be great. Yanlong lowered his head and said not to be naive. They are just tools for them. No one cares about life. So why should they be treated like people? Suddenly, a piece of meat was handed to him. The protagonist, sitting down in front of the cage, told the brothers to eat. Yanlong grabbed the plate and thanked the young man. Suddenly, the ground shook, straining Ping. Shishan pointed to the area outside the cave and said that something was going on there. An explosion thundered in the distance. A multitude of animals fled from the fire. A phoenix raged in the air. Looking at the bird in the sky, Lei Xian said that this creature wanted to get rid of them through someone else's efforts. Upon entering back into the hideout, the guy said that the fire was spreading in the direction of the wind, so the forest fire should not hit them. They would wait out the attack here before making any plans. Events take us to another part of the forest. Throwing up his hand, Anlong asked the captain why they were still here, who replied that the guy named Ping also seemed to be an unlimited level awakened. Taking a cigarette, he told the surprised subordinate that his ability, called the Gem of the Pact, was originally considered useless, but he had somehow smashed Wang and his entire squad using some kind of fog technique. Parting his lips, the man said that it was also strange that his body could turn into blood and water, which made him even more unpredictable. Besides, because of the walker's technique, it was almost impossible to track him. The guy in the tree asked in surprise if it was possible that he had 5 abilities. Opening his eyes, the squad leader said that no one knows what other tricks he has. He is still with an unlimited level. They should not dare to underestimate him. If he appears outside the training ground, they need to be vigilant. The protagonist frowned and told Shishan that the Zhu family had set up an ambush at the training ground. Stretching out his fingers, the young man said that the whisper of the wind didn't allow him to pinpoint the number of people, but they had at least 2 high-level awakened ones. Lei Xian, rubbing his chin, said that if the weather was clear, he would have handled the 2 alone. Pin, throwing up his hand, said that he could handle one of them. Bade crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he was confident that he could master the Supreme Awakened, and the young man replied that although he was of an average level, his intelligence abilities gave him such an advantage. Examining the people around the fire, he said that as soon as the animals calmed down, they would know how many enemies were awakened, but in the meantime they should take turns on duty and save their strength. Events take us to the next day. Ping and Shishan were sitting near the entrance. Shoujong suddenly ran towards them. Soon the whole group ran outside. Looking around the area, Shoujong said that the bird burned down most of the forest last night. They would have to walk through the scorched wasteland to reach the training ground. The young man rubbed his chin and said that these monsters were smarter than they had imagined. Situ showed his spirit body and said that there was only one way to the training ground ahead. There was no other detour. Looking at Pin, he said that the road would take half a day if they moved at full speed. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that the energy of the flashlight would not be enough for them. It was almost gone. Calling for a lantern, he said that with great power comes great responsibility. Bade put his hand on his shoulder and said that he liked his words. Lei Xian smiled and said that he should write it down and carve it on the foam pavilion. Even the brother sitting in the cage heard the old man's screams. They looked at each other and whispered to each other the words Pin had said. Sitting with his back to his brother, Yanhu said that in the village, they were always considered only tools, and this young man risked his life to save them. Even being enemies, he treated them with respect. Yanlong thought about it and said that he thought the guy was strange at first, but now he realized that he wasn't an idiot. By presenting the protagonist as a saint, they said that with great power comes great responsibility. Lei Xian turned his head sharply, asking what they were up to. Suddenly, Yanlong got out of the cage and bowed to Ping, asking for a chance to let him follow him. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that he swears his life before heaven. When everyone froze in shock, Shishan asked what was going on here. Bending down, the brothers said that they were ready to make a pact with him to prove their sincerity. The young man, looking at the twins in front of him, asked where they got such a sudden impulse. Raising his head, Yanhu said that he risked his life to save them, and if they didn't follow him, it would be regarded as a betrayal of his kindness. The protagonist frowned when the brothers said that instead of returning to the ancestral village, they would rather follow him, even if it cost them their lives. Holding out his hands to the twins, Pin said that they should not rush to swear allegiance. First of all, he should find out how many people they had killed, how many innocent among them there were. Yanlong stood up and said that everyone he killed was an enemy of the holy ancestral village and a threat to its safety. He didn't know if there were innocent victims, but he could say that they died out of their own choice. Yanhu closed his eyes and said that he had only killed 2 of the Zhu family. The young man smiled nervously, saying that it was difficult to say who was innocent of the conflicts between the villages. Grievances and enmities in such a situation were like a fog that made it impossible to clearly distinguish. Holding out 2 gems, the protagonist said that they needed to think carefully. Once they ate them, there would be no turning back. The twins immediately grabbed the gems. The guys immediately ate them. Mana flared up around the trio, and a pact was made. Smiling, the brothers said that from that day on, they would go through fire and water for his sake. The young man, raising his eyebrows, said that there was no need to go so far. They just needed to treat each other as his comrades. They were all part of the same group, no more, no less. Parting his lips, Pin asked how they were going to help them. Closing his eyes, Yanlong said to give them a minute, and then he and his brother would return. Bade, looking at the backs of the twins, asked if they should rely on such simpletons. Lei Xian, crossing his arms over his chest, said that some savages worship mutated beasts. Behaving much like these 2 brothers, perhaps they consider Ping to be some kind of god. Shoujong approached the protagonist and asked if he had used any ability to control their minds. The young man frowned and said that if he had such abilities, he would use them on Shishan or Xuejia, not on 2 men. Xuejia, clutching his face, said that he was a little rascal since he had been staring at her all this time. The fat man closed his eyes and said not to say that. Even though Yanlong and Yanhu are men, they are still twins. Seeing everyone pull away, Shizhong shouted, saying that wasn't what he meant. Suddenly a small mound of earth appeared. The brothers, riding a lizard, climbed out of the ground. Situ, taking on a spiritual form, said that this underground lizard could dig a tunnel for them under the open area. The fat man smiled and said that in this way they would be able to avoid the Zhu family's ambush. The man refuted this, saying that the mountain ancestor mutated king-level beast. The underground lizard would never dare to set foot on his territory. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that it was time for them to go. They would solve the rest of the problems after they got rid of the phoenix. Many were seasick while the lizard was digging a tunnel. Soon, the members of the group were able to see the sky. While everyone was recovering, barely holding back his nausea, Yanlong said that the lizard refused to go any further. Ping, hearing him, said that they had to move the others, let the lizard go back. Looking at the mountain crevasse, Situ said that once they crossed the canyon, they would reach the training ground. However, it looked like an ideal ambush spot. Glancing at Shishan, the old man said to distribute morning glory to everyone. The girl handed the flower to Lei Xian. When Bei took the flower, the protagonist asked for 2 flowers for the 2 elders. The girl turned around and asked if he was worried that someone stronger than the elite of the Zhu family might be waiting for them. Throwing up his hand, the guy said that this was not the only thing that worried him. He was just wary of the phoenix appearing. They would surely need their help if the bird appeared. Putting his hand on Shozhong's shoulder, Ping said that while the Zhu family doesn't have full control over the phoenix, they can't rule out such an outcome. Who knows if they will try to lure her to them. Lei Xian closed his eyes and said that his words gave him a bad feeling. Bade raised his hand and said that he was right. However, the masters had already fought the bird and they hadn't fully recovered. The guy, pouring mana into his hand, said not to worry, because he had a plan, although they could not deal with the phoenix. But this does not mean that they will not be able to defeat him at the training ground. At that moment, a bird flew over the group. The bird's eyes sparkled. The girl, covering her eyes with her hand, said to take all the wounded and unfit for battle to a safe place. The man sneered, saying that this squad was not far from them. He would never have thought that they would be lucky enough to slip away from the phoenix. Standing at the head of the group, the man said to get ready, because the battle would begin soon. Events take us to the outer perimeter of the training ground. The protagonist, walking at the head of the group, said that most likely the enemies were hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly, several monsters jumped directly onto Bade. The instructor turned. He jumped away, dodging the attack. A moment later, he struck back at the beast. When the monster exploded and, turning into a ferret, began to run away, Pin asked in shock what kind of creature it was, a rat or a bear. Stretching his brush, the instructor said that it was some kind of mutated hamster bear. Its strength surpassed that of an ordinary awakened enhanced level. It was better not to face it if their physical strength was not at its best. Shozhong raised his hand and said that there was something there. The group froze when they saw the mountain ancestor in front of them. The fat man thought about it and said that he was expecting to see a strange beast and a toad in front of him. The young man shifted his gaze back and whispered to Master Feng. Lei Xian, who was standing beside him, said that he saw this impudent man, they could give him a gift. The man spun around, sending out wind blades. The protagonist suddenly found himself above the enemy, saying that today was not his day. The young man struck with a scythe. He frowned as he realized that using the Reaper was charging him with the afterlife mist. The protagonist, shrouding himself in mist, said that now, after obtaining 1,000 points of the afterlife, which increased his strength by 10,000 times each, his abilities had improved to the point of insanity. A girl standing next to the captain said that Anlong was injured. Mabin, being calm, said that their ambush had been figured out and were trying to provoke them. Sanchi should not make concessions. Let them try their medicine. The guy standing behind clenched his fist. He rushed downstairs, laughing madly, saying that he would gladly do a favor. A blade formed in his hand. Sanchi threw a blade of lightning at the enemy group. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that another cannon fodder had come to them. Creating a barrier in front of him, the guy said that this was the perfect chance to experience the fog revolver. The blade of lightning was right in front of the shield. As the darkness engulfed the attack, the protagonist asked the opponent if he was capable of just that. Sanchi gritted his teeth in anger and said that the awakened of the unlimited level were simply a mistake of nature. Lei Xian frowned at the impudent man's words. Mabin went down to his subordinate and said that this was why they should kill the guy before he became even stronger. Seeing the grinning man, Qinbo asked if he should intervene. Ping, hearing the question, asked the master not to intervene for the time being. Smirking, he said that there were 3 top-level awakened among the enemies. He would deal with one, and Lei Xian would take care of the other 2. Shishan summoned her ice and said that if the 7 of them couldn't handle their 6, then their squad would be in serious trouble. They would have to go back and retrain. Frowning, Mabin said that Situ alone had caused them enough trouble. The situation would get out of control if they allowed another awakened unlimited level to appear. Lowering his eyelids, he told the girl not to hold back and summon the divine bird. Rushing to attack, Mabin said that they had only one goal, and that was to eliminate the Ping at any cost. The 2 squads rushed towards each other. The protagonist deflected the enemy's sword. At this time, the girl, raising her hand, began to cast a spell. The fire swirled around her. The lady's hair began to wriggle. She did a somersault while controlling the fire. Suddenly, a divine phoenix appeared in the air. Mabin sneered as he crossed the weapon with Ping. The young man waved his scythe as the enemy group retreated. The guy, looking into the distance, tried to understand how the enemy managed to summon the bird. Phoenix gathered the flames directly above him. Members of the squad had to dodge fireballs. Pin jumped to the side and said in his mind that the phoenix was on a rampage right now, but those psychos summoned him anyway. Glancing to the side, he noticed that the bird was not attacking Mabin and his group. He suddenly rushed towards them. The man ran out to meet him, saying that he asked for it. When Mabin swung his sword, the young man's body turned into water. Only then did he notice a fireball flying at him. An explosion thundered, throwing the man away. Sliding on the ground, he asked the guy if he really thought that he was the only one who was so smart. Dodging the flaming projectiles, the protagonist said that he was learning from him. Didn't he think that the reckless summoning of the phoenix could turn into death for them as well? As the bird flew over him, the man said that this phoenix was the divine beast of the Zhu family. If she killed anyone, it would be them. Ping, ducking, said that it was time for them to proceed with Plan B. The young man summoned the royal gem. A moment later, Changchun and Qinghua appeared on the battlefield. The eyes of the two titans flashed as the effect of the royal gem was activated. The titans jumped to the beast and said that it would now fight them. Mabin frowned and said that Qinghua must have been dead. Striking at the beast, the titans said that they would talk about it later. At that moment, the girl noticed that Pin had disappeared along with the entire squad. Throwing one of the enemies away, the phoenix shot flames. Waving his hand, Mabin said to pursue the enemy. They definitely couldn't go far. The protagonist, holding a lantern in his hand, said that they still had 6 miles left. Shishan, who was following him, asked how long the two of them would be able to restrain the beast, which even they would not be able to scratch when united. The young man, smiling, said that he had already foreseen this. Looking at the divine bird in the sky, he said that the mountain ancestor was a beast that dwelt in its territory. It would certainly react to the powerful energy of the phoenix as soon as it sensed it, and the elders had morning glory flowers that would help them escape. All the two titans were doing right now was to delay the phoenix until the mountain ancestor appeared, and then everyone would escape safely as soon as the two royal beasts were pushed off. Frowning, Shishan asked what to do with the squad, if the plan would work if they intervened. The young man replied by saying that he had deliberately set the phoenix on the group a couple of minutes ago. He hadn't stopped attacking, which meant that the squad was now thinking about how they themselves would not be attacked by the divine bird. Continuing to run, the guy said that most likely they were using something to block the perception of the beast. That's why the bird didn't attack them first. They stay away because they know that direct intervention will only make things worse. Being at the head of the squad, Pin said that they would soon follow them. They should hurry. Long raised his hand and said that they did not sense the presence of the targets. Frowning, the man said that there was only one thing that could completely hide a person from the upper level Awakens, and that was the Zhu family's afterlife fog lantern. The Huang group was missing one lantern, so Ping had stolen it. Turning around, he said that it didn't matter. He knew how to defeat them. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that this thing would put a huge strain on his body. Long agreed, saying that Ping only had one top level awakened now. There was no point in going that far. Taking his eye, he asked if they could deal with the consequences if this boy made it to the training ground. The man put his eye in his mouth. He dropped to one knee and clutched his chest. A freshly swallowed eye appeared on his chest. Mabin, gritting his teeth, told the chained souls that they were now free. At the same moment, many souls burst out of his body. Waving his hand, the captain said that although these people were hiding their presence, souls could not help but leave traces. They had to follow the restless souls. When restless souls caught up with Pin, he became nervous, saying that it was very similar to his afterlife mist. Seeing the eyes and the way they moved, the guy decided that these clots were restless souls. Suddenly, the soul took on the silhouette of a man and swung. The young man ducked, barely managing to dodge the attack. Lei Xian struck a blow to the soul and said that the Zhu family was completely crazy. First they used zombies, and now they used souls. At that moment, the group was overtaken by pursuers. Long threw a thunder projectile. The man repulsed the enemy's attack. Looking at his hand, he realized that the strength of this enemy should not be underestimated. The girl released a fireball. Fire enveloped two figures. When the smoke rose, the man said that her fire was not bad, it warmed it up well. Lei Xian, who activated the flame mode, said that he just needed fire. The girl, clenching her fist, became alert. Suddenly, Mabin approached them and ordered them to distract the other members of the squad. He smiled broadly, saying that Ping would fall by his hand. The restless soul turned. A tornado suddenly appeared and began to consume her. The girl looked at her partner and said that somehow this enemy would neutralize her strength, so he would fight on his own. Long fired a couple of projectiles at the enemy. The fragments were hit by a fiery tornado. Lei Xian had to retreat because of the shells that had broken through. He jumped back, thinking that these shards could pierce his skin. Long, having dispelled the flames, found himself in front of the enemy. Lei Xian grabbed his opponent's wrists. Clenching his jaw, he said that there was real power hidden in him. Perhaps he would play with him a little longer. The members of the squad looked frightened at the restless souls around them. Ming and Shishan used swords to kill ghosts. The girl grinned. She shot a fireball at the couple. The explosion alarmed Pin. Mabin waved his sword and asked if he thought he had time to worry about others now. The young man jumped away, realizing that he could die. The enemy jumped, wanting to attack from above. The young man transformed his body into water. He increased the distance, not understanding why the man was so furious. Taking a closer look at the armor, he decided that there was some kind of power hidden in it. Suddenly, the eye-like sphere twitched. Pin, dodging his restless soul, thought about the armor. He stretched out his hand, realizing that it was impossible to escape now. Dark energy surrounded the enemy. The red gems burst out of the mist, rushing towards Mabin. The protagonist's eye flashed. He activated the military pact, deciding to use his girlfriend's power. Pig was behind the enemy's back in an instant, having already struck. The young man, clutching the scythe in his hands, saw that his supply of mist had increased. Suddenly, tentacles appeared on Mabin's face. A moment later, the number of tentacles increased dramatically, and the body increased. A frightening and strong aura burst out of the man's body. Creating a shield in front of him, the protagonist caught Jing Yao's voice telling him to run. He immediately assumed that she was trapped inside that eye. However, why did he constantly exude such terror? Mabin's body was completely transformed and mutated. Once upon a time, the Zhu family gathered people. The daughter, hugging her mother, said that she was very scared. The mother tried to calm her down, saying that she would protect her. A young man standing nearby shouted, saying that the 3 great squads of the Pearl City would definitely not spare them. A member of the Zhu family kicked the impudent man, telling him to stop talking. Taking off his hood, Mabin said that they could begin. All the people were pushed into the pit. The pentagram lit up as the ritual began. Darkness enveloped the entire territory of the pentagram. When his hands broke free from the ground, the guy, angry, asked what was happening here. He looked down in horror. People screamed, called for help while they were dragged underground. Mother and daughter could not resist and were buried almost immediately. Restless souls rushed to people. A multitude of souls grasped a living man. Soon the hatch was closed. So the guy himself turned into a restless soul. An eye formed on the hatch. That eye was now in Mabin's chest, causing it to mutate. So the man took on his current appearance of a monster. The protagonist, summoning a gem, saying that he was forced to change the original plan. Situ scolded him, saying that everyone was fighting, giving him time to fight, he should not hesitate. The young man, beginning to devour the gem, said that he knew this, but the man's sins were too serious. Kneading his neck, the young man said that he would kill him here and now. The void mist wanderer charged to attack. Swinging his sword, Mabon said that he was too slow. He threw the guy away with a blow. A beam shot out of the tail, almost hitting the guy. The monster, moving behind the guy, said that he was not impressed by his infinite level. Ping, having turned his body into water, was able to dodge the attack. Assuming his form, he mentally said that although the enemy had been strengthened in every way, his techniques still relied on brute force. Shrouding himself in a dark fog, the protagonist said that he would satisfy his desire and measure his strength with him. Pin did a somersault and cut off the mutant's tail. Mabon, seeing that his tail was not regenerating, became nervous. He didn't know that the enemy, thanks to the royal gem, could use two skills at the same time. Suddenly, he was enveloped in fire. The protagonist, seeing how the opponent fell to his knees, said that he sent a terrifying illusion on him. The young man released the flames of hell from his body. Creating a limb from the flames, he grabbed the eyeball. The young man snatched the artifact. A moment later, he clenched his eye in his hand. The young man, staring at the enemy, said that killing the Eye of Evil Grievance allowed him to instantly break through, entering the ranks of the Supreme Awakened. Throwing up his hands, the guy said that the abilities from this level increase had gone to medium by default. No wonder that he hadn't been able to get new abilities from the gem lately. Soon, the mutations on Mabon's body began to disappear. He grabbed his sword, saying that he didn't expect this thing to be able to evolve to such an extent. He sneered, saying that even so, he would be in trouble, for the Eye of Malice was dead. Its power would be completely out of control. Seeing the dark energy gathered, the protagonist said that he didn't care. As all the souls rushed to the eye, Mabon said that the consequences he could not foresee would soon come. Shojong saw the huge number of souls and said that they had just finished with the previous wave when new ones appeared. One of the souls went through Pin. He frowned, feeling nothing. The guy looked away. The protagonist was transported to a dark space. The soul ran to him, asking for help. The wolves ran after the guy. He ran past the protagonist, calling for help. The wolves passed through Pin, as if not noticing him. Catching up with the victim, the wolves began to devour him. A severe pain suddenly appeared in the protagonist's chest. He got down on one knee, not understanding what was happening. Had he made an empathic connection with that soul? The man fell on his back. The young man immediately felt a severe pain in his back. As Pin surveyed the surroundings, he decided that these were the dying memories of souls full of endless suffering. The guy clutched his chest in pain. The people outside were alert when they saw the number of souls. The protagonist was lying on the floor. Endless screams came from the darkness, blood spurting in all directions. When one of the souls flew up, Pin asked what it was this time. He frowned when he saw the familiar one. A huge fox towered over Jingyao. The beast touched the girl's face, despite the young man's screams. The monster grabbed the throat of the victim. The protagonist screamed in anger, his eye flashing. A bloody tear escaped his eye. The young man crawled towards the fox, saying that this thing was making him suffer from Jingyao. His hand went through the fox's leg. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. He froze with his arm outstretched. Suddenly, another soul appeared in front of him. The protagonist, standing up, said that the elder was indeed right. She had indeed used her ability to make the soul leave the body. Walking up to Jingyao, he said that watching her body being devoured with his own eyes was terrible. It was a terrifying moment of powerlessness. Stretching out his hand to the girl, he said that although he had found her soul, he could not save her. Unfortunately, he could not keep his promise. Suddenly, Pin realized that he had been able to touch the girl's face. His eyes widened in shock. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he was amazed. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that Jingyao's soul had not disappeared, but had turned into a fallen one due to the overuse of the ability. Since this was the spirit world, it must be a living soul like him. Looking at the huge eyes full of darkness, the guy said that maybe Mabon wanted to use the power of these wandering souls and theirs to give energy to the Eye of Evil again. The young man summoned the gem, realizing that if he was pulled there, he would have little chance of survival. Glancing at Jingyao, he said that this time he must make every effort. There is no way to fail. He must make a contract with her to stop her from falling. Suddenly, many souls flew into the air. They all rushed towards the magic circle. The chains broke free from the ground. The young man grabbed Jingyao and said that she wasn't one of those wandering souls. She hadn't died yet, so she needed to wake up. Ping, frowning, shouted, asking if she had forgotten her dream. She had dreamed of joining the patrol to protect their home. Had she forgotten that? Suddenly, the chains broke. The protagonist, still holding Jingyao, asked, didn't those turning points in desperate situations happen because she always protected him? Gritting his teeth, he pulled the girl to him. The guy summoned a gem, telling the lady not to wander in the darkness. At that moment, he remembered how, smiling, he offered the girl a candy. Jingyao frowned and said to move away from her. No one would want to be controlled. A gem was reflected in the girl's eyes. She held out her hand to the gem. A moment later, all the chains were broken. The young man frowned and ordered Jingyao to stop falling. The girl closed her eyes. Lifting her eyelids, she asked Pin if it was him. Seeing that half of his body had been consumed, she asked what was going on. The protagonist smiled, saying that she had finally woken up. Pointing to the drowning souls, he said that this magic circle seemed to be able to refine souls. Once it was absorbed and torn away, it would be impossible. Parting his lips, he said that fortunately he had cut it, so at least they could say goodbye without regrets. Jingyao tugged at the guy's cheek, telling him not to give up so early. Closing his eyes, Pin grinned. He abruptly opened his eyes, asking Jingyao why she might be outside the magic circle. The girl, using force, tore the guy out of the circle. Pin screamed as he began to fall down. The lady landed elegantly, ignoring the guy. Clutching his head, the protagonist said that he was already badly wounded. Couldn't there be a gentler way? Looking at himself, he wondered why he felt as if all his wounds had healed. Jingyao, remembering the big man with a frail soul, said that no matter how strong an awakened one is, if he doesn't have soul-related abilities, the growth of his soul and spirit will be doomed to be limited. But she is not like that. She has been tempering her soul from a young age. Now she can even influence the souls of others. As a faint aura enveloped Pin, the girl said that as long as his consciousness did not dissipate, no matter how broken his soul was, he could save her. Looking at the magic circle above, she said that the influence of this magic circle on souls would not be able to resist ordinary awakens. But it was not difficult for her. This magic circle contained many souls and absorbed their malice to keep its work going. Once these drowned souls were released, the magic circle could be destroyed. But if Jingyao was to take out these souls one by one, it would take a long time. Smiling, the lady told the young man that just now, while restoring his soul, she had already closely bound their souls. Now he could borrow the power of her soul to touch other souls. The protagonist summoned chains and said that he could remove the shackles from the souls. Chains rushed to the souls above. The lynx grabbed souls. Pin, raising his hand, grinned. He abruptly pulled all the chains at once, telling the souls to come out. Immediately, many souls broke out of the magic circle. So this world began to shatter into pieces. Soon, Jingyao and the boy were in the real world. The young man landed neatly with the lady. Raising his palm up, Pin asked if they had returned, and where the others were. The main character turned his head back when he heard a heavy sigh, and that he really did not stand on ceremony. Jingyao sat on the ground and said that he had immediately drained a lot of her soul energy, and then clarified how strong he was now. Putting his hand to the back of his head, the guy noticed that she herself had said that he needed to pull them out in one fell swoop. Closing his eyes, the awakened man exclaimed that she had finally returned, although she had made him wait a long time. Happily raising her eyebrows, the girl said that she had always believed that he would be able to do it. A stream of golden magic swirled around the summoner's wrist. Stretching out his fist towards the human silhouette, the protagonist explained that this is a body that he had previously recreated for her, after which he added that the moment had finally come when he waited for his time. Looking away, the friend said that he had been carrying this body with him all this time, and then added that although she was very glad that he never forgot about her, she still thought it was a little strange. Crouching down near the human form, the spirit admitted that in fact she had always been with him, but he simply could not perceive the state of her soul, and then she remembered that when he created a body for her, she also tried to merge with it. Stretching her palm to the chest of the material form, Jingyao stated that this was what had come of it, and then revealed that her power allowed the soul to separate from the body and directly attack the other person's soul and mind, but it was not able to take over someone else's body. The lady's eyes widened in bewilderment, and remarked that if she forcibly occupied someone else's body, his own power would begin to destroy it, and her soul would remain trapped forever with no hope of liberation. The girl assumed that her subconscious considered this body to be someone else's, so it must be that this was why the soul resisted, to which Pin rubbed his fist against his palm and stated that if so, then the problem was solved quite simply. Suddenly, the silhouette of the spirit fell to the ground, and her friend cried out, calling on her and asking her to accept this body as her own. At the same moment, Jingyao's soul possessed a human form. The lady began to open her eyes. Smiling, the classmate asked if it was so easy, even though she had changed her mind about so many things. Wrapping both hands around her own body, the friend asked if he would then order her to do all sorts of strange things, to which he did not understand why it would be, and who she took him for. Members of the cleanup squad descended to the ground through streams of magic. Tightly clenching his fists, Lei Xian shouted that this was a curse. After all, he had just been trapped there completely helpless, which was a shame. Folding his hands, the main character noticed that thanks to the fact that she used the power of the soul and destroyed the magic circle, everyone was able to get out safe and sound, to which she replied that it was a matter of course, and such a trifle was not a problem for her. Lowering his jaw, the awakened man said that since everyone had returned from the spirit world, did that mean that Mabin and the others were too, and his friend had asked him not to worry. A magic eye hovered over the man's body as Jingyao revealed that such a magic circle required the joint efforts of several awakened ones, but this person had sacrificed himself to forcibly activate it for the sole purpose of locking everyone up, after which she added that it was a pity that he didn't expect to be able to break the circle, much less foresee it. That Pin would be able to awaken her from her fall. Looking frightened at the suffering fighter, the main character said that this man and her grandfather are blood enemies. Pushing the guy's body with his foot, the master said that they had also dealt with the others, so now he believes that no one else will interfere with them. Shishan looked to the side and asked how the girl had suddenly managed to wake up, and Ping began to explain to her. Suddenly, dust began to swirl near the feet of the main character. Green grass sprouted on the ground. The hero's clothes fluttered in the wind, and they did not understand if an earthquake was happening, and they also shouted that they felt such a tremor that it seemed that something was wrong, and there must be something underground. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character did not believe in it. A mountain progenitor burst out of the ground. The monster closed its jaws in an attempt to eat the phoenix. The firebird began to fire projectiles directly at the enemy. The monster surged forward through the trees in the forest. Suddenly, the mountain progenitor raised his head up. At the same second, the undead spat out the eaten objects from his mouth. The magical creature spread its wings wide. The flame spheres quickly rushed forward. The man bent his knees and noticed that this morning glory was really useful. The awakened began to run away when they saw the powerful tongue of the evil spirits, and one of them shouted that the Pin and the others must be waiting for them, so there was no time to delay, but to go quickly. The heroes approached the cliff, and the spirit of Situ reported that this was the entrance to the lands of trials. Spreading his hands to the sides, Shuzhong shouted that there was no entrance here. The members of the cleanup squad widened their eyes in bewilderment when the commander said that he was raising the level, because what they can see now is only the outer shell, and only Pin can open the entrance. Smiling, the protagonist remarked that he needed time to prepare, which was just the right thing since they could take a little rest here, and the mountain progenitor had already started moving, after which he added that Senior Changchun and Senior Qingba should join them soon. Squeezing his eyes shut, the summoner said that one of them was Grandpa Jingyao, and then added that he had told him about her abilities. Standing on the cliff, the guy explained that this was why he then managed to quickly orient himself and help her get out of the state of falling. The black-robed man held the lamp in his hand and ordered his subordinates to be careful, for their captain's death should not be in vain. The protagonist brought a large stone to the fire. On an imitation of a cobblestone stove, the young man began to roast meat. Behind his back, the physical strength of the fighters was being trained, and at the same time, Lei Xian exclaimed that even if there were no fights, then the training could not be relaxed, and the other did not understand why his comrade, who agreed with the master, was always dragging him with him in his arms. A barrage of smoke from the fire could be seen in front of Pin's face. The exhausted man stretched out his palm forward and quietly said that he was hungry and wanted something to eat, to which the protagonist asked where the living dead came from, and if the holy progenitor's village was attacking them. Folding his hands, the fighter noticed that the aura of this dead man was barely glimmering, so he was pitifully weak, so they did not need him for nothing, to which his comrade clarified who even thought of raising such dead people, because it is very bad taste. The soul burst out of the body of the man lying on the ground, who muttered that the living dead could at least move, and he himself had already become just a corpse. Stretching the meat on the bone forward, the young man said that he had done a good job, and then added that he should eat more, because after all, even a body of pure blood would not be able to restore his fat. A light could be seen from a crack in the curtains of the white tent. Manny sat on the floor and reported that she had heard that Jing Yao and Ping were old classmates, and then she and Shishan must also know each other. Looking at the girl, the spirit in a human body said that back in school, she had heard the main character mention her all the time, and they had finally met today, to which she said that she had left the orphanage before he even came to this school, and after that, they had lost touch. Raising her eyebrows contentedly, the lady stated that this meant that Shishan had left even earlier. Jing Yao clenched her fists and exclaimed that no matter what it was, from now on, they would have to fight shoulder to shoulder, and then asked the sisters to take care of her. With her pupils bulging in alarm, Manny screamed loudly and thought that others always saw her as a little girl, and today the unexpected had happened. Hugging her interlocutor, the lady invited her to go to their cleansing squad, and then added that the elder sister would take care of her. The classmate of the main character shifted her gaze to the side and thought that it was her grandfather's voice when she heard that someone said that he had finally found them. Stretching out his palm to the side, the summoner thanked the elders for their work, and asked if they were injured, to which he was told that everything was fine, and that divine bird was mad as it began to blindly attack and rush in all directions, after which he added that now it was most likely still fiercely fighting the mountain progenitor, and so far it had no time for people. Raising her hand up, Jing Yao called out loudly to her grandfather. The old man turned his head sharply to the side. The granddaughter threw herself into his arms, and he was surprised that she woke up. Ping's eyes widened as he watched what was happening, and Qingbo didn't know if it was really her. Spreading his palms to the sides, the main character said that Mabin created a magic circle for refining souls, which attracted all the surrounding wandering spirits, and it so happened that the soul of his girlfriend was also drawn inside. Purple ghosts surrounded the magic eye. Smiling broadly, the awakened man noticed that the elder had said that she hadn't actually died, but had only fallen into a fall, but remained in a state of mind, so he decided to take the opportunity to bring her out of this state, and then exclaimed that moreover, thanks to the body that had been created for her, the one who was now standing in front of the old man was Jing Yao herself. Tears flowed from Qingbo's eyes, and at the same time, he muttered that it was very good and just wonderful. Raising her eyebrows sadly, the young lady admitted that they thought that her grandfather had died like mom and dad. Lowering his chin to his granddaughter's head, the man apologized for the fact that it was his fault, because he failed to protect them. But if it were not for this villain and his intrigues, he would not have left them, and they would not have suffered such troubles. Turning sharply back, the fighter called out to Mabin and asked where the bastard was. Rubbing her eye with her finger, the spirit in the person's body asked her relative not to worry, because everything had already been explained to her. Putting her hands on her sides, the protagonist's classmate shouted that he was dead, because she avenged her grandfather. Smiling broadly, Qingbo praised her. The old man began to fall down and talked about how his granddaughter had grown up. Members of the cleanup squad rushed to the aid of the senior. The protagonist's limb transformed into a red liquid, and at the same time he reported that he had a lot of internal injuries, but nothing fatal, after which he added that most likely this was due to excessive fatigue, but there was no need to worry too much. Wrapping his arms around the old man's neck, the young man explained that he could only do some basic treatment with such wounds, but he would need some time to recover, and then added that he would inspect Changchun a little later, and then they would go to the contract vault together to recover, to which he agreed and said that they would cause trouble to his young friend. The heroes were sitting near a tent under the night sky. Smiling broadly, the summoner said that they could rest, and he would be on duty. Hiding behind the bushes, the black-robed man noticed that they had all fallen asleep, and asked if now was the right time. The old man lowered his jaw and explained that his method should not be underestimated, and that they should not forget how their captain had died, and then added that they did not have a single awakened top rank here, and if the others were disturbed, they would all be finished. A man with a tail approached the guys, and at the same time one of them said that several more assistants had been sent to them from the headquarters. People with magic seals on their foreheads took one step ahead, and the fighter noticed that they looked a little strange, and since they arrived, they had been silent all the time. Looking at the black eyes of his assistants, the old man said that since they had been sent by the family themselves, they must have had a lot of strength, but the most sensible move now would be to use the 8 tests to weaken them and then hit their weak points, and then exclaimed that they had to remember that no one dared to act arbitrarily without his orders. Ping held out his fist, and at the same time, the spirit of Situ behind him revealed that there were only 8 trials in these lands, and each had its own difficulties, namely the snake and insect rainforest, the poison beast swamp, the fire scorpion desert, the wolf pack snow plain, the monster island, the lost plain, the dead plateau, and the peak that reached the heavens. A bright scarlet liquid appeared around the protagonist's hand, and the leader of the cleanup squad noticed that only if you passed the first 7 trials in this order, it would be possible to unlock the 8th. And this is a pattern that he managed to identify at one time, and then added that since the awakened person has the 20th level, the difficulty of the tests will not be too high. The slime fell on the magic sphere at the depth of the cliff, and the man reported that the passage of time in the lands of trials was 30 times slower than in the outside world, so they could go through them without hurrying. And then he remembered that there was another point to pay attention to, because when there were many people, they could all see different landscapes. Inside the ball, there were tropical plants, and the spirit of Situ said that if they wanted to get to a particular place, they just had to take the hand of the one who saw them, and they had to enter first, and then the others could follow them. Clenching her fists tightly, Shishan reported that she saw a rainforest, and Shojong said that he also saw a forest, but was not sure if it was a rainforest. The heroes took each other's hands, and the guy called out to them and asked if they were in such a hurry to grab hands, completely ignoring what he was saying. Turning his head back, Min assumed that someone did not want to go, and suggested that he watch out here in this case, because the captain said it would not be long anyway, to which he shouted that he should wait for him, because he had not jumped yet. Grabbing the swordsman, Shojong asked if they thought he was afraid of death, and then added that they would see him fight valiantly and surprise everyone. Shishan's face plunged into the magic portal. The heroes entered the magic sphere at the same time, and the opponents said that they needed to follow them, and not let Pin leave. The unusual entrance to the lands of trials rushed forward abruptly. Thick foliage could be seen on the trees. The cleanup team showed up, and then Pin said that the rainforest was really not at all like the one outside, and the air was humid, as if it was helping to get closer to nature. Shishan pointed her finger at the notification, which said about a walkthrough task, and the protagonist wondered if the test lands generate a system window with the task. Raising his head, the protagonist asked the captain what kind of morning bird it was, since he had never heard of such a mutated beast, and whether he, like the Tianchang fox, was a rare species. The man, hovering in the air, replied that he was not quite sure either, although the locations for testing were fixed, and their content changed every time, and also said that his target was once a purple-ringed snake of green flames, and these creatures are found everywhere, but they are masters of hiding their aura, and if you don't focus on perception, it is very difficult to find traces of them. Stretching out his hand, the gentleman noticed that it was just like those who were behind them. Suddenly, the guys were surrounded by evil reptiles. The awakened ones shouted loudly with their mouths wide open. Raising his index finger, the guy asked everyone to calm down, and explained that it was he who attracted them here. Parting his lips, the young man said that his blood had a high affinity for snake-like mutated beasts, and they sensed his aura and reacted naturally, and then added that he could just get some information from them. Touching the snake, the warrior asked if he was the leader, and whether he would tell him what a morning bird was, to which he received an answer, and then said that it was bad. The teenager, touching his chin, said that they also did not know, and therefore they would have to look for it themselves, and at the same time his brother said that these snakes had heads smaller than almonds, and clarified that they could be tortured at all. A red aura surrounded the mammal's body, and he asked who he had called small, and then Yenhu asked to let him go. Closing her eyes, Jingyao said that she was feeling a little dizzy. Bringing his hand to his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that it was a poisonous gas, and Shishan asked Shojong for gas masks. Suddenly the knight touched his stomach. Throwing down the equipment, the warrior said that he was already carrying. A moment later, the girl put on a mask. The summoner, placing his palms on the shoulders of his classmate, noticed that his ability did not remove poisoning. The guy, holding a flask of liquid in his hand, said that he could take it and explained that his golden blood could neutralize the poison, after which Pin thanked him and said that let these snakes leave because they need to find a safe place first. A spider was sitting on the web. The guys followed the snake. Ming, looking sideways, said that the fog outside had indeed become rarer, and Lei Xian noticed that he didn't feel any change, and then it was explained to him that it was because he himself had a strong physique. Clenching his fists, the man exclaimed that he had already said that a lot of training would definitely give results. Suddenly, the main character picked up a feather from the ground. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing in front of a huge tree trunk, the summoner is empty inside. The advanced awakened woman, bending her knees, said that the insects must have eaten it, and it was not surprising that such a large tree broke, because the rest of the tree had long since rotted and disappeared, and it must have been a long time because it had completely decomposed. The main character, raising his hand, asked which bird this feather belonged to which he received the answer that he was called Sei. Pin frowned thoughtfully, and the girl wondered if he suspected that this feather had something to do with the morning bird. Stretching out his palm, the protagonist said that it was still difficult for him to say, and added that this area is so huge that there must be more than one species of birds here. A red eye appeared inside the trunk of the tree, and it was heard that for the time being it was worth just looking around, and might stumble upon some clues. A view of the evening sky opened up. Suddenly, the summoner grabbed a small bird. A magical aura swirled around Shishan's hand. Unexpectedly, the girl used the ice storm skill, after which the reservoir froze. The bird flew through the air. Suddenly, the guys took off. The awakened caught animals. Members of the cleanup team were roasting meat. One of the warriors, sitting by the fire, asked where the promised easy and simple task was, and noticed that they had not yet seen a trace of the morning bird. The knight, chewing on his food, said that many innocent birds had died for nothing, and he felt very sorry for them, and the advanced awakened said that he didn't seem to have done anything, and wondered if it turned out that roasted meat and sympathy were in the stomach at the same time. The girl looked out from behind a tree, and at the same time the guy clarified who said this, and also noticed that if it were not for the gas masks of their humble servant, they would all have been poisoned long ago. Frowning seriously, Pin said that whoever was hiding there should come out, because they had noticed her long ago. The young man asked if it was an enemy, to which the lady replied that it didn't look like it, and Shojong turned around and wondered if he was the only one who didn't feel anything. Man approached the stranger and told her that they had no ill intentions, and then wondered where he was from, and why he wasn't home yet since it was too late. The child raised his eyebrows in surprise. The awakened woman raised her hand to her mouth when she heard if they were the heroes who had come to kill the morning bird. The main character, sitting on the reptile, thanked for guiding them. His classmate, with her mouth wide open, clarified that those who remained for protection would really be able to hold back the counterattack of the crying birds. Smiling, the protagonist explained that he had cut off the wings of half of the male crying birds, and they wouldn't dare to return to Shuyuan village yet, and besides, the only threat in this area was snakes now, but this was Yanlong, so they didn't need to worry too much. Raising his eyebrows, the summoner exclaimed that this one must not forget with the snakes. Suddenly, Situ hovered in the air near the guys and said that something was wrong, because the layout of this lair was exactly the same as it was 100 years ago when he was here. but they were passing it too fast, and then Pin asked if he meant that this place was deliberately succumbing. Turning his gaze to the side, the man said that it was waiting for them to let their guard down. Suddenly, the snake raised its head and hissed. Looking up, the main character wondered if it was a blood tree. A moment later, a huge tree trunk appeared. Unusual creatures were sitting on the branch. Holding a lantern in his hand, the protagonist decided to evaluate them. The eyes of the female crying birds glowed red, and at the same time the system reported their characteristics, and the guy noticed that the others were not visible, and the question was heard whether these two were scouts. The young man replied that it was a 33rd level female, and the talent was the same, and the males had a weak point in the throat bone, and at the same time, Shishan frowned seriously and said that it was a matter of 2 blows. One of the creatures flapped its wings. The snake looked up sharply. The reptile then lifted its body. Suddenly, the awakened ones appeared behind the weeping birds. The guys attacked the opponents at the same time. The mutated beast opened its mouth wide in pain. The summoner pulled them with chains. A moment later, the cleanup team members landed on the ground, and Jingyao said that she had inspected everything and added that only these two were nearby. Stretching out his palm, Pin said what the entrance here meant, and also explained that the serpent was too huge, and therefore let him wait for them outside. The girl said that there was a lot of space under this tree, and her classmate, clenching his fists, said that time was of the essence, and they needed to separate, after which he asked her partners to stick together and keep an eye on each other, and if they face danger, then let them not be heroic, and should contact him. It seemed as if the hand of the main character was burning with a bright flame. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered if it was a whispering wind. Frowning seriously, the guy exclaimed that it didn't look like the wind, and realized that it was breathing. A moment later, the young man lay down on the ground. The summoner closed his eyes from the bright light. Pin's expression was surprised. The main character noticed the chicks of crying birds. A cracked egg could be seen, and at the same time the protagonist thought that this breath was coming from here. Looking at the sleeping cub, the young man muttered that this face was almost indistinguishable from a human's. The young man lowered his gaze, and his partner told him that he had found the villagers, and it looked like they were just unconscious. Raising his palm, the summoner asked to lead them out gradually, to which he received a positive answer. Standing in front of the baby weeping birds, Pin feared that these inhabitants were victims prepared for these chicks. Taking out a sharp scythe, the main character thought that it doesn't matter how similar they are to humans, because in the end this is just a relationship between a hunter and a prey. Waving his weapon, the protagonist muttered that every extra second of life was another innocent soul who died here. Holding a blue ball in his hand, the guy said that he would come to their aid now. The young man parted his lips in bewilderment when he heard a loud scream. Lowering her eyebrows, Shishan said that it was no wonder that they had found the inhabitants so easily. A huge number of unusual creatures appeared, and then the girl said that it turned out that they wanted to cover them all at once, and Jingyao exclaimed that she should hold on, because they could not let them get their way.